let us start from the very basics and first of all try to understand what is the need behind studying MySQL, or what exactly is MySQL and what kind of solution does it offers to me. So if you just see the first point, I have written that MySQL is the most popular open source relational SQL database management system. So what does this mean? If you just take the first line, then I have said that MySQL is a database. So my first thing is that MySQL is what? MySQL is it's a kind of database. And then so database is primarily intended for saving some kind of data that is associated. So it can be any kind of data, like data for an organization, suppose data for an online departmental store, suppose data for a mobile vendor. All these kind of data you can use a database for storing all these kind of data. But I would like to ask you a question, that why cannot we use files for storing data? And even before that, let me first of all tell you, suppose you are writing one program. Suppose you must be aware of suppose C programming language, and if you are aware of C programming language, then you declare the main method, and inside the main method you declare some variables. Suppose you declare an int, suppose ID, and then suppose you declare the name. Suppose I say string name. These variables you declare. But these variables, what is the lifetime of these variables that you are created in your program? They are just created till the program runs. So for example, if this is your RAM, then these variables will be allocated inside your RAM. But once the program finished its execution, these variables, they will be, you can no longer access these variables. Okay. So that means I need some kind of permanent storage in which I can save my data, and for that purpose I need a secondary storage. So always remember that data, you always save data in some kind of secondary storage. So RAM, this is your RAM and this is the primary memory. We do not use RAM for storing any kind of data that we frequently require. Why? Because RAM data is not permanent. It is data just comes and goes. It lives for the lifetime of the program till the program is executing. But if you want to actually save data and retrieve that data for some later use, then you use your secondary storage. So your secondary storage means your hard drive. So in your hard drive you can save some data. All right. So your hard disk, or popularly you call this as a secondary storage. So this is my secondary storage in which I want to save some data. Now what I can do, I suppose I write, I clear all this. So we have seen that RAM is not a solution for saving data because it is temporary. But we can have our hard disk, and hard disk can be used for saving some kind of data. Now I can do something like this. I can save data in my secondary storage in the form of files. Okay, so files can also save some kind of data. But why do not we use files, and why we use database management system? Can you tell me the answer? Why file is not a very efficient solution for saving data? See, you can store some amount of data in files. For example, you can store your contacts, you can store your friend's birthday list. But if the data becomes very large, then handling the data through files, it becomes very difficult and tedious job, and data also suffers from some kind of inconsistency. For example, if there are two files, and two files suppose contain the entry for the same employee. Suppose there is one employee and both of these files contain the entry for the same employee. Suppose there is one employee E1 and his age is 21, and here also suppose the employee is E1 and his age is 21. And now what happens is that suppose 1 year passes away and the employee age has to increase by 1 year. So what it may happen, that I can increase the salary of, I can increase the age of this employee in this file, but I do not increase the age of employee in this file. So in this way, both of these files can become what? Both of these files can become inconsistent. That is why files, storing data in files, it is not very so that means there is a problem that is associated with multiple updates in files when we store data in files. Like if the similar kind of data is present at multiple locations, and if one of the location gets updated, then it may happen that the other locations may not get updated, and that may result in data inconsistency. Plus also files, you cannot produce data in files from files in very representable format. If you want some aggregate data, if you want to produce some kind of reports from your data which you have saved in your files, then it is very difficult to produce all these kinds of aggregated reports from files. You'll have to write very complex programming logic for that, and that is generally not very efficient. And if you accidentally delete some data, and if you want to search for some kind of data, like if file is very big and it contains many of the records, and if you want to search for some kind of data, then you will have to traverse through the whole data, and then you can find that data. So all these things indicate that files are not very efficient mechanism for storing data. And so we need a database, and we do not need a database, we need a whole database management system. That means a whole software that can offer a solution for our data related problems. So for that purpose, we have databases, and there are many databases that are in the market, many popular relational databases that are present in the market. For example, you have Oracle database, you have SQL Server, that is also meant for storing data, and then of course we'll be studying MySQL, so MySQL is also there, and then PostgreSQL. All these are the different kind of databases that you use. Plus there are also some NoSQL solution, like for example MongoDB and Redis, and these are all your NoSQL database. So NoSQL means it doesn't mean that they lack SQL statement. NoSQL means that not only SQL. So of course our motive over here is not to study NoSQL databases. Our motive here is to study relational databases. And what is the prime identification of relational database? The prime identification of a relational database is that data is always stored in the form of tables. Okay, so here for example, suppose you have a server, and inside the server suppose you have a database. So inside the database, data will be always stored in form of what? In form of a table. So what exactly is a table? A table is an intersection of rows and columns. So how can we say that tables can be used to represent any kind of data? See, for example, suppose I have one real world entity, and I want, suppose the real world entity is what? Suppose the real world entity is student. So you can identify the fields that are associated with student. For example, every student will have an ID, every student will have a name, every student will have marks, and suppose every student will have what? Every student will have a subject. So then what I can do is that I can design a table for that. And how will I design a table? Suppose I say one student is 1, his name is Amit, his marks are suppose 97, and his subject is, say for example, Java. Then I can have one more student, suppose 2, and his name is suppose Webhoff, and his marks are, say suppose 85, and his subject is, say for example, C++. Then I can have one more student, for example 3, and his name is, say suppose Nitin, and his marks are 91, and his subject is, say suppose Node.js. So Node.js is a very popular server-side tool written in JavaScript. So of course we are not going to see this in this video, but still just see this. So this is what this becomes my, see, this becomes my table where data is stored in the intersection of rows and columns. Okay, so this is what is the table. So each row is representing what? Each row here is representing one instance of student. See, this row is representing Amit, this is representing Webhoff, and this is representing what? Nitin. And each column is representing one of the properties of student. For example, this is representing ID, this is representing the name, this is representing subject, this column, and this column is representing what? This column is representing the subject of the student. So that is where, if you have intersection of rows and columns, then you can model any kind of real world entities in that table. So always remember that a relational database means a kind of database in which data is stored in the form of tables. Clear? So let us continue our discussion, and I will just clear all these fields. And so we discussed that we are discussing about relational database, and there are many of relational database system that are available in the market. For example, Oracle is one of your database. Then there is one database, SQL Server. This is also a relational database. Relational database means in all these databases data will be stored in the form of tables. Then you have what? Then you have MySQL. So these are all relational databases. Then what is SQL? So SQL, what can you tell me? What does SQL mean? Many people carry this confusion that SQL is also a database, but SQL stands for Structured Query Language. So Structured Query Language is a language that you can use to communicate with these databases. So you can use SQL to communicate with Oracle, you can use SQL to communicate with SQL Server, and you can use SQL to communicate with what? You can use SQL to communicate with MySQL as well. So remember that SQL is a structured query language. It is a language that is used to communicate with databases. So it is a 4th generation language, very user friendly language, and it is almost written in the way we generally communicate. Like we want to fetch some data, so naturally we will say select this from this and get me this out from this. So it is almost very user friendly language. That is your SQL language. So always remember, SQL stands for structured query language. So it is a language that is used for communicating with the database, or it is a language that most of the relational databases understand. Clear? So with this I'll just end this video. In the next video we will of course continue our discussion of MySQL, and we will see in the next video how can we connect to the MySQL database, what is MySQL Server and what is MySQL Client. So what I will do is that I will just open my database. It is asking for password, and password is, I have not given any password. I just so what are the current option of suppose I say what are the databases that are available. So I will okay, I just the names of all the databases. Okay, it is not giving any. Okay, what I will do, first of all I will select a database. Suppose it is the publisher database. Then if I say select database, then what is the current database? It is the publisher database. So inside my publisher database I have one table. This is the employee table. This is the employees table. Okay, and if I say select star from employees, if I say select star from the employees table, then you get this data. Now there is another table. I'll just show you the structure of these table. Departments table. Departments. Okay, this is the departments table, and if I say select star from departments, then you get this data. Okay, so let us first of all study the employees table. This is my employees table. So what all do you have in the employees table? You have the employee ID, you have the employee name, you have the department ID, you have the salary, commission, designation, the manager ID, and the gender of the employee. For example, if I say select star from employee, okay, if I select star from employees, then this is the data. Suppose there is one employee, his name is suppose Sonali, and Sonali is having the employee ID as 9. Her name is Sonali. She works in department number 20. Her salary is 40,000. She gets the commission per month as 3,500. Her designation in the organization is as a developer, and her manager ID is 2. What does this mean? Her manager ID is 2. That means her manager is an employee with the ID 2. That means her manager is Nitin. Okay, and her gender is female. Similarly, this is the data about all the employees. So this is my employees table, and then when I say select star from the departments table. Departments. Okay, so you have one department ID, suppose department ID 10, and the department name is sales, and suppose the city in which this department is located is the Mumbai. Okay, it is in Mumbai. So department number 20 is in Bangalore, department number 30 is in Chennai. So this is my, suppose this is my table, and these are the two tables which I'll be mainly working on. And so you can consider that these two tables belong to the same, these two tables represent one single organization unit. For example, I just want to say that if for suppose the department ID of Nikhil is 10, then that means Nikhil is working. If you go to the departments table and follow my mouse, then Nikhil is working in the sales department. Okay, I'll just explain it here. I'll just take a pen and suppose if you say about Nikhil, okay, suppose this is Nikhil, and so Nikhil is working in department number 10. Okay, this is so this is the case. Now let us study about the select statement. So select statement is used to it is used to select some data from the table. So the basic basic format of a select statement is as follows. Suppose I will open this notepad, and if you want to write a select statement, then you write something like this: column name 1, comma, suppose column name 2, and so on, from suppose your table name, from the table. Okay, for example, here in the employees table I have the following column. Suppose employee ID, name, department ID. Suppose I just want to get the employee ID, name and department ID of all the employees. Then what query will I write? I will write something like this: EID, ename, comma, DPT ID. From which table? From the employees table. So this is my data. Okay, I just got the employee ID, name and department ID. So I just fetched a part of the table. See, the table is having the following, it is having, if you just count the number of columns, there are exactly 8 columns, but I just fetched out of them the name, the ID, the name and the department ID of every employee. Suppose I want the salary and name of every employee, then what query will I write? I will write something like this: suppose salary, from which table? It is the employees table. So this is what I get. Now so if you are studying the select statement, the very first thing that has to be kept in mind, the select statement works row by row. Okay, what does this mean? The select statement works row by row. See, this is it is not any kind of formal thing, or this kind of things, definitions you will not find in books, standard books, but this is what I've learned working in MySQL. This is all what I've learned. So select statement works row by row. If you want to understand what does this mean, then let me go to Paint and just let me explain it. For example, suppose I have employees table, and this is my employees table. Okay, please ignore the font and everything, and suppose okay, then this is some kind of your employees table, and I'll write something over here also. Suppose there is one employee, and I will give random name. Suppose ABC. There is 2. Third employee, suppose X, Y, Z, and L, N, N. Suppose he is working in department number 10. He is working in department number 10. He is working in department number 20. And then I say, suppose his salary is suppose 2,000. His salary, suppose XYZ salary is suppose 3,000, and suppose element salary says about 1,000. So this is, suppose this is my table. Now if I say I am suppose select, this is my employees table, and select suppose so these are your columns. Suppose employee ID, then this is your name, and then this is your department ID, and this is your salary. So if I say select salary, suppose select salary from which table? From your employees table. Okay, this is your table. So what it will do, it will go from one row to another row. First it will go to this row, it will get the salary, then it will go to this row and it will get the salary, and then it will go to this row and it will get the salary. Okay, so if I say suppose select salary, suppose salary from the employees table, then it will go to each row and get the salary of every employee from that row. But if I write suppose something like this, select 8 from employees, then can you guess what will be the output of this query if I say select 8 from employees? See, if you want to know about the output of this query, you just remember this thing: select statement works row by row. Okay, select statement works row by row. So if I write something like this, then what you will get this output. See, 10 rows are being selected, but from each row it is going to select what? It is selecting 8. And this is what I precisely said, my dear friends. If you go over here, this is what I said. The select statement, so if I write select 8 from employees, if I say select 8 from employees, then it will go to first this row and select what? 8. It will go to this row, and then, you know, although 8 is not a column of this, you know, table, but still it is going to select that thing. Suppose I write select suppose Krishna from employees. If I say something like this, then it will go to each row and it will get what? It will get employees. But if I say something like this, these queries do not make sense. But if I say ename comma salary from which table? From the employees table. Then what it will mean? It will mean that it will go to each row and it will get the ID, name, and the corresponding salary. And now this is the case with, you know, the department table also. Select star from, and so what is star? So star is a, you know, it's a kind of wildcard operator that is used to select all the, you know, all the columns of your table. Okay. So if I say select star from the employees table, if I say something like this, then the whole details of the employees table will be selected. So this is, you know, this is the select statement. And always remember that select statement works row by row. Okay, it is going to go, it is going to each row and then fetching the, you know, desired column. For example, if you see select star from the departments table, this is my department table, and suppose I say select dpt id comma dname from which table? Departments table. Okay, suppose this, then it will go to each row and fetch the department ID and the department name. So this is the way, you know, the select clause. In this video we will study about DML commands in MySQL. So let me just go and open it. So DML stands for data manipulation language. And you always remember, keep this thing in mind, that whenever you are asking about, or, you know, whenever DML commands are used, they always work on rows. Okay, they perform some kind of operation on rows of a table. And insert, update, and delete are the examples of DML commands. So without wasting any time, I have one table, and this is the student table. So student table has student ID, student name, age, and subject. And now my task is to insert a row inside the student table. So insert is a DML command. Why it is a DML command? Because it is inserting one row inside the student table. And this I have already told you that DML commands act on rows. So what will I write? Insert into, and then you write the name of the table. So in my case, the name of the table is student, and then you give the name, you know, and then you give the column names. So I will say SID, and then I will say SName, and then I will say age, and then I will say subject. These are the columns. And now what values I want to insert? I want to insert one, suppose Amit, and suppose age is 21, and subject is, say, suppose his subject is Java. Alright, so I have inserted one row. And now once when you say select a star from student table, then you will get this one row. It is also possible to change the order of columns. For example, I do not write like this. First I say something like this, for example age, and then I say SName, and then subject followed by the subject. Alright, so how now you are going to insert it? So now you are going, the way you have given columns, the order in which you have, you know, you have given the list of columns, in that same particular order you have to perform insertion. So here first you have to mention what? First you have to mention the age, and now you have to mention what? And now you have to mention the name. Suppose age is 22, and then suppose name is Vishal, and subject is suppose compilers. And now if you do select star from student, so you will get two rows. So it is also possible to change you know, the order of columns, and the way you change the order of columns inside the insert query, you have to supply the columns in, you know, the values in those fashion, in that particular order. And there is a default ordering, you know, if I say DSC STUDENT. So default ordering is that first first you have to, you know, default by in default way, first SID has to be entered, then SNAME has to be entered, and then age, and then subject. So if you perform, you know, if you perform insertion operation in default ordering way, then you do not have to give the, you know, the column list. So I can directly insert. How I can directly insert? I do not have to. If I do like this, see, I am performing a default, you know, default ordering of insert. First SID is coming, then name is coming, then age is coming, and then subject is coming. And that is what is exactly over here. First SID, then name, and then age, and then subject. In this case, you do not need to give the column list. So I say 3, and suppose the name of the student is Ritik. Suppose her age is 24, and subject is say suppose ADA, analysis and design of algorithms. So it will be successfully inserted. But if I change the default ordering and then try to insert it, for example, if I change the age, if I change first of all I give the age, and then I give, you know, then I give the name, suppose Shahrukh. Suppose I give this name, and suppose I set the age to 25, and suppose ID to be 5, and subject to be suppose TOC, that is theory of computation. If I write like this, it will not insert, because column count doesn't match the value of count at row 1. So in that case, now you will have to supply, you know, the order in which you are performing the insert. So how you are performing the insert? First you are giving the SID, and then you are giving what? Then you are giving age, and then you are giving what? Name, and then finally you are giving what? Subject. So if you break this default ordering, then you have to give your column list to, okay, SID, age, name, and subject. I should get inserted SID, age, then I'm giving the age, and then I'm giving the name, and then I'm giving the subject. Okay. I think there is a insert into student values, SID, then I've given the age, then I have given the name. Okay, so I forgot to add a comma over here. So alright, so now it will get inserted. Okay, so this is how you work with insert query. And now we will talk about updates. So this is my table student. Okay, suppose I want to do one thing. I want to update this employee. His name is Ritik and his age is 24. I want to set his age equal to 42. Suppose I want to do like this. Then what query will I issue? I will say update the table name. Then what is the name of the table? Student. And then I say set what? Age. Age equal to new updated age is, say, suppose 42. And where, you know, where what? Where SID equal to what? SID equal to 3. See, this employee Ritik has an SID of what? It has a student ID of 3. So that is why when I say SID equal to 3, this row will be selected and age will be updated to what? Age will be updated to 42. So if you say again say select start from student, the new updated age will become what? It will become equal to 42. Okay. Suppose I can do. Suppose I want to this employee Shahrukh. Suppose I want to change his age to 26. His age is 25. I want to change it to 26, and I want to set the subject to be, say, suppose operating system. Then what will I do? I will say update which table? Update the student table. Update student. Set what? Age equal to 26, comma. All right. So if you are performing multiple updates, if you are performing updates on many columns, then you have to give a comma separated. You have to separate every column by a comma, and then age equal to 26, and then I will say subject equal to, suppose operating system, OS, where I can write sname equal to what? Shahrukh. Okay. If I try to run this, okay, so it is working fine, and now you're getting, Shahrukh age has become 26 and subject has become what? It has become OS. But I can also write the previous query, like writing like this, for example. Yeah, over here I do not write, I write SID equal to what? SID equal to 5. I can also write this. In both of the cases, this row will be selected. See, this row will be selected. Alright, but it is always a better approach to catch a row by the primary key, or the ID column. In this case, the ID column is SID. So it is always better to when you are performing, when you are writing where, then it is always better to write the ID. Why? Because there can be two employees whose name can be Shahrukh, but they will have different IDs. So this is always better approach to whenever you are performing updates. In the where clause, you have to perform on specific rows, and you perform update, you catch those rows by their IDs. Alright, so this is how you work with update. And then finally delete. So delete also works the same way. Suppose I want to delete this row, that is Shahrukh. So what will I say? Delete from which table? Delete from student table. Where what? SID equal to what? SID equal to 5. See, in place of SID equal to 5, I can also say sname equal to Shahrukh. Why? Because I want to select this row. I want to select this row. But it is always, as I told, it is always advisable to write the, to catch hold of the row by the primary key. So here I do it. So this row will be deleted, and now once when I say select star from student, this row has been deleted. Alright. So this is how you work with delete. And now if you want to delete, suppose I write delete from student. Alright, a quiz time for you. Suppose I write delete from student where 1 equal to 2. Okay, what will happen? Why, okay, this is a kind of specific query that works in Oracle. It's not working in MySQL. Alright, suppose I only write delete from student, then what will happen? Can you guess? See, this is a very dangerous query. If you perform delete operation without using without giving any where condition, the whole records of the table will be deleted. So if I write delete from student and I just give an enter, then what will happen? If I write select star from the student table, if I write select star from student table, then all the rows of the table have been deleted. So you have to be very cautious when you write delete queries. Why? Because if you just delete, then if you just delete without giving any where condition, then the whole table will be deleted. Okay, so in this way we perform insert, update and delete operations on MySQL. In this video we will study about DML commands in MySQL. So let me just go and open it. So DML stands for data manipulation language, and you always remember, keep this thing in mind, that whenever you are asking about, or whenever DML commands are used, they always work on rows. Okay, they perform some kind of operation on rows of a table, and insert, update and delete are the examples of DML commands. So without wasting any time, I have one table, and this is the student table. So student table has student ID, student name, age and subject. And now my task is to insert a row inside the student table. So insert is a DML command. Why it is a DML command? Because it is inserting one row inside the student table. And this I have already told you that DML commands act on rows. So what will I write? Insert into, and then you write the name of the table. So in my case, the name of the table is student, and then you give the name, and then you give the column names. So I will say SID, and then I will say SName, and then I will say age, and then I will say subject. These are the columns. And now what values I want to insert? I want to insert 1, suppose Amit, and suppose age is 21, and subject is, say, suppose his subject is Java. Alright, so I have inserted one row. And now once when you say select a star from student table, then you will get this one row. It is also possible to change the order of columns. For example, I do not write like this. First I say something like this, for example age, and then I say SName, and then subject followed by the subject. Alright, so how now you are going to insert it? So now you are going, the way you have given columns, the order in which you have, you have given the list of columns, in that same particular order you have to perform insertion. So here first you have to mention what? First you have to mention the age, and now you have to mention what? And now you have to mention the name. Suppose age is 22. and then suppose name is Vishal, and subject is suppose compilers, and now if you do select star from student, so you will get 2 rows. So it is also possible to change the order of columns, and the way you change the order of columns inside the insert query, you have to supply the columns in the values in those fashion, in that particular order. And there is a default ordering, if I say BSC STUDENT. So default ordering is that first you have to in default way, first SID has to be entered, then SNAME has to be entered, and then age, and then subject. So if you perform insertion operation in default ordering way, then you do not have to give the column list. So I can directly insert. How I can directly insert? I do not have to. If I do like this, see, I am performing a default default ordering of insert. First SID is coming, then name is coming, then age is coming, and then subject is coming, and that is what is exactly over here. First SID, then name, and then age, and then subject. In this case, you do not need to give the column list. So I say 3, and suppose the name of the student is Ritik. Suppose our age is 24, and subject is say suppose ADA, analysis and design of algorithms. So it will be successfully inserted. But if I change the default ordering and then try to insert it, for example, if I change the age, first of all I give the age, and then I give the name, suppose Shahrukh. Suppose I give this name, and suppose I set the age to 25, and suppose ID to be 5, and subject to be suppose TOC, that is theory of computation. If I write like this, it will not insert, because column count doesn't match the value of count at row 1. So in that case, now you will have to supply the order in which you are performing the insert. So how you are performing the insert? First you are giving the SID, and then you are giving what? Then you are giving age, and then you are giving what? Name, and then finally you are giving what? Subject. So if you break this default ordering, then you have to give your column list to okay, SID, age, name, and subject. I should get inserted SID, age, then I'm giving the age, and then I'm giving the name, and then I'm giving the subject. Okay. I think there is a insert into student values SID, then I've given the age, then I've given the name. Okay, so I forgot to add a comma over here. So alright. So now it will get inserted. Okay, so this is how you work with insert query, and now we will talk about updates. So this is my table student. Okay, suppose I want to do one thing. I want to update this employee. His name is Ritik and his age is 24. I want to set his age equal to 42. Suppose I want to do like this. Then what query will I issue? I will say update the table name. Then what is the name of the table? Student. And then I say set what? Age. Age equal to new updated age is, say, suppose 42. And where where SID equal to what? SID equal to 3. See, this employee Ritik has an SID of what? It has a student ID of 3. So that is why when I say SID equal to 3, this row will be selected, and age will be updated to what? Age will be updated to 42. So if you say select star from student, the new updated age will become what? It will become equal to 42. Okay. Suppose I want to this employee Shahrukh. Suppose I want to change his age to 26. His age is 25. I want to change it to 26, and I want to set the subject to be, say, suppose operating system. Then what will I do? I will say update which table? Update the student table. Update student. Set what? Age equal to 26, comma. All right. So if you are performing multiple updates, if you are performing updates on many columns, then you have to give a comma separated, you have to separate every column by a comma, and then age equal to 26, and then I will say subject equal to, suppose, operating system, OS, where I can write sname equal to what? Shahrukh. Okay. If I try to run this, okay, so it is working fine, and now you're getting, Shahrukh age has become 26 and subject has become what? It has become OS. But I can also write the previous query, like writing like this, for example. Yeah, over here I do not write, I write SID equal to what? SID equal to 5. I can also write this. In both of the cases, this row will be selected. See, this row will be selected. Alright, but it is always a better approach to catch a row by the primary key, or the ID column. In this case, the ID column is SID. So it is always better to when you are performing, when you are writing where, then it is always better to write the ID. Why? Because there can be two employees whose name can be Shahrukh, but they will have different IDs. So this is always better approach to whenever you are performing updates. In the where clause, you have to perform on specific rows, and you perform update, you catch those rows by their IDs. Alright, so this is how you work with update. And then finally delete. So delete also works the same way. Suppose I want to delete this row, that is Shahrukh. So what will I say? Delete from which table? Delete from student table. Where what? SID equal to what? SID equal to 5. See, in place of SID equal to 5, I can also say sname equal to Shahrukh. Why? Because I want to select this row. I want to select this row. But it is always, as I told, it is always advisable to write the, to catch hold of the row by the primary keys. So here I do it. So this row will be deleted, and now when I say select star from student, this row has been deleted. Alright. So this is how you work with delete. And now if you want to delete, suppose I write delete from student. Alright, a quiz time for you. Suppose I write delete from student where 1 equal to 2. Okay, what will happen? Why, okay, this is a kind of specific query that works in Oracle. It's not working in MySQL. Alright, suppose I only write delete from student, then what will happen? Can you guess? See, this is a very dangerous query. If you perform delete operation without using without giving any where condition, the whole records of the table will be deleted. So if I write delete from student and I just give an enter, then what will happen? If I write select star from the student table, if I write select star from student table, then all the rows of the table have been deleted. So you have to be very cautious when you write delete queries. Why? Because if you just delete, then if you just delete without giving any where condition, then the whole table will be deleted. Okay, so in this way we perform insert, update and delete operations on MySQL. And in this video we will study about DDL commands in MySQL. So DDL stands for data definition language. So data definition language commands are those commands in which you modify or change the structure of your data. So this is actually different from inserting, updating or deleting a data. This is basically used when you are creating a table or when you are altering the structure of a table, then you issue DDL commands. So if you just read it over here, DDL statements or commands are used to define and modify the database structure of table or schema. So they are either used to create a table, or they are used to create, alter the structure of a table, or there can be some other database structures, database objects which we create or alter. And for that purpose, we use DDL commands. So some of the DDL commands are create, alter, drop, truncate, rename. So let us try to explore and learn all these DDL commands. Okay, so I'll just go to my database and all right, I will select the database. Okay, all right, so database selected. If I say select database, then you will get this database. Now my task is to create a table, and suppose first of all let me say something, let me ensure that all right, let me create a student table. So how will I create a table? So if you have to create a table, then you use something like this. I'll just minimize it. I think I need to escape it. Yeah. Now I will go over here, and so if you have to create a table, then you use the following command: create table, and then you give the table name, and then inside the brackets you give a column name 1 and column 1 data type. Okay, so all right, I don't have a comma over here. You give the column name and then you give the column data type. So you can have many numbers of columns inside your table. For example, then you have a comma, and suppose again then you have new column, suppose column 2, and then you mention the column 2 data type, and then this way you keep on adding columns to the table. This way you create tables in MySQL. So let us create a table. Suppose the name of the table is student table. Suppose I say the student serial number, and let us so this is the name of my column, serial number, and I am telling it that the data type of serial number is int, and then I have a column, suppose student name, and then suppose it is of varchar 20, and suppose age, suppose student age is also an int, and upon one more column I have suppose date of birth, and I say it equal to be of type date. So I have created a table, and what is the name of the table? The name of the table is the student table. So once when I go and I say student, then you are getting this table. So you are getting these columns: serial number, name, age, and date of birth. So this command, see this command which you have issued over here, that is create table command. So this is a DDL command. Why it is a DDL command? Because you are actually you are creating a structure in your table. Okay, you are not creating new data, you are creating a new structure in the table. See, if I say insert into student values, suppose student name is 1, suppose name is Amit, and suppose age is 22, and then I say suppose date of birth is I can say anything, suppose he is recently born. Okay. I cannot, because age is 22, so I cannot set it to current date, but let us again do it. Doesn't make any difference, just for trial and testing purpose. Select star from student. If I say like this, see here, by using this command I have created a new data inside this table. I have not changed the structure of the table, I have just added a new data. So this command, insert command, this is a kind of DML command. It is a DML command. Why? Because it is manipulating the data. It is a data manipulation language. But this command, it is actually changing the structure of structure of table or creating some new structure. So these type of commands are called your DDL commands. So we have created the table that is called the student table. So now let us go and if I want to drop this table, then what command will you suppose you want to drop a table, then I will say drop a table, and then you give the table name. So if you want to drop the table, then what will you say? You can say drop drop table. What is the name of the table? Drop table student. So the table will be dropped. And now if you say select star from student table, you will not get it. Why? Because this table does not exist, because we have already dropped this table. So drop is also a kind of it's a kind of DDL command, data definition language command. So let us go and again create this table. So I have already let me create this table again. So this table is the student table. STUDENT. This is my DE student table. This is my student table. Sorry, typo mistakes. Alright, so this is my student table. Suppose now I want to do something. I want to add a marks to the student. So I have not given a column. So if I want to add a new column to a table, so what command will I use? So if you want to add a column to a table, then you use this command, alt table, then you give the table name, and then you give you write this add, and then you give the name of the column which you want to add to the table, column name, and then you give the data type. So alright, like this, alt table, table name, add column, and then the data type associated with the column. So here I can write alt table. What is the name of my table? Student. Suppose I say add marks, and the marks is of type int. So I have added one column, and now if you say DSC student, then you are getting one more column in this table, that is a marks column. So this is the command that you use to add some column to the to existing table. So this alter command, alter table command, is also a kind of DDL command. Why it is a DDL command? Because we are not adding some new data to the student table. We are actually changing the structure of the student table. See, what this is what we have studied over here. For example, if you just if you see this, DDL statements are used to modify, you know, the database structure. They are used to define, or then they are used to modify. So alter command is you are using this alter command to modify the structure of the table. Now if you have created this marks column, suppose you want to if you want to drop a column from a table, drop a existing column from a table. Suppose you want to drop the date of birth column from the student tables, then what command will you use to drop a column? You use this command, alter table, and then you give the table name, and then drop, and then you give the column name. This way you drop a column from a table. So now if I go to my database, for example, this is my database, and now if you want to drop the date of birth column, then what command will I say? Alter table. Which table? The student table. And drop what? Date of birth. So I've dropped one column, and now if I say DSC student, I will only get serial number, name, age, and marks. So this way you can drop a column. Now you can also do something very interesting. Suppose you can also suppose now let me add one more column to the student table. Suppose this is the student subject, and suppose alter table, suppose student, add subject, and suppose I write like this. Then when I say DSC student, this is my student table. So I have serial number, name, age, mark, and the subject of the student. So let me insert one data inside this table. Suppose I say insert into which table? Student table, and then I say values. Suppose there is one student 2, his name is Neha, her name is Neha, and age is suppose 21, and suppose marks are suppose 98, and suppose I say the subject is maths. Will it work out? Let us try and see. Okay, if I say select star from student, suppose I write like this, then you are getting the subject to be what? Then you are getting the subject to be 0. This is happening because you are setting the subject. You see the data type of subject is integer. So because it is a subject, it has to be varchar type, but I have, you know, by mistake I have made it an integer. So now I want to modify the structure of the table, and I want to change the data type of subject, which is initially it is int, and now I want it to change it to varchar. See, here I am inserting maths as a subject for this Neha student, but the subject is coming out to be 0. Why? Because it is not getting, you know, properly inserted. So now I want to change the structure of the student table, and now I want to modify. I want to modify this column, that is the subject column, and I want to change it to varchar type. So what command will I use? I will just write the command, and then we will, you know. So yeah, I'll just create. This command will be used for creating a table, and this command we use to drop a table. This command we use to add a column to a table, and this command we use to drop a column from a table. Okay, so now what I want to do, I want to modify a column. So I will say modify a column. So what command will I use to modify a column in a table? I will use this command, alter table, alt table, and then you will give the name of the table. So what is the name of the table? Table, whatever be the name of the table, alt table, table name, modify, and then you give the column name that you want to modify, and then you give the new data type. So okay, like this you modify. All right, so alt table, table name, modify, column name, whichever column you want to modify, and new date type, new data type. Okay, the new data type which you want this column to have. For example, in this case, our subject column, I want the subject column to be of type varchar. So what will I say? I will say alt table. What is the name of the table? Student table. And then will I say modify. Modify what? Subject. And I want this subject to be of type what? I want this subject to be of type varchar. I say varchar 100. Okay, so here if I say again DSC student, then what will I get? See, now the student is subject is of type what? It is of type varchar. So now let us, if you try to insert one more row, suppose the student is Amisha, and her roll number is, say, suppose 3. And now this will be properly inserted. If you say select star from student, then this will be properly inserted. Why? Because we have changed the data type of subject. All right, and you can also do something very interesting. You can also set a null value. You can for example, if you just observe this column this has a default type of null. I can change this also, and I can you see, this column can be set to null value, and it has default value of what? It has default value of null. So I can change this also. For example, I can write what? I can write modify varchar subject, and then I can say not null, and I can give a default value associated with the column also. Suppose I say default value is suppose the default value of every student subject is any subject, I think let us make it history. All right, and then once when you say DSC student, the student table, if you describe it, then see this column subject is now, it is no more, it is no more it cannot be set to null, and the default value of this column is what? The default value of this column is equal to history. So you can also do this. All right, let us move on. And now suppose the default value of this column is history, but now I want to change this default value of this column, and I want it to set it to, suppose, Sanskrit. Sanskrit is a very popular language. As far as our Indian Vedic civilization is concerned, Sanskrit is a language of the gods. So let us try to modify this. So how will I do it? Alter table. Sorry, I'm making a lot of typos in this video. All right, what table I want to modify? Alter table student, and alter what? Subject. And I will say default to be Sanskrit. There is some problem with this. Let me alter table student, alter subject, default Sanskrit. Okay, there is some problem with this. I think I need to add one more thing. I'll alter table student name, alter table table name, alter column name, and then set subject default is equal to what? Sanskrit. So now if you go and student, suppose you write like this, then the default value. So this also I can do now. I can change the default value of some column. Okay. Besides changing the data type of the column, I can also change the default value associated with that particular column. And then in the end, I can also rename a table. So what command will I use to rename a table? Alter, suppose Suppose these students are all engineering students, and I want to, and I'm engineer, and I want students of type engineer. So I don't want this table to be named student. I want this table to be named as e student. That will stand for engineering students. So what will I say? Alt table student and rename to suppose e students. So I hope there will be many engineers who will be watching this video. So, alright, if I do like this, then if I say DSC what? E student, then you will get this table. So this command also you can use, you can use this command to rename a table. So what will I use? What command will I use to rename a table? Rename a table. So alter table table name, and then I say rename to what? Rename to a new table name, new table underscore name. So these are some of the DDL commands. And yes, one more thing I'm missing, that is a truncate. So this is a very popular interview question. For example, I say select star from ESTUDENT, then you will get this. If you want to remove all the records from a table, then you will say delete from what? ESTUDENT. Alright. If you write this command, then all the records from your table will be deleted. But this delete command is a kind of DML command. See, it is a data manipulation language command. But I can also issue one more command, that is a truncate command. So if I say truncate table student, if I say like this, truncate table student command, then this will also drop all the rows from the table. But this truncate command is not a DML command like the delete command, it is a DDL command. Why? Because the operation which it is performing, it cannot be reverted back. It cannot be put into some kind of transactions, and it cannot be, it cannot be reverted or rolled back. And all the space that has been allocated for the rows of this table, that is a eStudent table, that will be deallocated. So always remember, this is the difference between truncate and delete. Okay, this table does not exist. Actually, the eStudent table exists. So if I say now, if I say select star from select star from eStudent, so I will not get any rows. So why? Because I have used this command, truncate command. Okay, so this command is going to delete all the rows from a table, but this will be a DDL operation. So always remember, this is the difference between delete and truncate. And they in interviews frequently they ask what is the difference between truncate, delete and drop. So drop is, this table structure is remaining, if you say student, this table structure is always here, but the rows have been deleted, and truncate is a DDL command. But if I say drop table estudent, then the whole table will be dropped. And if we say dscest, the structure is being dropped. So this table will not exist. Okay. So truncate is a DDL command. Always remember this. Alright. In this video, we will study about few clauses in MySQL programming. And you will use these clauses frequently when you write your SQL queries. So I will just, so when I say show databases, so it will list out the list, all the database in my server. And I will out of it I will use the publisher database. So this is use publisher. So I'll use the publisher database, and inside this database there is one table, the employees table. So this is my employees table, and there is one more table, the departments table. Select star from department. So this is my departments table. Okay, so now let us continue. And over here, suppose first of all, let me tell you what I am going to explain in this video. So I'll just open the notepad, and I'm going to discuss few clauses in SQL. Okay, that's okay. So I will talk about in clause, then I will talk about the between clause, and then I will talk about the like clause. So when you say the in clause, so the in clause is used for, then you can say exact matching. Okay. Between clause is used for range matching. Okay. And like clause, this is used for your pattern matching. Okay, so like clause is used for pattern matching. So all these clauses we will study one by one, but before that let us move to the database, and let me tell you one important thing, that whenever you deal with string literals in MySQL, you always enclose strings in single inverted commas. For example, if I want to find out the salary of Nikhil, so I want name and I want the salary, from which table? From the the employees table. Okay, where ename equal to what? Is equal to suppose Nikhil, because I want to find out the salary of Nikhil. So Nikhil has a salary of 1,20,000 per month, but you have to keep this thing in mind. For example, I'll just use a pen tool over here to just highlight things. Here I have used these, if you just observe, I have used this single inverted commas over here. So always remember that whenever you are dealing with strings in a database, you always use single inverted commas. Okay, so this is very simple, but now I will just minimize it, and then suppose now I want to find out all the employees who are either managers and who are either developers. Okay, so what I will do, I will write down the queries one by one, and okay, and you can just so you can refer them. Okay, so like this. So my first query is find all the employees who are either managers or developers. Okay, they are either managers or developers. So what query will I write? Select ename comma designation from which table? From the employees table, where I say that the designation can be manager or it can be a developer. So what I can write, where designation equal to what? It can be either equal to a manager, or designation can be equal to what? It can be equal to, or designation equal to what? It can be equal to a developer. So I can write something like this. Okay, so if I write like this, then I'll get a list of employees who are either managers or developers. So here also, if you observe, I have, because designation is also of type varchar. So if you write DSC the employees table, if you describe the employees table, then you find designation is of type varchar. So whenever you operate on varchars, you write where you perform some search operation in your where clause using some varchar data type, then you enclose them in single inverted commas. For example, I have enclosed manager and developer over here in single inverted commas. Okay, so just keep this thing in mind. Okay, now let us move forward, and first of all let us study the in clause. So alright, I will study first of all the in clause. So in clause is used for exact matching. How is in clause used for exact matching? Just take the previous query. This query is returning me all the employees who are either manager or developer. Okay, now I can write this query in some other form using the in operator. How? I will use select ename comma designation from the employees table, where designation in, I can say something like this: either the designation can be a manager or the designation can be a developer. If I write something like this, okay, now it is correct. So here I have what operator I have used? I have used the in operator over here. If you just observe, I have used the in operator over here. And why do I say that in operator? If you just look at this, in operator is used for exact matching. Why I have said like this? Because it is going to exactly match either manager or exactly match what? Either developer. And carefully note the word either. I am using either. So either means it can be either manager or developer. So that is why you can also write this query using or, or operator. But over here I used in. So you can either use, either you can use in, or either you can use or. For example, suppose I say I want the list of all employees who work either in department number 10 or in department number 20. Okay, I'll write the query. Suppose get the list of all employees who work either in department 10 or 20. Okay, I want the list of all these employees. So what query will I like? Select ename comma dpt id from which table? From the employees table, where dpt id can be equal to 10 or dpt id can be equal to what? It can be equal to 20 also. But the same query I can write in this form also. Select ename comma dpt id, where dpt id in what? It can be either in 10 or it can be in what? 20. Okay, I can write this. Okay, select ename comma dpt id from which table? From the employees table. Okay, from employees, where dpt id in 10 or 20. So I'll get the same record. So over here, if you observe also, I'm writing what? Where department either in 10 or either in 20, and it is exactly matching 10 and 20. Okay, like this. Now we'll study the, so this is my employees table. If I write select star from the employees table, this is my employees table. Okay, now suppose I say list all the employees who work either in department number 10 or in department number 20, but their salary is greater than, suppose 60,000, or say suppose 40,000. Okay, like this. I'll just copy it, and this is my third query. So what is the third query? I'll just paste it. Get list of all employees who work either in department ID 10 or 20 and whose salary is greater than suppose 30,000. Okay, 30,000. Then what query will I write? I will, this I have already written, where department ID in 10 and 20 and what? And salary is greater than what? It is greater than 30,000. If I write this query, then I will get these employees. Suppose if you want, if you want to justify also, then you can write salary over here also. Salary from employees, where department ID in 10, 20 and salary is greater than what? It is greater than 30,000. So this is very simple in clause, using the in clause. Now we will use the between clause. So why do we use between clause? I have written over here. Between clause is used for some kind of range matching. Okay, so what kind of range matching? Let us see. Suppose this is my employees table. Select star from the employees table. This is the employees table. Now I want a list of all employees who get a salary greater than, say, suppose 40,000 and less than 90,000. Okay, I want a list of all those employees whose salary is greater than 40,000 and less than 90,000. So I will write the query. So whenever I say, whenever I write the query, you just pause the video and try to write the query on your own. If you are not able to write, then we will try to solve it on, you can just watch the video to solve the query. But here I want the list all the employees whose salary is greater than or equals 40,000 and less than or equal to, say, suppose 90,000. Okay, I want this query. Then what query will I write? I will write something like this. You have operator, you have used the greater than or equal to, less than equal to operator. So I can write something like this. Select ename comma salary from which table? From the employees table, where salary is greater than or equal to 30,000 and salary is less than equal to what? It is less than equal to 90, sorry, less than equal to 90,000. Okay, if I write this, then I will get the list of all employees whose salary is between 30,000 and 90,000. What is 30,000? Okay, I've said 40,000. Okay, so just I'll just change this 3 to 4. Okay, now it is correct. So you are getting these list of employees whose salary is between 40,000 to 30,000. But now I can write the same query using the between operator also. How I can write? Like this: select ename comma salary from which table? From the employees table, where salary between what? 40,000 and 90,000. Okay, if you write this query, then also you will get the same result. So you can observe this between operator is it is performing a range matching between 40,000 and 90,000. Okay, so one thing to always keep in mind when using this between operator is that it is inclusive. That means it is searching for salary greater than or equal to 40,000. You observe that there is an employee web app and whose salary is 40,000, and that this employee is also getting selected. Why it is getting selected? Because between means it also perform the matching set endpoints. What are my endpoints over here? 40,000 and 90,000. That is why it is equal to greater than or equal to 40,000, less than or equal to 90,000. Okay, so like this. So always remember this. It is inclusive. Between operator is inclusive of the endpoints, like 40,000 and 90,000 over here. If for example some employee is getting 90,000, that employee will also get selected by this query. Okay, so what is my employees table? This is my employees table. Okay, now good. Suppose now I ask you to list all employees whose commission is between suppose 5,000 to 16,000. Okay, whose commission is between 5,000 to 16,000. So what query will you write? I'll just copy it and okay, list all employees whose suppose I will say commission is what did I say? Commission is between, suppose between I say 5,000 and 16,000. Okay, so what query will I write? I think it is very simple. Again, you can use the between operator. How you can use? Select ename comma what? Commission. From which table? From the employees table, where what? Commission between what I have said, 5,000 and 16,000. Okay, and I'll get the list of all employees whose commission is between 5,000 and 16,000. Okay, so this query is also you can write it through the use of between operator. Okay, so now suppose I want the list of all employees whose commission is between 5,000 and 16,000 and who work in department number 10. Okay, so what query I want? I'll just copy it and okay, paste it. And who work in department 10. Okay, this is what I want. I will say this is my fifth query. Okay, this is not the fifth query. This one is the fifth query, and then again this one is the sixth query. Okay, now correct. Okay, sorry, cancel. So can you do it? I think it is very simple. Just give it a try. I'll just pause. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then I have to add one AND condition over here also. And what? And department ID equal to what? Equal to 10. Okay, then I will get only one employee. I can also write this query like this using the between operator and in operator both. I can write where department ID in what? It can be in only in what? 10. Then it is going to perform exact matching for the value 10. Okay, is it correct? Yeah. Okay, again suppose this is my employees table. Select star from the employees table. This is the employees table. Now suppose okay, now it is our turn to study the like operator. So like operator is used for pattern matching. Okay, so pattern matching, you can think about, pattern matching is done through wildcard operators. So you can think of pattern matching in terms of, some regular expression matching you perform. If you have worked on some programming languages, you must have worked on some regular expressions. So it is same like that. Here we will study two wildcard operators. One is the %, operator and the other is the underscore operator. So %, operator is used to match anything, it can match any string, and this underscore is used for matching a single character at a time. Okay, remember this. Alright, see, percentage is used for matching any string and underscore is used to match a single character at a time. Now let us move to this employees table. And what are the employees and what are the names of the employee in employees table? Select ename from what? From the employees table. This is my employees table. Now I want the list of all employees whose names whose names start with N. Then what query will I write? Give it a try. I'll just pause. I think it is very simple. If you're not able to get it, then I have to get the name from which table? From the employees table, where ename is like what? It must start with N and then it can have anything. Okay, that is why I have given the wildcard operator in your %. That means anything. Okay, first it will start with N, then it can have any string. Okay, now I want the name of all those employees whose names ends in A. Okay, I'll just write the queries so that there are no confusions. 7th, list all the employees whose name ends in A. Okay, how will you write the query? Just give it a try. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then it is very simple. I can write select ename from which table? Select ename from the employees table, where ename like what? It will always end in single A character, but before that it can contain anything. That means I will write this query. So you will get these employees. Neha, Rashmita and Anshita are 3 employees whose name ends in A. Okay, now again, these are my select ename from employees. This is the list of all employees, the names of all employees. Now I want the names of all those employees whose name contain at least 2A. Oh, first of all, let us find the names of all those employees whose name contains at least 1A. Okay, at least 1A. What query will I write? Okay, list all employees whose name contain at least what? 1A. It must contain at least 1A. Okay, then what query will I write? Give it a try. I'll just pause. I think it is simple. Select, if you are not able to get it, select ename from which table? From the employees table, where ename is like what? It is like something like this. Okay, yeah, now it is correct. How come I have written this wildcard operator? Well, let us go and test it out against few names. For example, I just open the pen tool and I'll just take this. I'll just take the pen and suppose it has to match Sonali. Then for the first percentage it will match SON, and then it will match A, and the next percentage it will match what? Against LI. Okay. If it has to match Anshita, then the first percentage over here, you see this first percentage in case of Anshita will be replaced by nil. Then again this A will be matched and the next percentage will be replaced by what? NSHITA. Okay. So similarly it will be true for all the names. So this is the this is the query which you can use to list all employees whose name contain at least 1A. Okay, clear. Now I want to list all employees whose name contain at least 2A's. How will you write the query? First of all, just let me Control Z, copy it, paste it. At least not 1 but 2. Okay, at least 2A's. What query will you write? I'll just give it a try. I can just pause the video. So always it's always good that you try to solve queries on your own. I'm giving some queries, you first try them on your own, and then if you're not able to get, then eventually I will solve it. Okay, so if you're not able to do it, you just pause the video and then you try to do it on your own. Okay, if you're not able to do it, then it is very simple. What I just need to select the name from which table, from the employees table, where ename like what, it has to be like something like this. Okay, a and then again a percentage. Is it correct? Okay, all right. Ename. Okay, now it is correct. All right. These are the names of all the employees whose name contain at least 2 ways. Okay. Then again you can see, for example, suppose I again use a pen tool, and I think it is easy to understand, but still if you are not able to get it, then for example if you want to match Anshita, then this first percentage will be replaced by null, then this A will be matched against the first A of Anshita, then NSHIT will be replaced by this percentage, and then again this A will match against this A, okay, this A, and then this percentage that is remaining will be matched by what? It will be matched by null. Similarly, if you want, you can match Giant also. The first percentage will be replaced by J, then A will match, and then the second percentage will be replaced by Y, and then again A will match, and the third percentage will be replaced by what? NT. So okay, it is getting matched. Okay, so this will give you a list of all employees whose name contain at least 2 ways. Okay, correct. Fine. Again, I would give you a query. Just try it on your own. List all employees whose name is at least say suppose 5 characters long. 10. List all employees whose name is exactly 5 characters long. Okay, exactly 5 characters long. Give it a try. Okay, a hint for you. You have to use this wildcard. Okay, we have used this percentage. Now you have to use this underscore, and it is used for matching a single character. A hint for you. Try it. Pause the video. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then select ename. From which table? From the employees table. Where ename like what? Sorry, ename like what? Ename will be something like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It will have 5 underscore. Okay, the only name that is being selected is nothing. This means 1 underscore will replace. It can be a substitute for one single character, and that character can be anything. Okay, that is why when I write 5 underscores, in one sequence, then it will give me a list of all employees whose name is 5 characters long. Okay. Again, one more query for you. Okay. I have 10. Sorry. Okay, I'll just remove these dots. You'll get the you're intelligent enough to get it. What exactly is the query which I want to ask. Now suppose my 11th query is that, just try on your own. List all employees whose name whose second character in name is I. Okay, so it can be any name, but the second character has to be what? It has to be I. Okay, all the employees in whose name the second character is I. Okay, try it. Okay, try on your own. I'll wait. Okay. If you are not able to get it, then this is also very simple. I think you can do it with all the tools which I have provided you. From which table? From the employees table. Where ename like what? It has to be something like this. See, the first character can be anything. That I can replace it with underscore. The second character has to be what? It has to be I. Sorry, it has to be I. And after that, anything can come. So I can write something like this. And then if I do something like this, and Nikhil and Nitin are 2 employees whose second character in their name is I. Okay, so this is the use of like operator. So like operator is what I have said, it is used for pattern matching. Okay, if you go over here, I have given, you know, like operator is used for pattern matching. See, I have performed some kind of pattern matching in these names. Okay, all right. Now, all right. This is my employees table. Again, one more query will write, and then I will just I'll end the video. Select star from employees. This is my employees table, and suppose I want you to find all the managers and developers whose name can either start with you know, N or S. Okay, okay, I'll write the query. Okay, uh, 12 list all managers or developers whose name can either start with N or S. What will be the query which I will write? Okay, just give it a try. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then I think I will write it. Select ename, okay, and designation. Okay, so I am performing operation on name and then on designation. From, I think the first part is simple, you know, you want the, you know, all the employees who are either managers or kya. I will write and over here. Okay. List all managers or developer, okay, whose name can either start with N or S. Okay, so the first part is simple, you know, listing all managers or developers. Select ename comma designation from employees, where designation in what? It can be either a manager or it can be what? It can either be a developer. And what? The name has to be either it has to start with N or it has to start with what? It has to start with S. So I can write and ename like say suppose N percentage. Okay, if I write this, then what you will get? These two employees are managers, but I'm getting no developers, so I can write something like this. And or ename like, I don't know if it will work or not. Let us try it out. Okay, S percentage, and I'll just, you know, just also close it. So you're having these two conditions. Ename can be like, you know, N or S, starting with N or S, and you know, designation can be what? It can be either a manager or either it can be what? It can be a developer. Okay, so then you are getting these three employees, you know, Nikhil, Nitil and Sonali. They are managers or developers and their name are either starting with N or they are starting with S. Okay, so you have to group these two conditions, you know, you have to group these two conditions using the AND, you know, because there can be either manager or developer. And what? And so you can, you know, when I state the query, then you can, you know, understand you have to use or AND over here. And what you can use, ename like N percentage or ename like what? S percentage. In this video we will try to understand what does null means. So many times, you know, some, you know, in your tables, in your relational database, many times the values are null. So what does null means? So if you go to the first line, what I have written is that a value of null at any cell means an undetermined value. And arithmetic operation on any null value also returns in null value. So what does all this mean? Let us try to understand this with the help of examples. So I'll go to the database, for example, okay. So I'll use the publisher database, and if I say, sorry, select a database, then you know it is a publisher database. And then there is my employees table. See, this is my employees table. Now you find that the commission for some employees is null. For example, for Anshita, the commission is null. For Wasim, the commission is what? The commission is null. So what does this null value mean? The null value means over here is that this value is undetermined. Okay, this value is undetermined. Or it means that the organization has not yet decided what commission will it give to Wasim or what commission it will give to Anshita. So the organization is not clear with it. So that is why the value has been set to what? The value has been set to null. Okay. So so this is what we saw. So the value of null at any cell means an undetermined value. Okay. And null values in table is not the same as 0. See over here, for example, the commission for Rajneesh is 0. That means it is a determined value. How come a determined value? Because the organization has decided to give no commission to Rajneesh. That is why his commission is 0. But for Wasim, the organization is not yet sure what commission will it give to this employee, this Wasim employee. See, his commission is what? His commission is coming out to be null. Wasim commission is null. So the value of null means a undetermined value. Now let us try to do something. For example, I'll take I'll just I remove this query to find the effective salary of all employees. You have to write this query. And what is the effective salary? The effective salary is equal to salary plus commission. Okay, effective salary is equal to salary plus commission. So I can write something like this: select ename comma salary comma what? Commission. From which table? From the employees table. So you'll get the ename, salary and commission for all employees. Now if I want the effective salary also, then what will I do? I will write salary plus what? Commission. Suppose I say as effective sal from what? From which table? From the employees table. Now for example, the salary of Nikhil was 1,20,000 and his commission was 30,000. So the effective salary is coming out to be what? 1,50,000. Similarly, in the case of Nitin, the salary was 80,000 and the commission was 15,000. So effective salary was 95,000 per month. But now you observe a very important difference, and I'll take the pen tool to make you understand with this. For example, you take Anshita. Anshita's salary was what? Anshita's salary was 60,000, but her commission was what? Null. So her effective salary is also coming out to be null. Why the effective salary of Anshita is also coming out to be null? It is because of this reason. See, if you just see the third line, you see the the second line, arithmetic operation on any null values also result in what? It also results in a null value. So why it results in the null value? For example, you say suppose you say infinity. So if you add a number, suppose you add 10 to infinity, the result will always be what? It will always be infinity. If you subtract 10 from infinity, the result will be what? Result will be infinity. This is the basics of mathematics. So here, suppose the salary of Anshita is determined. It is 60,000, but the commission is undetermined. And if you add an undetermined value to a determined value, the result will also be what? The result will always be what? Undetermined. That is why arithmetic operation on any null value results in a null value. Okay. So here I think I have written this. Arithmetic operation on any null value also results in a null value. Why it results in a null value? Because null means an undetermined value, and you add anything, subtract anything, divide, multiply anything from an undetermined value, the result will be what? It will always be undetermined. So arithmetic operations on any null value also results in what? A null value. Okay, so I think this much is clear. Now I want you to find the name of all the employees whose commission is null. Okay, so what query will you write? Okay, I will say query to find the names of all the employees whose commission is null. Okay, I want to find the name of all employees whose commission is null. So what query will I write? Select suppose name, select ename from which table? From the employees table. Where what will I say? Where commission is equal to what? is equal to null. Will it work? It will not work. See, so here, right, you can, I'll just write it. I'll write it. Control Z. We can never equate null values. Okay, null values can never be equated. See, here you are saying that the commission is equal to null. You cannot equate an undetermined value. This is never allowed in SQL. See, you can say something like this, where commission is equal to what? Equal to, say, suppose 30,000. You can say something like this, and Nikhil's commission is what? 30,000. But you cannot equate a undetermined value for a null. A null is a undetermined value. You cannot equate a undetermined value. So for this, we use the is clause. So whenever you want to perform matching with nulls, you use what? You use is. So how do you use this? Something like this, where not commission is null. We will not write commission is equal to null. Instead, we will write what? Where commission is a null. Okay, clear? So here, you are getting Anshita, Vaibhav and Vaseem. 3 employees are there whose commission is what? Whose commission is null. Suppose I copy it, and again, a very simple query is suppose I say commission is not null. Then what query will you write? So you will write something like this, where commission is not what? Where commission is not null. So you will get all these employees. For example, if you select the commission of these employees, you will get commission. Okay, so all these employees, the commission is not null. See, and Rajneesh is also getting selected. Rajneesh is having a commission of 0, but this is not equal to null, and this is a common confusion. Null values in a table are not the same as 0. Okay, so Rajneesh commission is 0 means the organization has decided that it will give only 0 commission to which employee? To the employee whose name is Rajneesh. Okay, so this is my employees table. You can see the employees table. Okay, so this is the way you work with null values. For example, I give you a query. Write a query to find the how many employees in your organization. Suppose how many employees in department number 30 have null commission. Okay, you have to write this query. Write a query. Okay, I'll formally state the query. Okay, I'll remove it. Query to find the count of all employees in DPT department ID 30 whose what? Commission is say suppose null. So you have to write a query for this. Okay, try out on your own. Okay, I want the count of all employees in department number 30 whose commission is null. Write this query on your own. I'll pause the video. Okay, if you're not able to get it, then I think it is very simple. I just want the count. So I will use the select count star from which table? From the employees table, where what? Commission is null and DPT department ID equal to what? It is equal to 30. So you are getting 2 employees in department number 30 whose commission is null. And see, these 2 employees are what? One employee is this Wasim, his commission is null, and the other employee is what? Other employee is Vaibhav. He belongs to department number 30 and his commission is also what? His commission is also null. So this way you work with null values. This video we will study the order by keyword. So what does it mean by order by? So order by is it is basically meant for sorting of rows, and I have given you the the general form in which you can use order by in your query. So let us try to understand it with some practical examples. Okay, so here this is my employees table which we generally use. Employees table. This is employees table. Sorry. Select star from the employees. This is my employees table. Now I want suppose the name and salary of all employees, and what query will I write? Select ename comma salary from which table? From the employees table. So I have got the name and salary of every employer. But now suppose I write something like this. I select the name, select ename, and I also select the salary from the employees table, and I write order by also. Order by what? Order by suppose salary. Then what will happen? So you observe that now the salaries are being ordered. For example, Lashmita was having the lowest salary, then it is coming first, and then Jayant was having the next highest, the second lowest salary, then it is coming like this. Okay, so the rows are they are sorted on the basis of salary. Okay, if you observe, the rows are sorted on the basis of salary. So this is the way in which we use order by clause. We can also do something like this. Suppose I say order. So what is the what is the default ordering of salaries in MySQL? If you observe, the default ordering is ascending order. It has arranged it in ascending order. Okay, if I want it in descending order, then I will use a DSC keyword. Okay, so suppose if I say like this, then you will have the salary order by salary descending order, means from highest to the lowest. So Nikhil is getting the highest salary, 1,20,000. So it is coming first, followed by Nitin, and then Abhinav and all. Then in the end you have Rashmita, because she is getting the lowest salary. Okay, so this is the way you use order by in your SQL queries. Okay, again I'll go to my employees table, select star from the employees table. Okay, and you can also apply order by on multiple columns. How you can apply order by on multiple columns? Let us have a look. Suppose I say something like this. Select ename. I want the name, I want the salary also, and I want the department ID also from employees. Then you will get a list of all the name, salary, and department ID. For example, Nitin is getting a salary of 80,000 and he's in department number 10. But if I say something like this, order by department ID, comma salary. Okay, then what will you get if you just observe? See. Okay, I'll just change. I'll not write salary first. I'll write department ID first. That is it's not any kind of error. It will help you to better visualize the result. Okay, I'll write salary second. Basically these both queries are same. Okay, now suppose so what it is doing when I'm using order by on multiple columns, then it is first of all it is sorting by the first column. So the results are sorted by the first column. So if you sort by so department IDs are 10, 20 and 30. So 10 will come first, 20 will come second, and then in the end what will come? 30 will come. And now inside department number 10, the salaries will be sorted. For example, Nitin is having salary of 80,000, and then Nikhil will have a salary of 1,20,000. For example, now if you go to department number 20, then all the employees in department number 20 will be sorted on the basis of their salary. For example, Rashmita is getting the lowest salary. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then you can better visualize this with this. I'll just open the pen tool. Okay, pen. So if you observe, then first of all, it is having this, when I say order by department ID, then you form these, department ID, there was department ID 20, and then there was department ID 30. All right, these three department IDs were there. Now it has first sorted on the basis of what? It has first sorted on the basis of these department IDs. Now in this for example, now in this department ID 20, it is going to sort on the basis of salary from the highest to the lowest. Okay, so I think it is clear. Okay, now suppose I say something like this. I just have the same previous query. I just make some modifications. So I write order by DPT ID DSC, and then I write salary. Then what will be the result? Can you guess what will be the result? See what is the result. So you have ordered, from department ID you have ordered in a descending way. So first of all, it is going to order by in what? By which order? By the department ID in descending order. So first of all, department 30 will come, then department 20 will come, and then department 10 will come. And then in department 30, salary will be in ascending order. For example, if you see department number 20, salary is always in which order? It is in ascending order. Okay. But now if I write something like this, salary and I also write DSC after salary also, then you know, I think results are obvious. You know, now if you go to department number 20, then the employees that is having this highest salary is coming first, because you know salary is also ordered in a descending fashion. Okay, so this is the use of this order by clause in MySQL. So, and you can also use order by clause in conjunction with the where clause. For example, I want the you know ordering of salary in department number 20. Okay, how? Suppose I want salary from highest to lowest in department number 20. Okay, I'll just write the queries. List all employees in department 20 arranged in descending order of their salary. Okay, this is the first query, so just write this query. Okay, I think it is very simple. You just have to use order by clause in conjunction with the whereby. Okay, so what query will you write? Give it a try. I'll just pause. If you're not able to get it, then I have to write just something like this. What I want: ename, comma salary, comma dpt id from which table? From employees table, where department id equal to what? 20. Order by what? Salary. Order by salary. Okay, so this is the, you know, so you are now getting, okay, sorry, I wanted in arrange in descending order. So if I want in descending order, then I have used to use the descending keyword also. Okay, DSC. Okay, so a ascending order is, you know, by default they are arranged in ascending order. So for ascending you have to use, you know, ASC for ascending order, but you don't have to, you know, every time use it. See, now the salaries are arranged in ascending order. So the lowest salary was coming first and the highest salary is coming in the last. Okay, so you don't have to, you know, by default it is all automatically taken, so you don't have to put ASC. But still, if you want, you know, you want to, you know, still better describe your query, then you can explicitly use ASC also. Okay, like this. I think this much is clear. I would just like to, you know, make things clear. How will you process this query? This is my employees table, and then this is my this is the query which, you know, I wanted you to work on. Okay, now first of all, how this query will execute. You know, this query looks out to be very simple, but I will just take one, you know, few seconds to, you know, to explain how this query will execute. So I'll just take the pen tool. Okay, so always remember, my dear friends, then select clause is used for select clause will go from row by row, and where clause will then filter those records. For example, select clause will move from every row, and then where clause will filter those records. So what is my where clause? Department ID is equal to 20. Is department ID 20 in this row? No. Is it 20 in this row? No. Over here it is 20, it will be selected. Over here it is 20, and then it will be selected. And what will be selected? Name, salary, and department ID. Okay, and then this is not true, and then this is true, this is not true, again this and this are true. So in these 4 rows, first of now these you have got all these 4 rows. So first the where clause will execute. First, which clause will execute? This where clause will be executed. And now if you have got these results, they will be sorted. They will be sorted on the basis of the salary in a descending fashion. Okay, like this. So this is the way, you can better understand, you can better have a feel of this query. First, where clause is executing, it is, fetching the results, and then the results are being sorted in descending fashion. Okay, like this. So it is executing in this fashion. So if you remember like this, this looks out to be very simple, but once when you go to formulate complex queries, then if you have a feel of all these things, then you can have better intuition in solving complex queries. Okay, thank you. And so this is the way we work with with the order by clause. And there is one more clause, that is a limit. One more limit keyword is there. So limit keyword is used for limiting of records. How does it limit records? Select suppose I say select ename, suppose I say eid comma ename comma salary from the employees table. So you have got the ID, the name, and the salary. But suppose I say something like this: select ename, comma. Oh, sorry. First the ID, then the name, then the salary from employees limit. Suppose I say 3. Okay. Suppose I say limit 3. Then what does it mean? So it will fetch me the first 3 records. Okay, it will fetch me the first 3 records. Okay, so it is getting all the records, and then it is limiting the number of records which have to be finally given to 3. Okay, then if I write something like this, limit if I write, so I am also not sure, let us see how it runs. If I write limit 1 comma 3, if I write something like this, what will be the result? Yeah, I mean, it is better, you can understand it. How you can understand it, so you can, index every position. How you can index every position? Look like this. Okay, suppose here again, I suppose again, if I, I take this pen tool to better explain it. Pen tool, okay. So, you can think, I am thinking in these terms at least. Suppose it is having every column index. This column has index 0, and then you can have this column has index 2. Now if I write limit 1 comma 3, what I am writing, limit 1 comma 3, so it is going to this first row. Okay, and then from the first row it is pulling out which all rows. How many rows? 3 rows. So we are getting Nitin, Sonali, and Anshita. Okay, suppose I don't write limit 1 comma 3, I write something like this. Suppose I just minimize it. Oh, sorry. Suppose okay, I'll just now suppose I write this query, limit, say suppose not 1 comma 3, I say limit 0 comma suppose 4. Okay, so it is this row has an index 0, first row has an index 0, and from this position it is getting how many rows? It is getting 4 rows. So Nikhil, Nitin, Sonali, and Anshita are being selected. Okay, so this is the way you you work with limit clause. Now limit clause with used when in conjunction with order by keyword, then it can be very interesting. You can have some queries through some good queries you can formulate through with the help of order by and limit. For example, suppose I say something like this, and then I say select the name of the employee getting the highest salary. Select the name of the suppose employee who gets the highest salary. Okay, if I want the name of the employee who gets the highest salary, then how will you write this query? Suppose I say, then I can write something like this: select ename comma salary from which table? From the employees table. Then you will get all the names and salary. Now if I say order by salary, okay, then you will get the results ordered by what? Ordered by the salary. But I want the highest salary, then I will use first DSC clause over here. Then the salaries will be arranged in descending fashion. So Nikhil is getting, I have got this, Nikhil is getting in the highest salary. But now my query is saying I just want the name of the employee who gets the highest salary. Then what will I write? I will just write like this: limit what? Limit 1. If I say something like this, then out of this, when you said limit 1, then what it means that out of the whole records, out of the all records which it is getting over here, it is just because you have set limit 1. So what it is doing, it is just selecting this record. Which record? This record. If you go over here, this first record, it is selected. Only this record has been selected, Nikhil 1. Okay, now now I will give you 1 or 2 queries for you to solve. I'll just escape it. Okay, now suppose list the first 3 employees
who get the lowest salary. Okay, suppose list, I won't say first, I would list three employees who get the lowest salary. Okay, so I want all the employees, so I want employees who are getting I want the employee who get the lowest salary, the second lowest salary, and the third lowest salary. So what will I write? What query will I write? If I just go to MySQL console, what should I write? Just try it. Okay, I'll just pause the video. Okay, so I think this can also be done. Select ename comma salary from employees, order by what? Order by salary. If I write something like this, then you are getting the salary in ascending fashion. Okay, Rashmita is having the lowest salary, then after this you are getting Jayat, and then after that you are getting what? You are getting Vaibhav. Now I want all these, Rashmita, Jayant and Vaibhav. Then what will I write? I will write limit 3. Okay, then you will get these 3 salaries: the lowest salary in the organization, the second lowest salary in the organization, and the third lowest salary in the organization. So if you want to better have an understanding of this query, then first of all, what is happening? First of all, this order by is executing, and then in the order by, what the results, the sorted results that you have got, then on that the limit operator is being applied. Okay, for example, now suppose a good query, if I give you, just try to work on this query. Find the employee getting the highest salary in department 20. I want the employee in department number 20. Okay, I want only the employee in department number 20 who gets the highest salary. What query will I write? Just try it. I'll pause. Okay, so please, when I say I pause and just try it, so please you first try out on your own. Many times you may not be able to do it, but still, if you just try, keep on trying, you will get a better intuition when you will be able to solve complex queries. Life is also like that. You have to learn by you have to learn from the go. When there are some challenges, then you try to work on them, you try, and then many times you fail also, but failing also, you're failing, but still you are learning new ways to success. Okay, so this way things work. So if you just keep on trying, so ultimately success will come. So here, what is my query? My query is to find the employee getting the highest salary in department number 20. So I will first of all write select ename comma salary comma dpt department id, from which table? From the employees table. This is my employees table. Now I only want results for which department? For department number 20. So I will use that where clause, where department id equal to what? Where department id equal to 20. I'll get only employees of department number what? Department number 20. But are these results sorted? They are not sorted. Then I will apply what? I will apply the order by clause. So what will I say? Order by what? Order by salary. I'll get this. But now I have got the lowest salary first. I want the highest salaries, and what will I say? See, I want the highest salary. Then what will I say? Order by salary DAC. Okay, then first of all I will get Abhinav, that is getting the highest salary. But now I only want Abhinav. Then what query will I write? I will write something like this. Sorry, limit 1. It is going to fetch only the first row, and so Abhinav is the employee in department number 20 that is getting the highest salary, and his salary is 70,000. Okay, and so first of all, also this may look out to be very simple, but still I would like to explain this query, how this query is executing sequentially. First of all, select clause and the where clause are running in conjunction. Okay, so how select clause and where clause are running in conjunction? Look, I'll just explain it. I'll use a pen tool, and okay. So if you go over here, okay, I'll just pull it. Sorry, it's not coming down. Okay, escape. I'll just pull it down. I just hope again I'll use a pen tool. There must be some shortcut for this. I think I don't have to every time tool pen. Okay, I think all right. Now first of all, select statement and the where clause will run. Is this row in department number 20? No. Is this row in department number 20? No. This is in department number 20. This is in department number 20. And then this row, okay, this row is in department number 20, and these are rows in department number 20. So first of all, select and where are executing. Now these rows are getting sorted by the order by clause. So when they are sorted by the order by clause, and then the result that has been obtained by the order by clause, then limit is being applied on them. So first where is running, then order by is running, and then what is running? Limit. Okay, remember this, always remember this. I'll just escape it. For example, if I am saying something over here, I just applied the order by, didn't apply the limit. So here you see where clause has been written and the order by has been written. So these, after where order by is running, and then after that what you are writing, then after that you are writing limit 1. So you are getting the lowest salary. Okay, so this is very simple. Now I'll give you one more query, and after that we'll end the video. Find the employee getting the second lowest salary in department 20. I want the employee getting the second lowest salary in what? In department number 20. See, I don't want the lowest salary, I want the second lowest. Okay, that means one level above the lowest salary. Okay, how will you write this query? I'll just pause the video. Try on your own. I've given you all the tools, so you can write this query. Please try it on your own. Okay, let us try. Let us see how I approach this query. So this part is common, I think where department ID 20. So you will get all the employees from department number 20, and then I will order by them on basis of what? Order by what? Order by salary. But now I want the lowest salary, because order by is default in the ascending order. I want the lowest salary, so I will not use the DSC over here. Okay, then I want the second lowest salary. So I don't want, in this case I don't want Rashmita, I want Sonali. Okay, because she is getting the second lowest salary. So how will I write this query? I can write let us see, I can write 1, 1. Will it be correct? Yes, it is correct. Why it is correct? This is correct because this row has the index what? This row has the index. I told you this row will have the index 1, and from this row how many rows will be selected? Only one row will be selected. So you will get what? You will get Sonali. Okay, so Sonali is getting the second lowest salary in department number 20. And if you want to have the second highest salary in department number 20, which is the employee getting the second highest salary in department number 20? She is Neha. So I think you just have to make this one change in this query to get the second highest salary.
Case statements are very important when you design SQL queries. If you want to design complex SQL queries, then you have to understand how you can properly work with case statements. So understanding case statements is the backbone of writing effective SQL queries. So this is the basic format of writing any case statements. So case is almost like it is like it can be said about like you have done casing in C++ programming also, or in C you have done it. So you match it against a certain value, and then you perform the actions accordingly. For example, in this slide what we have written, if you just observe, this case expression will be matched against case expression 1, and then it will be matched against case expression 2. If it matches against case expression 1, then these commands, this command will be executed. If it matches against case expression 2, then this command will be executed. Else, you can also give a default route. If nothing matches, then you can write else, and this thing is gonna execute. And then when you terminate a case, then you write end. Okay, so this way you write case statements in MySQL. So if you don't understand it, then let us try to understand it with the help of examples. So what I will do, I will just go to my MySQL prompt, and I think I've just opened one window. Okay, yeah, okay, and I will use the publisher database. This is my publisher database. And so case statements you generally use when there are some conditions which are involved. For example, I want to find out whether a number is even or odd. So select, suppose I set a number, and suppose I set the number to be 10. Okay, suppose the number is 10. Now I want out, so I have set it to certain value. Now I want to find out whether the number is even or odd. So what query can I write? Okay, so I'll just open the notepad, and formally I'll state the query. The query is write a query to find whether a number is even or odd. Okay, so we have to do this. So we have to write a query to find whether a number is even or odd. So writing a query for this. So there are two conditions involved, if it is even or if it is odd. So what can I write? I can write something like this. I can write suppose I can write select. First of all, I will write select, and then what I will write, suppose case, and then the number. What is the number? It is denoted by @number. So you can declare the variables in MySQL like this, set number equal to 10. So that is setting this variable, that is to number variable to 10. Okay, then I will perform the modulus operation by 2. Okay, so when it is 0, then the number is what? The number is even, and when it is 1, then then the number is what? It is odd. Okay, and then I will end. So always you have to end the case. Similarly, you see, if I have ended this case using this end. Okay, and suppose I can give an alias name to this column also. I will right now I will not give any alias name to this column, so you can get what is happening behind the scenes. And then I'll just copy it, and it's very simple. I'll just paste it. Let us see what is the output. Okay, so you get that number is what? Number is even, because 10 is even. Suppose I set the number to be suppose I say set number equal to, say, suppose 11. I set the number to be 11. Now again I'll copy. Now what I will do is that, because so this big name is this column name is getting this much big, so I will alias this column. So how will I alias this column? Using as I will guess, I will give a alias name, suppose even, or suppose even or odd. Okay, okay, I write like this, and then suppose now I copy it, and then suppose now over here I just paste it. Oh, so I think it's not get copied. I'll copy it, and then again I'll paste it. Alright, I'll run it. So now you get the value is even or odd to be odd, because 11 was an odd number. Okay, so I've given some alias name to the column also. Suppose ECOOD. This you can take it to be anything. You can do it whatever you like. You can name this column. I have named it to ECOOD. Okay, so this much is clear. Now I have this employees table. I write the query select star from the employees. This is my employees table, and now the organization has decided something for the benefit of the employees. Suppose, say, I'll just remove this query from here, and then I will formally state the second query. Write a query to conditionally increment the salary of employees. Okay, and what is the condition? If the employee is a manager, then the salary is incremented by, say, suppose by 2000. Okay, and then I'll copy it. If the employee is, say, suppose if the employee is a developer. Okay, if the employee is a developer, if he's a developer, then salary is incremented by, say, suppose 1000. Else I will write salary will remain the same. Okay, so here also you can observe these conditions. If some employee is a manager, then his salary has to be incremented by 2000. if the employee is a developer, then his salary has to be incremented by what? It has to be incremented by 1000. And if it is not a manager or a developer, then the salary will remain the same. So what, how will you write this query using case statements? Go for it. I'll just pause the video. You just try out how will you write this query. Okay, if you're not able to get it, then let me write it. How will I write it? I'll write it in the notepad. Okay. Suppose I say select ename, select the ename, comma salary, comma case. I will say for the, okay, I will select designation also from here. Designation. Okay, designation, comma case designation. Okay. And what is the cases for designation? When the employee is a manager. When the designation is a manager, then what will I select? Then I will select salary plus 2000. This is what I said. And when the employee is a developer, then what will I select? Then I will select salary plus 1000. Else, in every other employee who are not managers or developers, the salary is going to remain the same. And then I will just end this case statement, and I am going to alias this as, suppose, say net salary. Okay, and from which table I have to select it? From the employees table I have to select it. Okay, so I have written this query. Let us see if it works out or not. I've just copied it and I'll just paste it and run it. Okay, so now you see this Nikhil is a manager. See, Nikhil over here is a manager. So Nikhil's net salary has become 12,000, 1,22,000. Why? Because he's a manager and he's getting an increment by 2,000. Okay, and Nitin's salary, Nitin is also a manager. His salary is also getting incremented by what? By 2,000. Okay. And then you see there is one employee, Sonali, and Sonali is a developer and she is getting 50,000, but her net salary is now 51,000. Why? Because she is a developer. Okay, and for developers the salary has to be incremented by what? 1,000. So you see, I have not performed any updations over here, and let us try to see. I have not, first of all, let be very clear that I have not performed any updations here. For example, when I say select star from employees table, when I say like this, you see, this Nikhil salary is still 1,20,000, but I have not performed any kind of updations over here. This is just for display purpose. Okay, but now let us try to understand this query. So I will, I will just take the pen tool and I'll try to make you understand the query. So I will take this tool, and this is the pen tool. Okay, I've got it. Now you have the select statement. Select statement, I already told, whenever you work with select statement works from row by row. Okay, so it is going to go from one row to the next row. First of all, it will go to the first row. It will select what? It will select the name. It has selected the name. It has selected the salary. It has selected the salary. You said designation. It selected the designation. And now what it is saying? Case designation. So in the case of Nikhil, what is the designation? It is manager. That is why it is getting matched against manager, and what is being getting selected? It is salary plus 2,000. Whose salary? The salary of the current row. That is Nikhil's salary, and Nikhil's salary was 1,20,000. So the new salary of Nikhil is 1,22,000. Then it will go to the next row. Again, it will select e-name. That is Nitin. It will select salary. Sorry, that is 80,000. It will select the designation. That is manager. And then it will go for case designation. The current designation for, it is in the second row. That is mean the current designation, it is about Nitin. So the designation of Nitin is again manager. Then again it is going to be matched against this, and it is going to select what? It is going to select the salary plus 2,000. And whose salary? Salary of Nitin. Salary of Nitin is 80,000, and now it is showing it to be 82,000. Okay. Now for example, it is going over here. Suppose it is going to Anshita, and Anshita is an analyst. It is selecting Anshita. It is selecting, suppose what? It is selecting this Anshita. Okay, it is selecting Anshita, 6,000 analyst, and then it is again going to this case statement. Okay, and in designation I have written what? Designation will be now analyst in case of Anshita. So it will not be matched against this, against manager. It will not be matched against developer. It will not be matched. What will actually run? This else part will actually run when it is going to Anshita's rows. Okay, and what is being selected? It is just being selected as a salary. And what is the salary of Anshita? It is 60,000. So you see, in this case, net salary is getting, net salary, the salary is also 60,000 and the net salary is also coming out to be what? It is coming out to be 60,000. Okay. So in this way, it is going to every row and, performing these case operations. Okay. Clear? So, alright. So I have written this query. Okay. Now, one more interesting query for you. I hope you try this query on your own. So I'll just move it. The third query. Prefix every name. Prefix every name in the employees table with Mr. or Mrs. depending on the gender of the employee. Okay, I want to write this query. I want, for example, over here, if you just I just do a select star from employees table. For example, this is Nikhil and the gender is male. That is why I have to prefix the name of Nikhil by what? By Mr. Okay, suppose Sonali she is a female, so I have to prefix her name by what? I have to prefix her name because in gender it is what written? It is written as F. So she is a female, so I have to prefix her name with what? With what? I have to prefix her name with Mrs. Okay, so you just write this query. See, this is the query. Just write the query. Prefix every name in employees table. Okay, with the I'll say Mr. and Mrs. Okay, depending upon what? Depending upon the gender on the employee. Okay, if she is either a male or female. So try this query. Okay, I'll just wait. I'll just pause the video. Okay, if you're not able to get it, then I think this is also pretty I mean, I'll use one single row function for this. You'll get it. So we'll eventually cover this function when we will cover single row functions, string single row functions in MySQL. We will cover it, but still let us do it. Suppose I have to get the suppose I say gender also, ename comma gender comma case what? I have to write case on what? I have to write case on gender. Okay, because through gender I am deciding whether I have to prefix the name with male or I have to prefix the name by by Mrs. Okay, if he is a male, then I have to prefix it by Mr. and if she is a female, then I have to prefix it by what? By Mrs. Okay, case gender, when the gender is what? It is male, then what I have to write? Then I will write something like this, concat. So concat function is a function that is used for what? Concatenation of strings. So I will write Mr. comma name. Okay, and then when it is what? It is female, then I will again use the concat function, and this time I will write what? I will write not Mr. I will write Mrs. and Mrs. comma what? Name. Okay, and then I will end because there are only two conditions, male and female. Okay, so we are not considering the third gender. Okay, Mr. and Mrs. and then I will end, and then from which table I'm selecting all these records? From the employees table. Okay, and okay, so you get suppose one employee is Nikhil, then okay, I'll just okay, suppose I'll just take the pen tool. I'll just explain this query. Before explaining, I just let me do some modifications. I forgot to alias this column, so I'll alias the column also. I'll copy it. Sorry. I'll just I'm gonna copy it. So it's not getting. I'm just gonna copy it. Then I'll go to the notepad. I'll just paste it over here, and I'll remove this. Okay, this I'm gonna remove. Again from here this, from here this. Okay. Alright, so it is properly indented also, and here I will give the as suppose I call this this column new name, then I can write something like this, new name from which table? From the employees table. Okay, and now suppose I copy it and then I run this query. Let us see what is the output. Okay, alright, from employees you got. Now for example, Nikhil is what? Nikhil is a male, that is why it is printing Mr. Nikhil. Suppose Anshita is a female, so though it is what? The new name is becoming Mrs. Anshita. Why? So now again, you can, if you want to understand this query, let me explain it once again. Although I have explained, but still, if you get any kind of confusions, then I'll explain this query also. I'll take the pen tool. For example, how this query will run. So select statement is here. You see select statement, and when I say select statement will run how? Select statement will run from row by row. Okay, it will run from row by row. Okay. So first of all, it will go to the first row. It will go to Nikhil. And then it will select what? It will select the ename, it will select Nikhil, then it will select gender, that is M, and then it is selecting performing case against what? Against gender. So gender in this row, current row is what? It is male. So it is getting matched over here. And then what I am printing? Concatenation of Mr. and ename. So the current ename is what? It is Nikhil. If it is going to this Anshit, suppose Sonali's row. So Sonali here, the case gender is what? It is female. It is getting matched over here. And then it is what? Printing what? Concat Mrs. plus what? Ename. And what is the ename of the employee? This employee, it is Sonali. That is why it is printing out Mrs. Sonali. Okay. So in this way, this query is working. Okay. Clear? In this video, we will study about string functions in MySQL. So all the operations that we generally perform on all the strings that we will study. Alright, so let us begin with the understanding of what are string functions, and before starting string functions, let me tell that I am only dealing with single row functions. Okay, single row functions. So what is single row functions? It means that they operate on one row at a time. Okay, so the first string function that we will be covering is the length function. So how does length function work? Let us see. Suppose I write one query, and I write this query like this. Select length of suppose Amit, then what will be the output? You'll get the output as follows. Suppose I say length of Vishal, then you are getting length. So this is giving the length of every name. For example, I say select ename from employees table. Okay, then you are getting the name of every employee. But now if I say select ename comma length of what? Length of ename from which table? From the employees table. Then you will get the length of every employee. So this is the length function. Okay, then there is one more function, that is the upper function. So how does the upper function work? Suppose I say select upper Amit from employees, then this will give you what? Every name in what? Select upper okay, select only upper Amit, then this will give you what? This will give you Amit. Okay, and if I say select upper of ename from the employees table, okay, select upper from which table? From the employees table. Okay, then this will give you every name in what? In which case? In the upper case. So you can easily observe that these functions, this upper function is also a single row function. Why a single row function? Because it is operating on row by row basis, because it is going to the first row and then converting it into uppercase, then going to the second row, converting it into the uppercase. Then there is one function that is a substring function. Suppose I write the substring, and I write suppose Nikhil, and I say from the second position extract 4 characters. Alright, then you are getting IKHI. Okay, from the second position I have extracted how many characters? 4 characters. So this is the substring function. Then there is one more function, that is the instr function. Okay, then what is the instr function doing? It is it is finding the index position of a substring within a string. For example, I say Nikhil and I say suppose I, then what will it give me? It will give me the first index position of occurrence of I, that is second position. Then if I say suppose instr of suppose I say K, okay, then it will give me what? It will give me 3. Okay, like this. Then this is your instr function. And yeah, there is one more function. Okay, we will see all these some more functions we will cover later. Let us try to work with these functions. Okay, so let me formally state the first task that is that you have to do, and you have to write this query. Okay, and there is one more function, let me tell, that's most important. That is the concat function. Okay, the concat function. Suppose this is used to concatenate 2 strings. Suppose I say Nikhil and the second argument I give to be suppose Srivastav, then it will do what it will do. It will concatenate these two strings. So it is used to merge or combine two strings. Okay, this is the concatenate function or concat function. All right. Now you have to do this query. Okay, you have to do this query. Generate the full name from first name and last name with space between first and last name. So this is your test table. Select star. Okay, I'll write it. This is my test2 table. Insert into test2 values. Suppose Amit, and the second argument is Shah, and suppose Agarwal, and the first argument Vaibhav. Okay, Vaibhav Agarwal. Let us just take two names. Select star from which table? From test2 table. Now you have to generate the full name, and full name with space between the first and the last name. Go for it. This is your first task. I'll pause the video. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then I think it can be done. Select first, comma what, last, comma what. We have already studied the concat function, so I will use concat, and arguments that I will give first, comma what, comma last. From which table? From the test2 table. So you are getting concatenated name. But I first of all, let me alias this column as say suppose a full name column. Let me alias it. Okay, so you'll get this. Now I want there should be a space between the first name and the last name. Okay, a space between the first name and the last name. So what will I do? Tell me. I think you can approach it. Again, I can perform a more, one more level of nesting of concat. Suppose the first I give this argument, and then I write something like this. Over here I give a space, and then now if I write this, then let us see what will be the output. Now you are getting proper full output. Why? Because you are having two level of nesting of concat function. So the inner concatenate function will prefix the last name with a space, and then you are concatenating what? You are concatenating the first name with this. So you'll get space between the first name and the last name by using this. So this problem has been solved. Okay, now let us see what is the second problem. Query to display name in initcap. Okay, you have to display the name in initcap. So what does name in initcap mean? Name in initcap means this. If the name is, say, suppose Nikhil, then I have to write Nikhil. Okay, for example, I'll write, okay, for example, Nikhil becomes what? The first alphabet has to become caps, and the rest alphabets have to be what? They have to be in small case. Okay, the first alphabet has to be in what? In which case? It has to be in uppercase. Okay, try this. Okay, I'll pause the video. Okay, if you're not able to get it, then let us try to solve it. So this is the list of name from the employees table. These are all the names. Now I have to take, what I have to do, I have to take the first alphabet of every name. How will I take the first alphabet of every name? Select ename, comma substring. Substring of what? Of ename. From first position, take how many characters? One character. From which table? From the employees table. If you do like this, you will get the first character of every name. Now what I do, I convert it into uppercase. So upper of this string. Alright, now if I write then like this, then what will be the output? Let us see what is output. Now you have taken the first alphabet of every name and converted it into which case? Converted it into uppercase. Okay, I will write, I will alias this column. Okay, I'll alias this column also. Now you have get it. Okay, initcap. Now what you have to do? Now you have to, you have to concatenate it with the rest of the string. You have to concatenate it with the rest of the string. How will you concatenate it with the rest of the string? I'll take, I'll take a new paint, and I don't want to save it. Suppose the name is what? Suppose the name is Nikhil. Okay, and then you have taken this first, first alphabet and convert it into uppercase. Now this remaining IKHIL string is what it is remaining. So you have to take this. How will you take this? This will be done with the help of substring position. From which position you have to take the substring? From the second position. And how many characters? I can say the length of the name, because you know, if suppose length of the name is 6, from the second position you take 6 alphabets, so you'll get all the remaining string out of it. Okay, so what can I write? I can write something like this. So okay, I'll take this. Okay, here I have to concatenate concat. Okay, concatenate what? Concatenate this, you know, upper with what? With a substring. And substring of what? Substring of ename. From which position to this? From the second position. Sorry. Till which position? Till the length of ename. And then I will end this concat function. Let us see if it is giving the required output. Yes, it is giving me the required output. So you have converted a name into initcap. Okay, so we have solved this problem also. Again, now there is one more problem for you, and let us see what is the problem. Display name in form like Nikhil Srivastava has to be converted in n.Srivastava. So for simplicity purpose, let us keep this in small case, because otherwise unnecessarily we'll have to do some more things and the query will become more complex. Anyway, this is also a feasible amount of very complex query. Okay, how will you approach this problem? Let me tell you how can you approach this problem also. Let me go to Paint. Okay, suppose I'll take a new Paint document, new. I don't want to save it. I want, suppose the name is Amit Shah, AMITSHAH. Okay, you index every position. This is the first index position, this is the second, third, fourth, this is the fifth. Space is coming at fifth position, then Shah is coming at sixth position. Okay, and so on. Okay, now what I have to do, you have to first extract this string, this A, and you have to convert it into what? Uppercase. So you will get capital A. Then you have to concatenate it with what? You have to concatenate it with a dot, and then you have to concatenate it with what? Shah. This you have to do. But remember one thing. How will you get this substring? How will you get this substring? This substring. For getting substring, you'll have to definitely use which function? The substring function. Substring of what? Substring of name. And from which position? The sixth position, to the length of the whatever the name. Okay, but here how you will be getting this 6? See, this 6th position is equal to 5 plus 1. That means you have to compute first of all this at which position this 5 is occurring. So you have to compute the index position of this space, and then you have to add 1 to it, and then you will get the rest of the name. Okay, this way, this logic we are going to apply. See, if you are not able to get it, then let me go to the see, now I have explained this query. Now you can write this query on your own. At least you can try it. If you are not able to do it, then let us solve it. Okay, select ename from which table? From the employees table. See, this is the ename. Then this part I think I've already covered. Substring of what? Ename. From which position? From 1 1. Okay, and then you have to convert it into uppercase. So I convert it into which case? The uppercase. So what will I get? As suppose I will analyze this column as S name. Okay, so that okay, so we select I'll not use this table. Select star from test2. This is my select just 1 minute. Select star from test1. Suppose this is my test1 table, it is empty, and now I say insert into test1 values. Suppose Amit Shah, and then suppose Anshita Mata. Okay, alright, and suppose one more name I will insert. Suppose Kiran Tamkala. Okay, like this. Then now if I say select star from which table? From the test1 table. If you do then you are getting these names. Now if I write something like this,
from test1, and this is not ename, this is name. Similarly here, this is not ename, this is name. Okay, now if I write this query, let us see what is output. So you are getting the first, the first character, in uppercase of every name. Now I have to concatenate it with what? I have to concatenate it with a dot. So how will I do it? I will do something like this. I will write a dot over here, and then okay, if I close it, then you will get something like this. Okay, now you have to do what? You have to add, for in case of Amit Shah, you have to add what? You have to add Shah in the end. For getting Shah, you have to get the index position of what? This space, and for that you will have to use the instr function. So how will you get it? Let me explain it. For example, I'll just I'll say substring of what? Substring of name, and at what position? Suppose name comma a space, and the third argument which I pass is suppose the length of name. Okay, then what you are getting output? See, you are getting output Shah, Mota and Tankala, because you are getting the last name out of it. How you have get it? How you have got it? You are doing the substring function, and substring of what? Substring of name. From which position? From the position where okay, there is one issue with it. I will add +1 to it. Why I will add 1 to it? Because this okay, now there were spaces, some leading spaces were there. I have removed these leading spaces. Why? Because it was taking substring from the space itself. So if you go to this paint, you were getting this you were getting here, you will getting it at this space was there at this with this 5th position. So you have to add 1 to the 5th position. So okay, so this is what I have done. I have added 1 to the position of occurrence of space, and then the rest of the characters. So that can be specified by length of the name. Okay, in any case, it will be bigger than that. Okay, so you will get this output. Now I have to do what? I have to concatenate both of these. So how will I do it? Okay, I will again use what? I'll again use the concatenate function. Sorry, the concat function, and then I will put one more bracket over here, and then I will what? I will write suppose S name from this. So you are getting the output Amit Shah, Anshita Mota A dot Mota, and Kiran dot Tankala K dot Tankala. Because many times it is a requirement that you have to write your names in such format on your board in your home and anything like that. Okay, clear. Now let us move forward, and yeah, there is one more query. This is the query to find the mid alphabet of a name. Okay, so what do I mean when I want to say the mid alphabet of a name? Suppose I say the name is Nikhil. Okay, or okay, yeah, Nikhil, Nikhil. So what will be the middle alphabet? See, if you find the middle alphabet, this is of length 6, so it is not possible. So in this case, the middle alphabet will be KH. Why? Because this is of even length. So if the string is of even length, then the middle two characters will be of the mid alpha. But if the string is, say, suppose Krishna, so what is the length? See, it is of length 7. So in case of Krishna, the middle alphabet will be what? S. Okay, so now your task is to find the middle alphabet in this employees table. For example, I will go to the and select ename from which table? From the employees table. See, this is my employees table, and now you have to get the middle alphabet. For example, in case of Nikhil, the middle alphabet will be KH, but in case of Nitin, it will be what? It will be T. So I will give you a hint. You have to use case in this case. Why you have to use case? Because there are two cases, for the even length string and for what? And for the odd length string. You have to form two cases. How will you go for it? I'll pause the video. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then let me solve it. But first of all, you should have tried it on your own. I am assuming that you have tried it on your own. What will I write? Select ename, comma what? Case. How will I find this this string is even length or odd length? I will say length of ename divided by length of ename modulus 2. Okay, so if the length of the ename modulus 2 is what? If it is 0, when it is 0, then it is what? It is even length. Then for even length, I have to get a substring of what? Ename
from which position I have to get it from the length of ename divided by 2. And how many characters? 2 characters. And when it is 1, that means the it is that means it is odd length. So for odd length I have to from the middle of the string. So middle of the string you will get by length of ename divided by 2, and from that position you have to get how many characters? 1 character. Okay, I just forgot to write n over here, so I'll write it, okay, n, and then I'll end as suppose mid alpha. Okay, from which table? From the employees table. Okay, now if I just copy it, and then over here if I go and just paste it, let us see what is out. I just not get copied. Okay, I'll copy it. Alright, here if I go and just paste it, let us see what is output. Okay, for Nikhil you are getting KH, for Nitin you are getting T, so you are getting the middle alphabet of every. So how it is working? Select statement will always work from row by row, and for every row it will test this condition: is the length of ename divided by 2 is equal to 0 or is it equal to 1? For example, in Nikhil it is of length 6, so the modulus will be what? It will be 0. So it will go to this first condition, and it will take the substring of which ename, that is Nikhil in this case, and then it will divide it by 2. Length of ename will be what? 6 divided by 2, what it will be? It will be 3. And from the third position it will take how many characters? 2 characters. For example, NIK, K is at third position, and from this position take how many characters? 2 characters. Okay, like this. Okay, similarly in the case of Nitin also, it is an odd length string, so it will go to this position. Okay, clear? Like this. Alright, so we have done this also. Again, let us see what are let us try to solve this query also. Query to pad left spaces in name with star. Okay, but for that I'll have to I'll tell you some more functions. There is one function that is the ltrim function. A ltrim function is used to remove the left side leading spaces from a string. Suppose I say I say Krishna. Select ltrim Krishna, then it will give you what? It will give you Krishna. If you just select Krishna, for example, if you don't say if you don't then Krishna is having some spaces over here. You can see it is having some spaces, but what ltrim is doing, it is removing all the leading spaces from the left side. It is removing all the leading spaces from the string, and you can verify this also. For example, I say select length of what? Ltrim Krishna. Okay, if I write this, then you will get 7. Why? Because Krishna is of 7 length, and it has it has removed the left side spaces from Krishna, so it is coming out of what? It is coming out to be of length 7. Okay, I think it should be clear. And there is one function, the repeat function, REPEAT. Okay, repeat function. It is used to repeat some strings some specified number of times. For example, star 5. If I write this, it is repeating star how many times? It is repeating star 5 times. Okay, clear? Now there is one table, select star from, I think the test2 table is there. Okay, no, select star from test1 table is there. Alright, this is one test1 table. I will say delete from test1. Okay, I have deleted, and then I will insert into test1 values. Suppose I will insert some names, Krishna. Suppose the next name is with more spaces. Suppose the name is Govinda, and suppose the next name is Madhava, and suppose there is a name, and suppose the name is Gopal. Okay, these are the names. And then when I say select star from which table? From the test1 table, then what will you get? Okay, you are having spaces, but now my task is to do something like this. Okay, I have to, this is the task: query to pad left spaces in name with what? In star. What does this mean? This means something like this. For example, there is one name Amit, and before Amit there are 3 spaces, and then Amit is coming. Okay, so I have to replace all these spaces with what? I have to replace them with star. Okay, clear? I have to do this. So try to do it on your own. I'll pause the video. How will you go for it? See, I'll give you one hint, okay, if you're not able to get it. Select name, comma, if I write something like this, length of name minus length of, suppose, ltrim of name. If I write from which table? From the test1 table. If I write what you are getting, see, you are getting the number of spaces. See, in this case, for example, if you just observe, just my mouse here, Krishna is having 5 spaces. Govinda is having how many spaces? It is having 13 spaces. How? The length of whole name, for example, if you go over here, the length of the whole string be what? It will be equal to 3 plus 4, that is 7. And so length of name in this case will give you 7, and then you subtract what? Length of ltrim name. So if you have ltrim name, then you'll be left with only what? This Amit, and this will be equal to what? 4. So 7 minus 4 equal to what? 7 minus 4 equal to 3. This is exactly the number of spaces that are present in the name. Okay, clear? So I have counted the number of spaces that are present in the name. Now can you approach this problem? I think you can do it with the help of repeat function. For example, now if I say, okay, try it on your own. Pause. Okay, not able to get it? Watch me do it. Repeat what? Repeat star. How many times? These many number of times. Okay, these many number of times. From which table? From the test1 table. See, for Krishna I'm getting 5 stars, for Govinda I'm getting 13 stars, for Madhava I'm getting 5 stars, and for Gopal I'm getting 14 stars. But now this is only half of the task. The remaining task is to concatenate it with what? It with Krishna, Govinda, Madhava and Gopal. So what will I do? I will just use the concat function. How will I use the concat function? Concat. Okay, concat this with what? I have to concat this with ltrim of what? Ltrim of name. If I write like this, then I think I will get the output. Yes. Okay. Yeah. And suppose I will I will alias it also. Suppose I say it is new name. Okay. Clear? Okay. So let us now return. I think there is one more function that you can use to solve this problem. There is one function, replace. Select replace, and what does the replace function does? Suppose the name is Amit, and I replace A with, say, suppose V. Okay, then what will it give? Every occurrence of V, A will be replaced by what? It will be replaced by V. So I can do something over here also. Select, I suppose, select name, comma, replace what? Name, and in name replace what? A space, and replace a space with what? A star. So this is a a cute method of, okay, from which table? From the test1 table. If you do like this, sorry, I think there are some problems. Select name, comma, replace name. Okay, there are 2 commas, sorry. Alright, now I think it will be correct. Alright, okay, so you have got the same output using the replace function also. So let us move to our last task, and that task is performing a credit card masking. Okay, you have to perform a credit card masking. So what is credit card masking? I'll tell you what is credit card masking and what you have to do. I'll take a new file. Okay, I'll just new, and I don't want to save it. So many times when you do some kind of transactions, suppose your credit card number is 212652212 and 7410. So it can be of arbitrarily of any length. I'm not concerned about the length, but it masks. How it masks it? Because you only get to see the last 4 digits. Rest are all masked with what? X. So here 2126 will be replaced by 4x, then 5212 will be replaced by 4 x's, and then you will get what? 7410. You will not get the whole number. So I am having some credit card numbers and I want to mask them. How will I mask them? Using string functions. Okay, I'll just I'll just go to here and I'll write delete from which table? From the test1 table. I'll delete everything and then I will insert into test1 values. Okay, and I'll insert some random numbers. Okay, and I'm not concerned about the length. Only thing is that the last four digits should be should be visible, and the rest of all of them should be replaced by what? It should be replaced by x. Let us insert one more row and then okay, some random values. I'm just adding to it. Okay, suppose these are the credit card numbers, so I'm not in this case I'm not worried about the length of the credit card numbers. For example, I work in India, so in India credit cards of length 16 digits, but here I'm not worried about the length. Okay, clear. Now how will I approach this problem? Can you think how will I approach this problem? See, I'll give you a hint. Formulate a strategy for doing it. For example, see this number. It is of which length? It is 4 plus 4, 8. Then it is of length 12. Okay. So out of 12, if you subtract 4, you will get what? 8. So you have to replicate x8. How many times? You have to replicate x 8 times. And then when you replicate x 8 times, then you have to concatenate it with what? 7410. That means the last four digits. Okay, so I've given you a hint. You can try the problem on your own. I'll pause. Okay, if you're not able to get it, then let us try to solve it. I'll go to my here select name from which table? From the test1 table. You have got it, all the names. Now I will say select name comma length of name minus 4. If I write, then what will I get? Okay, I'm getting something like this. Now if I write replicate what? Capital X, how many times? These many number of times. Length of name minus 4. Then you will get what? You will get relicate. It is not relicate, it is replicate. Alright. Oh, it is not replicate. I am sorry, it is repeat. I am sorry. Replicate is in MySQL server. In MySQL it is repeat. Okay, so you are getting something like this. Now if you want to get the last 4 alphabets, what will you write? Necessarily you will use which function? The substring function. And substring of what? Substring of name. From which position? From the length of name minus 4th position. Okay, and till what? I can safely say till length of name. Okay, if I write this, then what will be the output? Let us see. Okay, so you are getting the last 4 digits, I think. Okay, length, I think it will be +1. Now I think it should be correct. Yeah, I have got the last 4 digits. Okay, and now my task is to what? Is to concatenate both of them. How will I concatenate both of them? I will use the concat function. Concat and concatenate this with this as masked name. Okay, masked name. Alright, now it is correct. Okay, so you have masked every credit card number. Okay, clear? Let us continue our discussion with some of more date functions, and let us try to see how we can apply more date functions in some kind of real scenarios. So this is my employees table. I'll just show you my employees table. Select star from the employees table. Okay, this is my employees table. Now you are getting the high date also. Okay, now let us see some more date related functions. There is one, so I'll not cover all the functions. I'll just cover a few. I'll just tell you how to apply them. There is a date related function, timestamp diff function, and that is taking a unit and that is subtracting, finding the difference of 2 dates based on that unit. For example, if I say, if they have written this query, for example, timestamp diff month, and they have given these 2 dates, then it is finding the difference in months between these 2 dates. Okay, clear? It is something like this. See, I can write like this.
select times stamp diff, okay, and I want to say suppose month, okay, and I just passed suppose 2014, suppose the year is 04 and the day is 13, and I pass the second day suppose 2014 and the month is say suppose 09 and the date is say suppose 23. Okay, if I do like this, then you are not getting, alright, timestamp diff month. Okay, I have given 19. Okay, it should be 09. Alright, let us see. So you're getting a difference of 5 months between these two dates. Okay, clear. Now if I want to define the difference between these two dates in terms of day, then what will I write? I will write day. Okay, so how many days difference is between? 163 days. But if I write year, okay, then what is the difference in year? Because they belong to the same year, so that is why there is no there is no year difference between these two dates. So now you have to write a query. Suppose that the organization has decided to give some increments to the employees. So suppose 10% increment to all the employees who have worked for more than 1 year. Okay, write a query to compute the new salary of all employees, which is 10% of current salary if the employee has worked for more than 1 year. Okay, if the employee has worked for more than 1 year, then he will be getting what? Then he will be getting an increment of what? A 10%. Okay, so he'll salary, suppose if some employee has worked for say suppose more than 1 year and his salary is say about 20,000, then he will be getting a 10% increment. That means he will be getting 22,000 as a new salary. Okay, so here is my employees table. Okay, select star from the employees table. This is my employees table. Now you have to find out what will be the new salary of each employee. So how will you write the query? I'll just pause the video. Okay, let me see. Suppose this is a name, select ename, comma, say suppose this is a salary, comma, this is the hire date. Okay, now if I write times stamp diff and I want the difference in year of the hire date and the current date. Okay, so if I write like this, then what will I get? Okay, here I did. Okay, I have to write something like this also. From which table? From the employees table. Okay, if I write like this, then you will get a listing. Suppose I will analyze this column as suppose year worked. Okay, these employees have worked for these many of years. Okay, so for example current, when you say select current date, if you are selecting the current date, then the current year is 2017 and this this employee was Nikhil, was hired in 2015, so he has worked for 2 years. Okay, he has worked for 2 years and this employee has worked for what? He has worked for 3 years. Now I have calculated how many years every employee has worked, and now I have to compute on this column I have to compute what? I have to compute what will be the new salaries. So how will you do it? Okay, so there is function, that is the if function, so we can use it. How we can use it? I can use something like this. If okay, let it be like this, and is year work, and I'll go to a new line. How I'll write it? I'll just okay, let me do something like this. Let me copy it. Okay, let me write the whole query on a notepad. Okay, I'll just go to the notepad and let me write the whole query over here. Okay, year worked, and then I'll select this. I am going to select this. So these are not very simple queries, and then I've I write something like this. If this value is greater than what? If it is greater than or equal to 1, then what I write? Then I write salary plus salary into 10%, 0.1. Else I write salary. Okay. Suppose as new sal. From which table? From the employees table. If I write this query, then what will be the output? Suppose I copy it and then I go to over here and I just paste it. Let us see what is the output. Okay, I'll just minimize it. Suppose now I paste it and if I run it, okay, you are getting some errors at line 2. If time, okay, what is the error? Let us go over here. As new sal from employees, it is getting. Okay, let us see what is the error. As new sal, select if time step diff. I think there is a problem of one bracket, you know. I think I'll just add one bracket over here. Okay, now it will be correct. Okay, if I again copy it and then if I go and just paste it over here, then let us see what is the output. Oh, again you are getting some errors. Line 2, okay. Alright, I have, you know, I have not added the comma over here. Alright, now I think it will work. Okay, I'll just copy it and then again I think now it will work. It should work. Okay, let us paste this query. It's not getting pasted. Let me copy it and then let me paste it over here. I think now it should work. Yeah, it is working. So now you can see, for example, this employee Nikhil has worked for 2 years, so his new salary is what? 1,20,000 plus what? You know, it is getting 1,30,000. He is getting 1,30,000. For example, Nitin, he has also worked for 3 years, so he is also getting what? He is also getting 10% increment. So his salary was 80,000. Now his salary is what? New salary is 88,000. But you take this employee, for example, Anshita. She has not worked for how many years? For 1 year minimum period. So her salary is remaining to be what? It is remaining to be what? It is remaining to be 60,000. Okay, clear? All right. Let us try and explore some more date functions and then we will practice some more stuff. Okay. Here you are getting, there is one function that is the quarter function. Okay, let us try to work on it. So what is quarter function? So quarter function is giving you the quarter of a specific date. Suppose I write QUA quarter and I pass the argument as a current date. Then it is giving me the, you know, the, okay, QUAR, okay, quarter. Okay. Now if you write it, then you are getting the quarter of the current, the current date. For example, this belongs to the second quarter. Okay. So January, February, March belong to the first quarter, and April, May, June belong to the second quarter. Okay. So now you have this employees table. Select star from employees. This is the employees. This is my employees table. And now I want to find out in which quarter every employee was hired. For example, if I write select ename, comma, suppose. Sorry, I'm writing fire date. Hire date from which table? From the employees table. If I say like this, now I want to find out in which quarter every employee was hired. For example, you say Nikhil was hired in, because he is employed in second month, that is February. He is employed in the first quarter. But if you say Abhinav, then Abhinav is employed in April, so that is why he was employed in the second quarter. Okay, so now I want to find out in which quarter every employee was hired. How will you approach this query? You have to approach this query with the help of case. Okay, how will you do it? Try it. Okay, if you're not able to get it, then let me solve this problem. How will I approach this problem? I will say something like this: select ename comma what, hire date, comma comma case. Okay, suppose I write case over here, case, and when suppose I write quarter hire date, okay, when 1, then I say suppose first quarter, okay, and then I just okay, if I write like this, okay, if I just copy it, Control Z, if I copy it and then I paste it, then I paste it again, and then I paste it again. So here I will write second, here I will write third, here I will write fourth, and here I will write what, 4, 3, and again 2, and here I'll end this case as suppose I say hire quarter from which table, from the employees table. Okay, I write something like this. So I have let us try to run this query. If it is running or not, then I'll explain this query. Okay, I'll explain this query also. I'll just I'll just go to my MySQL prompt. I've copied it, I think. Okay. Let me copy it and then I'll paste it over here. Let us see if it is working. Yeah, it is working. See, Nikhil is being hired in the first quarter, and Nitin is being hired in what? In which quarter? The second quarter. But if you go to WebHub, he is being hired in which quarter? In the third quarter. Okay. So you are getting in which quarter every employee has been hired. So how this query is working? This is very interesting. You can see. Suppose I go to screen drawer and I take the pen tool. Okay. If I take the pen tool, then you can observe, I think it is very simple to see, I think, because if you just go to this query, suppose so select statement will always work in which way? It will work from row by row basis. Okay, it will work on row by row. It will go to the first row, it will select the ename, it will select the hire date, and then it will work on what? It will work on the case statement. So it is taking case of what? It is taking the case on the quarter of hire date. Suppose the hire date for Nikhil is 2015 to 05. So his quarter is equal to 1. It is equal to 1. So that is why in case of Nikhil, first quarter is getting selected. But if you go to Nitin, then in the Nitin the hire date will become 2013 0621. So the quarter will become, quarter value will become what? It will become 2. So in that case of Nitin, okay, I have to I have to change this query little. I have to change this query. Some some cosmetic modifications I have to make to this query. I'll escape this. I have not properly formatted it. Let us write something like this. It is not first quarter, it is fourth quarter, and then I will write third quarter, and I will write what, second quarter. Okay, now it is it is properly looking query. Okay, copy it, and then suppose if I go and paste it, yeah, you're getting proper. Okay, so now you have got an understanding how this query is working. Select statement is working row by row, and on each row case statement is also operating. Okay, so you are getting the quarter in which quarter every employee was hired. Okay, clear? All right. Now again, one query using case statement also. I'll remove this. This is so what was the previous query? Find the quarter in which each employee was what? Hired. Okay, and now suppose you have to write one more query. Find whether the current day is weekday or weekend. Okay, so I have to find whether the current day is weekday or weekend. So you have to do this query. Try to do this query. How will you do it? I'll just pause the video. Just try this query. Try to do this query on your. For example, on my system, if I say the current date, it is 23rd and it is Sunday, so it should give me weekend. It should not give me weekday. But if it was something suppose not 23rd April, if it would have been set as 25th April, then it would have given me weekday. Okay, not a weekend. So the current if I say select curdate, you know, so it is Sunday in my case. How will you approach this query? Again, this also you have to approach by what? You will have to approach this by case statements. Okay, how will you do it? See, I'll give you a hint. Select a day name. Okay, select day name curdate. If I write, then I am getting Sunday. Okay, so you have to work on it. I have given you a hint. Try on this basis. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then let me solve it. How will I do it? Select what? Select day name, and the argument what I will give? Curdate. Okay, and when this is equal to what? When this is Sunday. If it is Sunday, then what I am going to write? Then it is a weekend. Okay, I'll just copy it, and if it is Saturday also, so in most of, you know, the IT companies which you work, it is off on Saturday also. So if I write, if it is Saturday, then also it is a week. What? It is a weekend. And else it is what? Else it is a weekday. And then I will end the query as D of W. Suppose I say day of week. Okay, D or W means day of week. Okay, it is a short form. And then I'll just copy it and I'll paste it over here. Let us see if it is working or not. Okay, it is giving some error. When Saturday, then weekend. Okay, I have not okay, I have not given the case. All right, I think now it is correct. Yeah, all right, I'll copy it and then I will just go and paste it over here. Let us see if it is working or not. Yeah, so today is it's a weekend. Okay, clear? All right, I'll just ask you to write one more query and then I'll pause this video. Select star from, I'll not cover all the, you know, all the date functions. It is left upon you as an exercise to cover all the date functions. Okay, clear? Now for example, now I want to have suppose all the employees who were hired in the same month in which Jayanth was hired. Okay, I want to have a list of all employees who were employed in the same month in which Jayanth was hired. So how will I write the query? Okay, I'll just state the query. Write you know, query to find all the employees who were hired in the same month in which Jayanth was hired. Okay, how will you write this query? Try it on your own. So okay, so if you have to write this query, you have to first of all find the month in which Jayanth was hired. So how will you approach this? You can write something like this. We have already covered the extract function. What? Extract month from what? Curdate. Okay, so you're getting 4. Okay, so if you want to find the month in which Jayanth was hired, how will you write the query? So you will say something like this. Select extract month from hire date. From which table? From the employees table, where ename equal to what? Is equal to Jayanth. Okay, then you are getting the hire date of what? Jayanth. And now if I want to find the list of all employees who were hired in the same day in which Jayanth was hired, then what will I write? Then I will write something like this. See, this query is giving me 3, and now if I write something like this, select ename from which table? From the employees table, where extract month from hire date. equal to this. If I write like this, okay, if you run this query, what will you get? You will get Sonali, Jayant and Neha. Okay, so you are getting this. You can verify this also. Sonali is also, you know, Sonali, she is getting on hired. And if you say about Anchita also, okay, Sonali, Neha, and then you talk about Neha, then she is also getting hired on which month? The third month. So you are getting this query also. Okay, so we have solved this query also. All right, write a query to find all the employees who were hired in the same month in which Jayant was hired. So now you can, you know, there is one assignment for you here. Jayant is also getting selected, so you manipulate the query in such a way so that Jayant doesn't get selected. Okay, manipulate this query in such a way so that Jayant doesn't get selected. How will you approach it? You just try on your own. This is left in as an assignment for you. Again, let me see, select star from the employees table. This is my employees table. Okay, let me see if there are some more date functions which we can see. Okay, seconds and all right, str to date. Yeah, there is one more very important function, str to date function. I think this is, you know, this function used for converting some given string into a date format. So you have to specify the format in which you have specified the date. Okay, for example, here if you just copy it, see, I'll run it. If I copy it, I run it, you know, it is getting selected, was 2004 431. Okay, so it is, you know, converting into date. This string format you are converting into date, but you are also providing, you know, the format in which this string was given. For example, I could say something like this. If I were to write like this, okay, and then if I were to write like this, then I have to specify the format like this. Okay, all right. Suppose you know, this year was not given in 4 digits, it was given in 2 digits. For example, I say 17. Okay, this was given in 2 digits. Then I have to, I think I have to specify small y over here. Okay, yeah, it is giving. Okay, all right, okay. So you have to do this is also very important query, you know. Okay, like this. If you say, suppose you are not specify, you're first specifying the month, then you are specifying the day, then you are specifying what, then you are specifying year. If I say you first specify the day, then what will you write? You first specify the day, then you specify the month, and then you specify what year. So here also you will have to first specify what, the day, then you have to specify the month, for example 04, and then you specify what, the year. So you're getting it 31st, you know, 31st April 2017. Okay, clear? This way it is working. All right, I think now I've covered all, I mean all of the, you know, most of the important functions too in MySQL date functions. In this video, we will study about some null related functions in MySQL. So what is my database? This is the publisher database. Now again, you know, this is our own table. This is the employees table. Okay, sorry, employees. This is my employees table, and for some employees the commission is null. So if I write select ename comma salary comma commission from employees, then you will observe that for Anshita, for example over here, for Anshita the commission is what? The commission for Anshita is null. And in the previous video we saw something about null values. So null values means an undetermined values. Any arithmetic operation on a null value also results in null value, and null value are not the same as 0. So this we saw in the previous video. So now to just revise, you know, for a revision, I want the name of all employees whose commission is null. So what query will I write? Select ename from which table? From the employees table, where commission is equal to null. Will it work? It will not work, because you can never equate null values. You have to use the is operator if you want to find some, if you want to, you know, perform some comparison related operations on null values. So you have to use is. Okay, so this is a brief revision of null values. Now in this video we will study about some null related functions. So first is the ifnull function. Okay, so I'll just, you know, I'll remove it, and this function is the if null function. If null function is taking two arguments, expr1 and expr2, and what it is doing something like this. If expr1 is null, then it returns expr2, else it returns expr1. Okay, so it is taking two arguments. This function, if null function, it's a single row function, and it is taking two arguments. It is a single row function, that means it executes on each row one by one, and it is taking two arguments. So the first argument is null, then it will return the second argument, else it will return the first argument. So this is very simple. For example, I say select if null, suppose I say 3, 4. So it will return what? It will return 3. Why 3? Is the first argument. See, what is the first argument? The first argument is 3. What is the second argument? The second argument is 4. Is the first argument null? No, it is not null. That is why it will return which argument? The first argument. But now if you set the first argument to be what? Null. Then what it will return? It will return the second argument. And this is effectively what I have written over here. You see? If the first argument null, then it returns the second argument, else it returns the first argument. Okay, so this is the if null function, and it is a single row function. Now let us move on to our original problem, and I want to compute the effective salary of all employees. So what is the query? Query to find the effective salary of all employees, and this is equal to salary plus commission. Okay, it is equal to like this. So what will I say? Select ename. Oh, I have written this. Okay, so I can I think, yeah, okay. Select ename comma salary comma commission comma what? Salary plus what? Commission. As suppose I will say effective salary from which table? From the employees table. So now there is one problem with this. Suppose for Nikhil the salary is 1,20,000, the commission is 30,000. So the effective salary is coming out to be 1,50,000. But for Anshita, if you observe, the salary is 60,000. But the commission is what? Null. So effective salary is coming out to be what? It is again coming out to be null. Why null? Because any arithmetic operation on a null value also results in what? A null value. See here, I have added salary to commission. The arithmetic operation plus was applied, and commission for Anshita was null. That is why her effective salary is also coming out to be what? It is coming out to be null. We don't want this to happen. So how can you control this? You can do it by using the if null. If suppose you do something like this, if null commission, and I will comma 0 as effective salary from employees. Now if you run this query, you see for Anshita the salary is 60,000 and commission is what? Commission is null, but the effective salary is coming out to be what? 60,000. Okay, so in this way I use the if null function. But if you are not able to understand it, then let me try to make you understand this. Okay, I'll take the pen tool. All right, I'll first of all for example, I'll move to the first row. So there is a select statement. Which statement is used? Select statement is used. Select statement will work row by row. First of all, it will go to the first row. For example, this Nikhil. It will go to this employee and it will find the salary. The salary is 1,20,000. The commission is 30,000. Effective salary, it is adding salary plus what? For if you go here, it is salary. It is adding salary plus what? If null commission comma 0. Does the commission for Nikhil is 0? No. What is the commission for Nikhil? The commission for Nikhil is 30,000. Okay. So this is taking two arguments, 30,000 comma 0. Is the first argument null? No, it is not null. That is why it will return what? The first argument. First argument is not null. That is why the first argument will be written, and the effective salary will become what? 1,20,000 plus 30,000. So that will come out to be 1,50,000. In case of Nitin also, the commission will be replaced by what? See this 30,000. In case of Nitin, when it will go to Nitin, it will be replaced by what? 15,000 comma 0. So the first argument is null? No. Therefore 15,000 will be written and effective salary will come out to be what? 95,000. But once when it will go to Anshita, Anshita's salary is what? Anshita's salary is coming out to be, here I will write it. Okay, Anshita's salary is coming out to be 60,000. Okay, and I am writing if null, and her commission is what? Her commission is actually
null, and the second argument is what? 0. The first argument is null, therefore in case of Anshita it will return the second argument, that is 0. So her effective salary will be equal to what? 60,000 plus 0. Okay, that is again, you know, it will be equal to 60,000. Okay, so this is what, you know, this result you are getting. Similarly in the, you know, in the case of Vaibhav, and similarly in the case of what? In the case of Wasim. See there, for example, when you take Vaibhav, the salary was 40,000, commission was null, but effective salary is coming out to be 40,000. Wasim also, the salary is 34,000, but commission is null, so the effective salary is coming out to be what? 34,000. But there is one problem, and let me, you know, tell you the problem. I am not able to decide. What I am not able to decide, again, I'll just, you know, again, let me, you know, again take the pen tool, because, you know, it got out to be a little clumsy. So here I am with this employee. Suppose, let me first of all state the problem. This Anshita's salary is 60,000, her commission is null, so her effective salary is also coming out to be what? 60,000. That is equal to the salary. Similarly in the case of Wasim also, you know, the commission is null, that is why, you know, the effective salary is coming out to be 34,000. But if you take Rajneesh, her salary, his salary is 40,000 and his commission is what? 0. That is why his effective salary is coming out to be 40,000. But you know, what is the difference between, for example, I say Anshita and Rajneesh? What is the difference between effective salary of Anshita and Rajneesh? I write it over here. For Anshita, and one employee is Anshita and other employee is Rajneesh. Both of their, you know, for Anshita the salary is 60,000. Effective salary is also coming out to be 60,000. But her commission is what? Her commission is null. And in case of Rajneesh, if you observe, the salary of Rajneesh is 40,000 and commission is what? Null. Commission is 0. So his effective salary is also coming out to be what? It is also coming out to be 40. See, it is also coming out to be 40,000. So here the problem is, because, you know, for both of them the effective salary is coming out to be equal to what? It is coming out to be equal to be salary. But for Anshita, you know, in this salary only which part is there? The salary part is there. Only for Anshita the salary part is there. But for Rajneesh, you know, the salary part is also there, and which part is there? The commission part is also there. Although Rajneesh is getting 0 commission, but it is actually decided, you know. For example, if you take Nikhil also, you know, his effective salary is equal to what? It is equal to the, you know, effective salary is comprised of the salary part also, and which part? The commission part also. But for example, for Anshita, because the commission is null, the effective salary is only comprised of which component? It is only comprised of the salary component. Okay, so now what my task is that I want to find out the salary component of every employee in the organization. Okay, so let us try to do this. So I'll briefly, you know, give you an overview of the if condition. For example, I say select if suppose I say 2 is greater than 1. This if this condition will true, it will select AAA, else it will select what? Suppose BPP. So, you know, this is, you know, working off if 2 is greater than 1, then it will select the first argument, else it will select the second argument. So this is, you know, this is the function of if. So let us try to solve this using so now I'll return to the problem. And what is my problem? The problem is like this. Query to compute the salary component of effective salary. Okay, I want to compute the salary component of effective salary, and this salary component can be equal to what? Salary plus commission, or only what? Or only salary. So this I want to do. Try to do it on your own. I have given you a hint. You have to use if over here. You can also use case, but for sake of simplicity I will just use if over here. Okay, just try to do it. How will you approach this problem? I'll just pause the video. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then I'll explain it. As effective salary, comma, what will I say? I will say if the commission
is what? Commission is null. If the commission is null, then you know the effective salary will only be comprised of which part? Sorry, commission OS null. Commission is null. If the commission is null, then the effective salary will be comprised of only the salary part. But if the commission is not null, then the effective salary will be comprised of what? Salary plus commission. So here if you go and I just I run this query. So here you get, for example, in the case of Nikhil, the effective salary is comprised of the salary part also and commission part also. But if you observe Anshita, her salary is 60,000 but commission is null. So the effective salary is comprised of which part? As only the salary part. But for Rajneesh, because the commission is not null, it is equal to 0 but it is not null. So her salary component is what? It is salary plus commission, because the organization, I'll analyze this column also as sal comp. Okay, salary component. Oh, it's not getting okay. From employees. Okay, as sal comp. I think that will work. Yeah. So it is coming out, and now you can differentiate between Wasim and Rajneesh. See, you can now differentiate between Wasim and Rajneesh. How? Because both of their effective salary is equal to salary, but for Rajneesh the salary, the effective salary is comprised of both parts, the salary part and commission part. But for Wasim it is only comprised of which part? It is only comprised of the salary part. Okay, so this video we will study about group functions. So what are group functions and how do they work? All this we will study in this video. So in order to understand group functions, first of all you have a look at this line what I have written over here. Group functions act on multiple rows at a time, like sum, min, max, average and count. So sum, min, max, average, count, these are all what kind of functions? These are all group functions. And how do they operate? They operate on multiple rows at a time. Okay, how do they act on multiple rows at a time? Let us have a look. Let us also see what have we been doing till now. So this is my database, and there is my employees table, and then there is my departments table. Okay, see, select a database. Okay, so this is my publisher database, and inside this there is employees and the departments table. Now how do group functions work and how do they are different from from single row functions? So this we have already seen. For example, if I say select upper of ename, from which table? From, say, suppose the employees table. If I write like this, then this upper function is working on row by row basis. Why it is called a single row function? Because it acts on one row at a time. See, here I am writing, suppose this query, select upper ename select ename comma upper ename from employees. Okay, so what it is doing? It is doing something like this. This I have already told, but still for for a kind of revision I am telling. First it is going to this row and then applying an upper function to which? Applying an upper function to the name, and then converting it into uppercase. Then it is going to the second row, then it is going to the third row. So it is how it is acting. These are single row functions and they are acting on one row at a time. Okay, they always act on one row at a time. There were many examples of single row functions which we saw. For example, there was one function, suppose the length function. Suppose length function is also a single row function. For example, suppose I say like this, length of ename from employees. So this was also a what? This was also a kind of single row function because it it acted on one row at a time. But these now functions are different from group functions. And how do group functions work? They work on multiple rows at a time. For example, suppose when I write select star from employees, this is select star from employees. How many rows are there in this table? There are 10 rows in this table. See, there are 10 rows in this table. Okay, now I want to have a count of all employees in the table. Then what will I write? I will write select count star from employees. See, it is giving a count of what? It is giving a count of 10. So there are total 10 employees in my organization. So how count is a group function, so count is used for counting, Count is used for counting. So it will count all the distinct occurrences of all the rows. For example, how this count is a kind of group function, because you see, if I take this pen marker, so you will observe that this count function is working on how many rows at a time. It is working on all these rows. Sorry, it's not connected. 1 minute. Okay, this count function, it is acting on these many rows at a time, and it is counting, having a count of all the row occurrences of all these rows. Okay, so this is where and this count function is working. All right, clear. Now there are many more group functions, so we will take all these group functions one by one. Okay, let us there is one function that is a sum function. So suppose I want to have a query to find the sum of salary of the of the organization. So what query will I write? Sorry, I'm not. Sorry. Okay, it's all right. Select sum of what? Sum of salary. From which table? From the employees table. Then it will give a sum of the salary of all the employees. See, if you add all these salaries, you will get this 5,72,000. Okay. Suppose I want the minimum salary of the organization. Then what query will I write? Select min salary from which table? From the employees table. Okay. So minimum salary of the employees table is what? It is 15,000. That is being earned by Rashmita. And suppose I want the maximum salary, then what will I write? I will write max. Okay, max salary from employees. So this is my max salary. Okay. So in this way, these suppose now if again you are working with suppose min. So how it is min? How min is working? So if I take if I take this pen tool again, and how suppose when I'm writing this query, select suppose when I'm writing select min sal from EMP, then how it is working? It is taking all these rows into account. See, all these rows are being taken into account, and then the minimum salary amongst them is being found. Okay, this is where this minimum is working. Now similarly there is maximum. It is acting on all these rows and finding out what? Finding out the maximum salary. I also have an option to find the average salary. How will I find the average salary? For that I have to use the group function, that is the avg function. How will I use it? Like this. For example, when I say select avg average of salary from which table? From the employees table. Okay. So you are getting an average of 57,200, and that is validated also, because what were the total number of employees? The total number of employees were 10, and what was the sum of all the salaries? The sum of all the salaries was 5,72,000. Therefore, the average salary is what? It is 57,200. Okay, clear? So this is where you work on. So this is the way of working of group functions. Now let us try to solve few examples and work on them. So the first query that you have to write is to write a query to display salary statistics report of the organization as maximum, minimum, and average salary. So what do I want out of it? I want the maximum, minimum, and average salary of the organization. So how will you go for it? Try it. Okay, it is I think it is very simple. Select max salary, suppose I say as max sal, comma min of what? Min of also salary as suppose min sal, comma average of what? Salary as avg sal. From which table? From the employees table. So you are getting the maximum salary of the employees, of all the employees, the minimum salary that is being earned by all the employees, and the average salary that is being earned by all the employees. Clear? So this is this is the way you work with which kind of function? This is the way you work with group functions. Okay, let us So group functions and then okay, so I think here till here it is it is very clear. Now now let us try to work on one more query, and this is this query to find the highest salary for managers. Okay, so I want the what is the maximum salary that is being earned by managers. For example, when I say select star from the employees table, if this is my employees table, and then you go, there are two managers. First manager is Nikhil, and then the second manager is Nitin. I want to find the highest salary that is being earned by what? That is being earned by managers. Okay, so how will I go for it? Give it a try. Okay, let me let me tell it if you are not able to get it. The query will be like that: select max of what? Max of salary from employees. If I write like this, then it will give what? It will give the maximum salary of all the employees. Okay, but I have one thing. Okay, let me do it. Okay, where if I write like this, where designation equal to what? Where designation equal to manager, then it will give the max. Okay, where designation equal to what? It is equal to manager. So it will give the maximum salary of which employees? Of the managers. I am not sure if you are able to get it, but let us try to understand this query. Before trying to understand this query, you take what I have written on this line. Group functions are evaluated after the where clause. What does this line mean? This line means that group functions are always evaluated after after the filtering of records. Okay, clear? Group functions, again I would repeat, group functions are always evaluated after the filtering of rows, which is done by the where clause. Clear? Let us try how it is working. Let us see how it is working. For example, I won't say, so this way you can find the highest salary of managers also, but I won't say for managers. Suppose I say I want to find the highest salary for developers. Okay, what query will I write? See, select max of what I have written, where designation equal to what? It is equal to a developer. So you are getting the maximum salary for a developer, that is 50,000. See, in this table there are two developers. How many developers are there? Two developers are there. One is Vaibhav and one is Sonali. And Vaibhav's salary is 40,000, Sonali's salary is 50,000, and maximum salary is what? It is 40,000. If I say, suppose the minimum salary from employees where designation equal to developer, so it will find the minimum salary for all the developers in the organization. So how this query is working, it's particularly select star from employees. Okay, this is my employees table. So you have a look. Suppose now I'll take to better understand, make it explain, let me take this pen too. Fine. Okay, all right. Now if you have observed this query, okay, all right, if you observe this query, select min salary from employees where designation equal to developer. Okay, this salary, this query if you observe. Okay, now here what I have written, if you go here, so I have written that group functions are evaluated after the filtering of rows. So what does this mean? This where clause, we already studied that select clause, when you write select statement, it works on row by row, and then where clause performs what? It performs the filtering of rows. So here also, suppose I write select min salary from employees where designation equal to developer. So this will go to all the rows of the organization, all the rows, and will select only which rows? It will select only the rows that are where the designation is developer. So here designation is manager, it will not be selected. This will also not be selected. This row will be selected. This will also not be selected. This will also not be selected. This, and again Vaibhav will be selected, and Rashmita, Neha, and Rajnish will not be selected. So effectively, how many rows will be selected by the query? See, this this Vaibhav will be selected, and then this row, this Sonali will be selected. and now in these two rows the group functions will be applied. Okay, now in these two rows group functions will be applied. When I say the minimum salary, then out of these two rows what is the minimum salary? When I say maximum salary, then out of these two rows what is the maximum salary? Clear? So in this way you see group functions are operating. How do they work? After the execution of filtering of rows that is being done by the where clause. Let us try and take another example. Suppose here is one more query for you. Find the count of all employees whose salary is between 40,000 and 90,000. Okay, you have to write this query. Try it on your own. I'll pause the video. Okay, if you are not able to do it, then I think again this query is also not very difficult to understand. What will I write? Select what? I have to find the count. Therefore, I will use the count group function. Select count star. From which table? From the employees. Where what will I say? Salary between. Where salary between what? I have said 40. It is 40,000. Yeah, it is 40,000 and 90,000. So where salary between 40,000 and 90,000. See, it is giving a total count of what? 7. When I say select count star from employees, when I say like this, total number of employees are what? Total number of employees are 10. But when I write like this, then the count is coming out to be what? Count is coming out to be 7. Why it is coming out to be 7? Because where clause over here is performing filtering of rows, and then after the execution of where clause, the select clause, this select clause is working. Just all right. If I take this pen now, if you observe this query, then here the where clause is performing filtering of rows. This row is being filtered because this row is not getting filtered. Okay, this row is getting filtered, this row is getting filtered, this row is getting filtered, this is not getting filtered. Again, this row is getting selected, this row is getting selected, this is not getting selected, and this row is getting selected, and Rajnish is getting selected. So how many rows have got selected? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. 7 ticks are there. This is a cross. Okay, so 7 ticks are there. Okay, so in this way, first this where clause has performed the filtering of rows. These rows have been filtered, and in these filtered rows the group functions are being executed. Okay, this is the way group functions work. Clear? All right. Now again, let us have a look at a very important point. Group functions do not operate on null values. What does this mean? This means that group functions will always omit the the rows that are null. Okay, let us see how this is working. Suppose for example I say select I don't say, when I say select count ename from the employees table, then it is giving the count of all the enames. It is taking all these enames and giving a count of all of them. Now if I say select count of salary from employees, if I say like this, then what will be the output? See, again the output will be 10 because it is having a count of all the all the salaries. This is my employees table. This is my employees table. Now if I say something like this, select count of commission from employees, select count of commission from employees, then what will be the output? Then you see the output is not coming out to be 8, it is coming out to be 10. But still, if you observe here commission, if you go to this commission column, this commission, here will you observe that the total number of rows are what? These total number of rows are 10. But why it is giving the output of 8? It is giving an output of 8 because there are two null, there are two nulls in the commission column. That is why here you observe there are two nulls. This is the first null. Okay, sorry, this is the first null and this is the second null. And what I've written, group functions never operate on null values. So it will omit this null rows. Okay, wherever the commission is null, it will omit these rows and then it will perform a count. Okay, so always remember this fact that group functions never act on null values. Okay, clear? For example, suppose when I say sorry, I write this query, select max of what? Max of say commission. Max of commission from which table? From the employees table. When I write like this, it is maximum. Okay, maximum commission it is giving to be 30,000. When I write sum of commission, suppose sum of all commission from employees table, then it is giving what? It is giving 74,000. See, 30,000 plus 45,000, 50,000, 52,000, 56,000, 56,000 plus 18,000 equal to what? It is 74,000. It is 74,000, but it is not adding these null values. Okay, and this is also it is verified. It cannot add null values because we already saw if you add null to any value, the result will also be what? It will be null. Clear? Because null is an undetermined value. You add an undetermined value to a determined value, the result will be undetermined. So that is why this sum is not taking these nulls into account, this null and this null into account, because if you add these null, you perform a sum of it, then the result will also be what? It will also be null. So for the sake of security, security, these group functions never act on null values. Clear? I think this much must be clear. Okay, now let us have a look at one more query. Okay, get count of all employees whose commission is null. Okay, count of all employees whose commission is null. How will you write this query? I want to find out all the employees whose commission is null. Try this. Okay, try this query. I'll pause the video. Okay, if you are not able to get it, then again this is very simple. Select, I want a count, and then I will say select count star from employees, where commission is equal to what? Commission is equal to null. My dear friends, will this query work? Will this query work? It will not work. See, okay, it is giving a count, count of 0. It is not giving the result. Two employees are having commission as null. So it should exactly give the count of what? Count of 2. Okay, so you can never equate null. For matching null, you always use the is operator. Okay, so where commission is null, if I write like this, then it is giving a count of all employees where commission is null. So here I have written star. So star means a row. Okay, it is so here if you I don't want you to get confused with this query. Let me explain this. Select star from the employees table. This is my employees table. If this is my employees table, then this where clause again it is performing filtering of rows. So 2 rows are being filtered, this row and this row, and then you are performing counts of star. So star, it is it's a kind of wildcard operator that is that will take into account the distinct occurrence of rows. So this row is there, this row is also there. That is why it is it is giving a count of what? It is giving a count of 2. Okay, clear? So in this way this query is working. This video we will further continue our discussion with the group functions. So we will take a look at few practice queries, and we will try to better understand how group functions work. Okay, and how can we apply working of group functions. Okay, so this is my employees table, and this is my database. For example, if I go over here, okay, select database. Okay, sorry, all right. The publisher database. Now, okay, have a look at this. I want you to first of all, I want you to write this query. Okay, I want you to find the number of employees who are hired in the year 2017. Okay, so find the number of employees who were hired in the year 2017. All right, how will you go for it? So these two employees, these employees, this is one employee, this is one employee, and this again, all the employees who were hired in the year 2017. For example, when I say select, select ename, comma, hire date, from which table? From the employees table. When I write like this, you are getting this. So for example, Nikhil is getting in the year, hired in the year 2015, but Sonali is getting hired in the year, in which year? In the year 2017. So I want you to find the count of all employees who were hired in the year 2017. Go for it. Okay. If you're not, if you don't get it, then I would like, first of all, revise your, when I told you about the, date functions. So there was one date function that was the extract function. And when I write extract year from which table? From the, hire date. As suppose year hired. If I write like this, then what will be the output, You will get, the year in which every employee was hired. For example, this Nikhil was hired in the year, in which year? 2015. So extracting year from which? From the hire date. So you are extracting a part of hire date, that is a year part. So this extract is it is a single row function. This extract, it's a single row function. Clear? It is working on row by row. It is acting on every row and finding, the year in which every employee was hired. So now I want a count of all the employees who were hired in the year 2017. So what query will I write? I think it is very, very simple to write this query. I just want what? I just want a count. So I will say count star from which table? From the employees table, where extract what? Year. From which? From hire date is equal to what? Is equal to 2017. Okay, so you'll get the count of all employees who were hired in which year? Who were hired in the year 2017. Okay, so you've solved this query. Let us now look at one more query, and suppose this is the query. All right. Organization has decided to give commission to only those employees who have worked for more than 1 year. Find the total commission that has to be given by the organization. Okay, so what do I mean when I say this query? Okay, let us go to this database, and this is my employees table. Select star from suppose I say select ename comma salary. Select ename comma salary comma commission. From which table? From the employees table. Now what the organization has decided, it has decided to give the commission to only the employees who have worked for more than 1 year. Okay, so now for example, if you take Nikhil, this row, if you take this first row, okay, this first row, Nikhil was hired in which year? He was hired in 2015, and if I write if on my system, if you see select curdate, if I write, then the current date is what? It is 2017. Okay, so that means Nikhil has worked for more than how many years? He has worked for more than 1 year. That is why he will be given commission. But in case of Sonali, she's just started to work on 2017, so she will not get any commission because she has not completed minimum 1 year duration. Okay, so although her commission is 5,000, but she will not get any commission. So I want the total commission that has to be given by the organization. I mean, okay, so total commission means the sum of commission that has to be given by the organization. Okay, write this query. How will you write this query? To write this query, I will again give you one more hint, and that is the timestamp diff. Okay, so if I write select ename comma hire date comma time stamp diff. Okay, if I write timestamp diff and I give two arguments, year, hire date, and then the third argument is, say, suppose the curdate. If I give from which table? From my employees table, then you will get a count of how many years this. So this timestamp diff function is doing what? You just observe this timestamp diff function. Okay, timestamp diff is finding the difference between years of these two dates, the hire date and the current date. The hire date and the current date difference in year, this timestamp diff function is finding. So if the current date is 2017, and in case of Nikhil, the hire date is 2015. So it has found out the difference to be 2 years. Okay, so how will you go for this query? How will you write this query? Try it on your own. I'll pause the video. I think I have given you a big hint. Okay, If you are not able to get it, then I will write select count of what? Select count star from what? From the, oh sorry, I have to find the sum of commission. So how will I write? Select sum of select sum commission from which table? From the employees table. Where what condition will hold true? Where this condition will hold true. Where timestamp dip of year from the hire date and what? Curdate is greater than or equal to what? It's greater than or equal to. So this has to be the total commission that has to be given by the organization, okay, according to my condition. So for all the employees who have worked for more than 1 year, okay, clear. See, if I write like this, see, if I write the ename comma commission, if I write select ename comma what? Select ename comma commission from employees where timestamp diff is equal to 1. So you will get all these rows. You will get all these rows. And now when you write sum of commission, then it is performing the sum of the commission of all these filtered rows. Whereas what is a filtering condition? All those employees who have worked for more than 1 year. Okay, so if you perform the sum, you will get this sum to be 67,000. Clear? All right. Let us move to again a very okay. Write a query. Write query for this. Get count of, okay, not for this. Yeah. Count of distinct jobs per department. Count of distinct jobs per department. So what do I mean when I say this query? So for example, when I write select dpt id comma designation from the employees table. When I mean like this, you see 10 rows are getting selected. Okay, 10 rows are getting selected. In department 10 there is one job manager. In 20 there is a job that is developer. In 20 there is a job that is analyst. Then in department number 20 there is a job that is a trainer, and then there is HR head, and then there is again a trainer, and then there is again a technician. But I want only the distinct job. So what query will I want a count of distinct job. Here you are getting the count what? Here you are getting the count of 10. So if I write select count, if I write like this from employees, okay, sorry, I'm sorry. If I write select count distinct department ID comma designation from employees, then you will get a count of what? You will get a count of 8. Okay, because the total number of distinct jobs are what? The total number of distinct jobs are only 8, because 10 manager and 10 manager, it is getting repeated. Similarly 20 developer and this 20 trainer, and again this 20 trainer is getting repeated. So it is counting the number of distinct occurrences of this. Okay, clear? All right. Now again one more very challenging query. Find the total males and females in the organization. Total males and females in the organization. So I want this query in a definite format. I don't want, I want it in a specific format. In what format do I need this query? I want this query in this format. I'll just take the pen tool and then I'll try to explain. Okay, so I want the output in this format. How I want the output? I want, suppose, number of males and number of females. These will be the two columns, and say suppose the number of males are what? Suppose the number of males are 7 and number of females are 3, whatever may be their count. I just want this way. So here you take just male, M and F are two columns, or I can say I can analyze this column as this also. For example, I can say you don't write M over here, you can write males, and you have write females. Okay, the count of all males and females in the organization. Clear? How will I go? How will you go for this query? So this is query, it is a kind of challenging query, so I will not ask you to do it, but let us see how we can approach this query. If you can understand the working of this query, it will be very good. So to find all the, suppose this is my employees table, select star from which table? From the employees table. This is my employees table. Now what is the total number of males in the organization? Total number of males in the organization is like this. Select I want the count, so I will just say count star from which table? From the employees table. where gender equal to male. Okay, so total number of males are 6 and total number of females are what? Total number of females are 4. But now I want, I don't want this result to be like this. I don't want to write one separate query for males and one separate query to be of what? To be of females. I wanted the result in, what I told exactly, what I wanted the query in which specific format. Okay, this was the format in which I asked you. So I want, both count of males and count of females in a single query. And how will I, this way, count of, suppose males is 6 and count of females is, oh sorry, it is not 10, it is 4. I want the result in this format. How will I go for it? So let me write this query. You better try to understand this query. How am I writing this query? Okay, so for this, writing this, I will say select. I will use a group function, and group function, inside group function I will use a case. Okay, and inside the case I will pass this gender. When m then 1, if I write, else I say 0 as males, and then I copy it and I put a semicolon just and I forgot, I just, you need to end the, and case also. So end as, suppose when gender, suppose if I write f and then females, from which table? Employees table. If you write this query, then you can see what will be the output. Let us try to work on this query. If I've written this query, I'll just explain this query, how this query is. See, the number of males are 6 and the number of females are what? Number of females are 4. How this query is working? If you can understand the working of this query, I think you have, you have a good understanding of, you can solve complex SQL queries. Just try to understand this query. I'll try to explain it, and I'll take this pen tool. Okay, here. So select clause is there. You're using the select clause. So select clause will always work from in which basis? It will work in row by row basis. Okay. So here you see there is no where clause. Okay. So now first of all, it will find, it will go to this group function, some case. So it will go to the first row. And what is the gender? Suppose the gender here, the gender is male. So, the gender is male. So it will give, it will produce what? It will produce 1. Okay. Then it will go to this row also. It will go to this row also. And then gender is male. So again, the count will be what? Again, the count, in this case will give the output of what? It will give the output of 1. But for Sonali, it will give the output of 0. So it, for all males, it will, it is giving out, giving output of what? This case. This, if you observe this case, for all the, when it goes through all the rows who are males, then it will give, 1 as the output. And I have written some outside, so it will count all the ones. So it will give the count of all the males, and similarly this will give a count of all the females. Clear? So in this way, I'm writing this query. So it is a very popular, popular format of, writing these queries. Now I want you to write one query on your own on the basis I have, on the basis how I have solved this query. I want you to solve one more query. So I want you to write this query. I'll just remove it. Find the count of employees hired in year 2017 and 2015, 16 and 13. Okay, 2016 and 2015 and 2013. Okay, so I want all the employees who were hired in the year 2017. I want a count of all, separate count of all the employees who were hired in the year 2017, 16, 15 and 13. This is the query I want you to write. So how will you approach this query? See, I want this output in this form. So for example, if you just take the pen tool here. So here, what format do I want? I want this format. Say 2017, then 2016 will be one more column, 2015 will be one more column, and 2013 will be one more column. And these 4 will be the columns, and then I want the count. For example, for in the year 2017, say suppose 3 employees were hired. In 2016, say there 2 employees are hired, and then say in 2015, 4, 4, and then maybe 3, whatever may be the count. I want the output in this format. Okay, write on your own. This query I think you can write on the basis of what I've written over here. Try it on your own. If you're not able to get it, then of course we will solve. I'll pause the video. Okay, so this query is also, I think, not very difficult if you are able to understand the previous query. How will I write it? Select what? Select sum of what? Select sum of what? Case of what? Extract year from hire date. Okay, extract year from hire date. When it is 2017, then I will give the output 1, else I will give the output 0, and then I will end the case, and then I will say as 2017. If I write like this, is it correct? See, I think it is correct. And then similarly I will write it for what? I will copy, so I'll just copy it, and then I will write it for what? 2016, 2015, and then 2013. So here I will write 2016, 2015, and then here I will write 2013, and then if you go here also similarly I will write this 2016, 15, and then 13, and I'll remove the comma from here. From which table? From the employees table. I think it should work. Okay, let us see if this query is working or not. Copy and just paste it. Okay. Oh, there is some problem. Okay, it is giving problem where it'll just let me work out with this problem. MySQL version setting. Oh, I think there is some problem with the brackets. Let me see. Case of extract year from hire date. What may be the possible error with this? Select case, extract year from hire date when 2017, then 1, L0, end. And as 2017, I think it is correct. I have put the commas also. From employees, select. Again, let me, I'll just maybe I'll just again try to run it. Okay, from employees. Oh, okay. Let me try to break this query. Select case of extract year from hire date when 2017, then 1, else 0, end, from employees. Just let me take apart. Is this working? Yeah, it is working. So I think then extract year from hire date. Yeah, when 2017 case. Okay, all right. I think yeah. If you just go over here, okay, this some function is ending. Okay. I am not able to track the error. Okay. I think you can just try this query on your own, and maybe just there must be some kind of syntactical error with this query, why this is not working from employees some case. I just what is the error in it? Just right syntax to use near 2017. Okay, I'll just try to do it like this. Suppose I think it should work now. Yeah, okay, great. See, it was it was considering these alias column as numbers, so I have to enclose them in single inverted commas to make them varchars. Okay, so this is working. So you are getting the count of all employees who worked in 2017, who were hired in 2016, 15, and similarly in the year 2013. Okay, we will study about the group by clause. So we have already studied about the group functions. What were the group functions? Like the sum, average, count, min, max, all these were the group functions. But now we will study something different, and that is the group by clause. So always take a note of this, that group by clause is different from group functions. So what we have already studied, that group functions never operate on null values and group functions are execute. And now we will study the later part of it. Group functions are executed after the where clause, and group functions can never be written inside the where clause. All these things we will study when we try to see the group by clause. Okay, so let us first of all go to my database, and here is my, I'll again write the query. Suppose this is, again I'll work with employees table. This is a standard table with which we work. Okay, so this is my employees table, and now let us try to work on it. Suppose I want to find a count of all the employees who work in department number 10. Okay, so this is not, this, we have already done this query, so I am not going to, this is not a query that you need to attempt. We have already done this, but still, if I need to find a count of all the employees who work in department number 10 just for your revision, then what query will I write? I will write this query. Select what? Count star. From which table? From the employees table. Where what? DPT ID equal to 10, department ID equal to 10. So you get 2 employees who are working in department number 10. Okay, and just to revise your concept, we already saw in the previous video that first of all the where clause will execute, and then these group functions will run. Okay, so how it is working? It is working like this. Again, to make the concepts clear, it is working something like this. If I just take the pen tool. Okay, here, so you have written that where department ID equal to 10. So how many rows will be selected by the where clause? These 2 rows will be selected by the group by clause. Okay, but by the where clause, these will be filtered by the where clause. And when these 2 rows have been filtered by the where clause, now the group functions will be applied. And what is a group function? The count star function is there. That this is our group function. So count star will produce the result what? It will produce the result to be 2. If I wanted, suppose the sum of salary of all the employees in department number 10, then what query will I write? I think again you can write this query. Instead of using count star, I will use what? I'll use sum of salary. Okay, sum of salary. Okay, if the sum of salary is 2 lakhs. So Nikhil and Nitin are 2 employees who work in department number 10, and their sum of salary is what? Their sum of salary is here you see. These 2 employees are working in department number 10, and their sum of salary is 2 lakhs. So here the same thing is happening. What? The same thing, that is the first the where clause is filtering the rows. How many rows are being filtered? 2 rows have been filtered, and now in these 2 filtered rows, this group function has been applied. Okay, clear? So always keep this execution in mind. Okay, so let me write this very important point for okay, we'll just see. All right, now let me minimize it, and now suppose I want to I'll just return, suppose the count of all employees who work in department number 10. So this was the query. Okay, This was the query. Suppose now I wanted to find for department number 20, then what query will I write? All the employees who work in department number 20. So there are 26 employees in department number 20, and how many employees working in department number 30? See, 2 employees are working in department number 30. Okay, and this is my employees table. I'll write select star employees. Okay, this is my employees table, and you can verify this from this table also. You know, 2 employees are in department number 30. This Jayant and Vaibhav are in department number 30. 2 employees Nikhil and Nitin are in department number 10, and the rest of the employees are in which department? They are in department number 20. Now I don't want the result in this manner. I want the result in different manner, and let me tell you in what way I want the result. So I want the result in this way. Suppose if I take this, okay, all right, okay, if I just take the pen, and how do I want the result? I want the result in this way, you know. Suppose the department 10, 20 and 30, and here this is department ID. Okay, and here is the count, you know. For example, 2 employees in department number 10, 6 employees in department number 20, and then again 2 employees in department number 30. I want the result in this way. Okay, for that purpose I am going to use the group by clause. Okay, for this purpose I will use a group by clause. How I will use a group by clause? Let us try to see this. Okay, so first of all, just let me write a query, and then I'll just explain what I have written. Department ID, from which table? From the employees table, and then I write group by dpt ID. Okay, if I write like this, sorry, okay, you get the correct result. You know, in department number 10 there are 2 employees, in department number 20 there are 6 employees, and in department number 30 there are how many employees? There are 2 employees. To better, you know, if I first write the department ID and then I write the count star, and I analyze this column also. Count star as, say, suppose num employees. Okay, from which table? From the employees table. From the employees table, and group by which column? Group by department ID. Clear? So in department number 10, 2 employees, 26 employees, and 32 employees. So now we want to study how this query is working. Okay, let us try to understand how this query is working. And in this query, you see what I have used. I have used the group by clause. I have used which clause? I have used this clause. This is the group by clause. Okay, this is the group by clause, and this is my group function. Count star, min, max, sum, average, these are all group function, but this is the group by clause. So what effectively this group by clause is doing? It is grouping by which? It is grouping by department ID. Okay, it is grouping by what? It is grouping by department ID. So how many groups, how many distinct department IDs are there? If you just if you write this, if you write a query, how many departments IDs are there? Then suppose I write select distinct dpt ID from which table? From the employees table. Select distinct dpt ID from the employees table. There are 3 distinct departments. Now let me select star from employees group by department ID. Group by department. Select star from employees, and then I write order by what? Order by department ID. If I write like this, okay, then what effectively, if you let me that query, it's I'll write it. Okay, select dpt ID comma count star as num employee from which table? From the employees table. And then I was saying this query I've already done. Group by what? Group by dpt ID. Okay, dpt ID. All right. Now how this query is working, how it is working, let us try to understand this. I'll take the pen tool, and here let us go. So what am I doing? I am using the group by clause. Okay, group by, and group by what? I am saying group by department ID. So how many distinct departments were there? You see previously what we saw, how many distinct departments were there? 10, 20 and 30. So for department number 10, a group will be formed. Okay, this is the group for department number 10. For department number 20, again one more group will be found, and this is the group for what? This is the group for department number 20. And for department number 30, again a group will be formed. And what will be this group? This is the group of department number 30 comprising of Jayant and Vaibhav, and department number 10 group comprising of what? Nikhil and Nitin. So you have group by what? You have group by department IDs. Okay, so you have made 3 groups. Okay, how many groups? You have made 3 groups. All right, just try to be patient and try to understand this. Okay, this is very important. If you have to write complex queries, try to understand this. Now once you have grouped, how many groups have been formed? 3 groups have been formed. Once these groups have been formed, the group functions will be applied individually on these groups. For example, which group function you are applying? This group function count star. So here in this group of department ID 10, count star will be applied, and how many count will come? Count will come out to be 2. Again for this group, this group function will be applied, and what will be the count for this? The count will come out to be 6. And again for this group, the count star function will be applied, and the count will come out to be what? It will come out to be 2. Clear? So in this way, group functions are working. They are grouping. First they are grouping, and then they are applying the group functions. Okay. So let me write like this. Just all right. Okay, just let it be what it is. Okay, I'm just I'll take one notepad. Okay, and whatever important deductions we have, we will keep on writing them. First grouping is performed, and then on those group functions are applied. Okay, are you able to get this line, what I have written? First the grouping is performed, and then on those group functions are applied. So what does this mean? This means what we have seen over here. What we have seen, my dear friends, we have seen that first the grouping was applied. We have written group by what? We have written that group by department ID. The first the grouping was performed. How many groups were formed? 3 groups were formed of department number 10, 20 and 30, and then on those groups the group functions were applied. Clear? Okay, this way this it is working. So let us again try to solve one more query. For example, I want to find the maximum salary in every department. Okay, so for example, if you say department number 10, the maximum salary is what? It is 1,20,000, and similarly for every other department I want to find the maximum salary. So what query will I write? Select department ID, comma what? Then I will use the group function. What I will use the group function as I want the maximum salary. Then I will use max of what? Max of salary from which table? From the employees table. And group by what? Group by department ID, because I want the result per department. Okay, so you are getting for department number 10 maximum salary 1,20,000, for 20 70,000, and for 30 it is what? It is 40,000. And one thing to keep in mind over here is that, again, if you observe, first the group functions, first grouping will be formed. How many groups will be formed? Of 3 groups will be formed of department number 10, 20 and 30, and in those group the group function will be applied. And what is the group function? This group function, maximum of salary, will be found. Okay, so in this way the group by clause is working. I'm little slow because I want to explain each and every concept. Please bear with me. If you have already studied it, then you can you can skip this video, but I want to target those students who are just trying to understand what is SQL. Okay, let us write one more query. So we have already seen this query. you have to now write this query. Query to find the maximum, minimum and average salary per department. Okay, so write this query. I'll just pause the video. You write this query. How will you go for this query? I want to find the maximum, minimum and average salary per department. What query will I write? Okay, if you're not able to get it, I think select department ID, comma, I want the maximum salary per department, then I will write what? Max salary. Suppose I say alias this column as max salary, comma, if I want the minimum salary, then I will use the group function with what? Min. Okay, and then again I will alias this column as min sal. And if I want the average salary, then I will use a AVG. Okay, AVG salary as suppose AVG sal. From which table? From the employees table. And group by what? Group by department ID, because I want the result per department. So you are getting for department number 10, the maximum salary is 1,20,000, minimum salary is 80,000 and average salary is this. Okay, so you are getting the average, minimum and the maximum salary per department. Clear? Let us just observe this query. So here the same thing is again happening. The same thing is happening. What is happening? You are forming the groups by the group by clause, and on those groups 3 group functions have been applied. What 3 group functions? The max sal, the minimum salary and what? The average salary group functions have been applied. Okay, let us try to work with again one more query. Find the average salary group by what? Group by designation. So now I want the average salary by designation. Can you write this query? Okay, so here is my employees table. So I want the average salary of each and every designation. Select start from employees. Okay, so how many designations are there? Managers, developer, analyst, trainer, technician. I want the average salary per designation. So what query will I write? I will write like this. Select what? Designation. And what do I want? I want the average salary. Therefore I will use the group function. Which group function? AVG salary. From which table? From the employees table. And group by, now group by what? Now group by what? Designation. If I now group by designation, select okay, select designation, comma average salary. From which table? From the employees table. And group by what? Group by designation. Yeah, so you are getting the average salary per designation. So here also, if you observe, we have group by what? We have group by designation. So if I write select star from employees and order by designation, if I write like this, I just for making things clear. And then so here again, if you go, if you again go over here, okay, sorry, again, if I just take the pen tool. So what is effectively happening? The thing that is effectively happening is, now you are grouping by what? Now you are grouping by designation. So how many groups will be formed? This analyst group will be formed, this developer group will be formed, HR head group will be formed, manager group will be formed, this technician group will only contain how many employees? 1 employee. And this trainer group will contain how many employees? 2 employees. Now how many groups have been formed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and 6 groups have been formed. And now in each group, what group function will be applied? This group function which we have seen. Okay, if you go over here, okay, here, sorry, yeah, this average salary, this group function, this average salary group function will be applied. For example, if you go to suppose analyst, suppose you go for technician, then what is the the average salary for technician? It is 40,000. Okay, so it is coming out. Okay, this much is clear. I'll just escape it. Okay, and then I will make one more important. Suppose let us try to write one more query. Query to find the number of employees hired per year. So for example, if you take this again, you take this employees table, and now I say ordered by hire date, order by hire date. So this is your table, and now I want to find out the number of employees who were hired in every year. For example, when I say that in 2013 3 employees were hired, in 15 2 employees were hired, and 16 2, and then 17 how many employees? 3 employees were hired. So what query will I write? Okay, you just try this query. I'll pause the video, try this query on your own. Okay, I think this query is also very simple. What I have to write? So what do I want? I want the count, and which column do I want to group them about? I want to group them by year. So what will I write? If you have not studied date function, then first of all try to study the date functions. Okay, extract what? Extract year from which? From hire date. Extract year from hire date, comma, I want the number of employees, so I will use the count group function. From which table? From the employees table. And what will I write? I will again group by extract year from hire date. If I write like this, you're getting in 2013 3 employees were hired, 2015 2 employees were hired, 16 2 employees, and 17 how many employees were hired? 3 employees were hired. And you can also group, you can also write this query like this. For example, if I write select and as year h, suppose I alias this column. I alias this column as year h or year hired, and now I write from employees, and then I write group by, I don't write this extract year from hire date. I don't write extract year from hire date. I just use what was the alias I used for it, this column? I used year h. Then suppose if I write year h, will it work? I'm not sure, just let us try. Okay, it is working. Okay, so you can also use alias names of columns when you are grouping them. Okay, alias names. For example, we have aliased this column as what? Year h, and we are using the same in group by clause. So here what is happening? Again the same thing is happening. You are forming groups of years, and then in each group you are performing the group function, that is the count star function. Okay, clear? So this query we already seen. Okay, so I think all right, so we will continue our discussion of group by clause in the next video. Also we will study the group by, how group by is used in conjunction with having. So we will study all this in the next video. Okay, I'll just pause this video for now. We will continue our discussion of group by clause. So what we studied in the previous video, we saw that group by clause is used to group together rows, and then group functions are applied on those grouped rows. So this we already saw in the previous video. Now let us continue our discussion after this. So if you just have a look at the second point, group functions are executed after the where clause. So what does this line means? Okay, so you can always keep this thing as a you can keep it as a rule that you can always remember that group functions will always be executed once the where clause has finished its execution. Okay, so let us try to practically understand it. So this is my database, and I'll just although I've selected, but still again this is my employees table. Okay, now this what we have already seen till now is that suppose I want you to find the count of all employees per department. Okay, for example, how many employees in department number 10, how many in department number 20, and how many in department number 30. So this query is very simple. We have already already seen this query, comma, suppose so I want from which table? From the employees table, and group by department ID. If I write like this, I will get department number 10, 20, and 30. And what exactly is happening over here? If I I revise your concept for just your revision, and I'll just draw it so that things are clear. So what exactly is happening is that it is grouping together rows. So this for example, this department number 10 is forming one group. This department number 20, it is forming one more group. These all rows will come under department number 20. These rows will come under department number 20. this group will belong to department number 20, group will also belong to department number 20, and this group will also belong to which department number 20. And once these groups have been formed, the group functions will be applied. And what is the group function we have used over here? We have used a count function, so it will count the number of rows. Okay, so this way it is working. It looks out to be fine, but now I have some more requirement, and what I want to omit out the department number 30, and I only want the count of employees working either in department number 10 or in department number or in department number 20. So what query will you write? What will you do to solve this query? Give it a try. I'll pause, I'll wait. I think it is very simple. So what I'm going to do, select department ID, comma, count of what? Let us first of all, write select star from, so that and let me order it by, suppose, department ID. First of all, let us do this, then write our query. So what query will I write? I will write, because I want to group by department ID, I will select department ID, and then I will write select what? Select count star from the table. My name of my table is the employees table, and I will write group by department ID. If I write like this, sorry, I only want for department number 10 and 20. So what will I write? I will use a where clause, where department ID in, and what it should be in, either in department number 10 or in department number 20, and then I have to group by what? Group by department ID. Okay, so now if you just see, if I take the pen tool, I'll just take this pen tool, and this query is almost same to this query. Okay, what we have done over here is almost same what we did over here, but here we have omitted this. What we have omitted? We have omitted department number 30. How we have omitted department number 30? Because we have used the group, because we have used a where clause. Okay, where clause we have used, and if you are able to understand it, what I have written over here, suppose here what I have written, group functions are executed after the where clause. So what does this mean? This means that first this select will run in conjunction of where, and first the rows will be filtered, and then once the rows are filtered, then they will be grouped, and then group functions will be applied. Okay, let me write the flow so that it is clear. So let me write, it is very important to understand this. First in first place, what is running? Your where clause is running. Second, what is group by is running, and in the third position, what is running? The group functions are being run. Okay, group functions. So here, what is exactly happening? This is happening. So here you have used a where clause. So you have used a where clause, so it will filter rows, and it will only filter rows where department ID is either equal to what? Either equal to 10, or either it is equal to what? It is equal to 20. So these many number of rows will be what? They will be filtered. Okay, all these rows will be filtered. So these rows are filtered. Now these rows have been filtered. Now what will happen is that now the grouping of these rows will happen according to what? According to department ID. Why? Because I have written group by what? I have written group by department ID. That is why grouping of rows will be performed by their department IDs. So taking their respective department IDs, there are only two distinct department IDs. One is the department ID 10, and the other is the department ID 20. So two groups will be formed in this case. Why? Because these rows have been, these rows have not been selected because they have been filtered out. They have not been selected. They have been filtered out by the where clause. Only where clause is first selecting the, all the employees who are in department number 10 or 20, and then grouping of those rows have been performed. And then once the grouping has been performed, the group functions are being applied. Is it clear? I think it should be clear. This is very important. So if you are able to get it, then I want you to write this query. Query to find the average salary of managers, developers, analysts. See, in my employees table, if you go to the employees table, these are all distinct designations: managers, trainers, HR head, analyst, developer, technician, developers. All these are different designations, but I only want what? I only want the average salary of managers, developers, and analysts. Okay, write a query for this. Write on your own. Okay. If you have been able to do it, it is very good. If you're not able to do it, then just see what I do. Okay, so what I have to select designation, comma, I want the average salary. So which group function will I use? Average. And average of what? Average of salary. From which table? From the employees table. And then if I write group by designation, if I group by designation, then you are getting everything. But according to my query, I only want managers, developers, and what? Analysts. So what query will I write? I will write something like this. From which table? From the employees table. And then I will write where, you know, designation in what? Designation in first one is your manager, the second one is developer, and the third one is what? It is analyst. Okay, and then if I group by what? Group by designation. If I write it, then you will only get the average salary of analysts, developers, and managers. I think it should be clear. And here also, what will be the order of execution? The order of execution will be like this. First, the where clause will be executed, then group by, and then finally group functions will be applied. So how it is happening? If you observe, I write this. Okay, select star from employees, order by designation. If you know, I have ordered them by designation. So now if you observe, if you write again, I know, because I think it is, you know, I take this time because, you know, I just want to explain these concepts to you. So, you know, some may find it to be very long explanation, but this is the way I do it. So the things are clear. So first of all, what is going to happen? The where clause is going to run. And what does where clause do? It does filtering of rows. Select statement works row by row, and where clause will perform filtering of rows. So which rows will be filtered? This row will be filtered. Why? Because its designation is manager. This row will also be filtered. Why? Because its designation is developer. But this, these two rows will be filtered because their designation is analyst. These two rows will also be filtered because their designation is developer. And this Rashmita, will it be filtered? No, because its designation, it's what? HR head. Now again 1 and 2, these rows will be filtered because designation is manager. And then, you know, 10, 9 and 6, will these rows be filtered? No, they will not be filtered. Why? Because their designation is not either in manager, developer, or analyst. Okay, now so we have where clause has finished its execution. It has finished perform the filtering of rows. Now what is the second thing that is gonna happen? The second thing that is gonna happen is, you know, grouping. So group by what? You have written group by designation. So according to the designation, one group will be the group of managers. One group will be the group of what? One group will be the group of developers, and one group will be the group of what? Will be the group of analyst. And then now grouping has also been performed, and once the grouping has been performed, what is going to run? The group functions will run. And what is the group functions over here that I've used over here? The group function is the AVG function. So average of salary of every group. For example, there are two analysts, and if you see, there are two analysts over here. There, one is salary is 60,000, the other salary is 30,000. The sum is 90,000, and divided by 2 it is 45,000. That is why, you know, average salary of analyst is 45,000. For managers, if you go, one salary is 1,20,000, other salary is 80,000, and, you know, sum is 2 lakhs. So the average salary will be what? It will come out to be 1 lakh. Okay. Now on these groups, the group functions are running. So in this way, you are getting this output. So now I think you must be clear with what I have written over here. I have written first the where, then I have written the group by, and then I have written the, you know, this group by, and then in the third position, the group functions are gonna run. So you keep this thing in mind when you design SQL queries. All right. So I think it is clear. Now if you go to my PowerPoint presentation, and what I have written in the third point, group functions can never be written inside where clause. What does this mean? What all I have told you till now, if I am going to write group function inside where clause, what is going to happen? Let us try to see with the help of one example. For example, suppose I say I want the count of, again the same query, I want the count of every employee in each department according to their department. So I will use the, you know, I will use the department ID, and then I will use the count, because I want the count, I will use the count group functions from the employees table, and then group by what? group by department ID. Here you are getting like this. Now I only want, for example, my query is that I only want those departments where the number of employees working is greater than 2. Here, this is the query. Query to display only those departments where the number of employees working is more than 2. So can I write something like this? So you first of all try this query on your own, and for solving it, can I write something like this? Can I write something like this? Suppose I say select and then from employees table, and then I write the where clause, and inside the where clause I write where count star is greater than what? Is greater than 2, and then I write group by clause. Group by what? Department ID. Okay, you see, invalid use of group function. This query will never run. Why this query will never run? This will never run because of the second point which I have mentioned, that group functions can never be written inside where clause. Why do you think that I can never write group functions inside where clause? What is the exact reason for it? See, I have already told you. If you just observe the order of execution, first the where clause is running, then grouping is being performed, then the group by function is being run, and then the group functions are running. So when the where clause is running, when the where clause is performed filtering of rows, is there any have we calculated any of the group functions? Have any of the group functions being executed? No. That is why always keep this thing in your mind, that you can never use group function inside where clause. Why you can never use it? Because once the where clause run, the group functions, the grouping has not been yet performed, and group functions have also not been calculated. So how can you use group functions inside a where clause? For so that purpose we will be using separate clause, that is a having clause. So we will study it little later, maybe in this or maybe in the next video we will study the having clause for solving this problem. But for now you just keep this thing in mind, that you can never use group functions inside where clause. Okay, now let us move on to the third point. And what is the third point? The fourth point. Only the columns mentioned in the group by clause can be selected using the select clause. So I am there is MySQL, this the fourth point which I mentioned over here, it is not true in the case of MySQL, but for most of the other relational database, for example Oracle, SQL Server, and very popular standard databases, this point is always valid. But for MySQL it is not. Although you can never do it, it doesn't make sense to do it. But still, MySQL allows this, and it allows you to do it. Why? Because it makes this assumption that the end user is clear of what point of query he's writing. And I also maybe in some later versions of MySQL this is valid. Okay, so let us see what this point is exactly saying. Let us try to understand this. So I'll just if I just write this query, select department ID, count star from employees, group by department ID. So this is very simple. This we have already seen. Okay, group by department ID. I think you are getting this. But now let me do something different. What I will do, suppose I will select the department ID, and I will select salary also. Salary count star from which table? From the employees table, and I say group by department ID. If I write this query, do you think that is there any problem? Is there any issue with this? If I write this query, is there any issue with this query? There is a serious problem with this query, if you can make it out. First of all, let me tell that in MySQL, this query will run. It will not give any errors. But for most of the other relational database, this query will not work. I will just try to show you how it is not working with some other very popular databases. But first of all, just see that it is working in case of MySQL. And now if I write select star from employees, and then I write order by department ID, to make things clear. I'll just now I'll just minimize it. Now if you see these three groups have been formed. This we already saw, and I need to take a pen tool over here. So this we have already seen, pen tool. Okay, so how many groups will be formed? I think it is very simple to answer it. these groups will be found. Okay, this group of department number 10, then group of department number 20, and then the other group of department number 30, because I have used group by department ID. Now what I am selecting department ID, and I am selecting count. It is giving the count of in number of employees in every department, but I am selecting salary also. Okay, so salary also. For example, you consider this group. If I select department ID for this group only, if I select department ID, then for every employee belonging to this group, the department ID will always be 20. But if I select salary, then whose salary? Because if you see in department number 20, there are 6 employees which are working in department number 20. And if I am talking of salary, then whose salary I want to select? I have not specified it. That is why this query is never valid. Okay, that is why this query is never valid. You can always select department ID because you have group by department ID. So all the members in that group will have the same department ID. That is why you can select department ID, but you can never select salary. But in MySQL, what is happening is, it is giving one salary of, for example, it is giving salary in department number 10, it is giving salary of Nikhil, and for department number 20, it is giving salary of, say, Sonali. Okay, that is, mainly it is giving, selecting the rows on the basis of how it has stored it. But this query is now, it is not valid, and it will not work in most of the popular databases. For your, if you try to run it on some other database, let us try to see what is the problem. Okay, I'll just take this, and I think I'll minimize it. Okay, yeah. So what I've done is that this is my Oracle. Okay, Oracle Live SQL. Yeah, all right. So what I've done, you just observe that if you're, I'll just minimize it. And now this is your Oracle database. This is my dear friends, keep in mind that this is not MySQL database, this is Oracle database. And I have created a table that is employees table. I have not, added all the columns. I've added only, 4 columns, and I have inserted some dummy data inside this table. And if you do select star from employees, select star from employees, then I'll get this. Okay. I'm getting four employees, Nikhil, Nitin, Neha, and Nidhi. These are the 4 employees. And now if I do something like this, what do? I do select department ID, comma, salary, comma, say suppose count star, from which table? From the, here also the name of the table is employees, and then I write group by department ID. If I'm going to run this query on Oracle database, not on MySQL, my dear friends, just keep in mind this is Oracle Live SQL. If I run it, then what will you get? Not a group by expression. This query will not work. Why this query will not work? Because of this reason. Okay, if you go to this presentation, then what I've written, only the columns mentioned in the group by clause can be selected using the select clause. So here, if you observe, okay, over here, if you observe, this salary, this column which I have selected in the select clause, is it mentioned in the group by clause? No, it is not mentioned. That is why it can never be selected. But this can always be done. For example, if I write something like this, group by salary, and no, for example, okay, not to make you confused, if I don't select this salary, if I don't select this salary, then this query is always gonna run. For example, okay. Yeah, it is going to run. In department number 20 there are 2 employees, in department number 10 there are 2 employees. But if I write, if you write suppose, and then if you write suppose you write, you select salary, and then you group by what? Then you group by salary only. Okay, you group by salary only. Then it is possible to select salary. Okay, it is possible to select salary. You will get, okay, you are getting, for one employee is getting 12,000, one employee is getting 10,000, and one employee is getting 80,000, one employee is getting 1,20,000. But it is not possible to do something like this. Suppose I select department ID also over here. Will this query run? This query will not run. Why? Because in the group by clause I have only used salary. So in the select clause also you can only select what? You can only select what? Salary. You cannot select what? You cannot select department ID. So here if I write this and you just see it, it is not going to work. But again, this thing can also be done. Suppose I write department ID. Okay. Now I have in my group by clause which 2 columns are being, according to which 2 columns grouping is being performed. It is being performed by salary and department. So each group will have, you know, the same salary and the same department. That is why you will be able to select what? The salary and the department ID using this query, and this query will run fine. Okay, this query will run fine. So this is what exactly I have written over here. If you observe, so this, I know this was, you know, I just showed you in, you know, other database, that is, you know, your Oracle database. So the only columns mentioned in the group by clause can be selected using the select clause. So this is not true in case of MySQL, but it is true in case in most of the other relational databases like Oracle or MySQL or any of the other relational database. Okay. So how does the having clause works, and how does you know, what it is used for? So let us try to understand this. And before even trying to understand this, the need for having clause was discussed in the previous video. So what was the need? The need was that because you can never use group functions inside the where clause. What was? So this was the need. So let us try to understand this with the help of one query. I want query to display only those departments where the number of employees working is more than 2. So let us before, you know, like to approach this query, let us first of all find out how many employees are working per department. So this is, you know, very lot many of time I have written this query. Okay, select department ID comma what count star from which table? Employees table, and then group by department ID. You are getting this. Now I only want those departments where the number of employees working is greater than 2. So if you observe, I want so which rows must be ideally selected. Only these rows will be selected, you know, only this one row will be selected, department number 20. Why? Because here only the number of employees working are 6, okay, which is greater than 2. For department number 2 and 10 and 30, 2 employees are working. So I don't want to select those department. My requirement is something like this. So one solution is that I can do, I can write this from the employees table, and then I can write what? Where count star is greater than 2, and what will I write? Group by department ID. If I write, then you will got invalid use of group functions, and we also saw in the previous video why it is an invalid use of group functions, because of this reason. Why this reason? Because first the where clause is run, then, you know, the group by, and then the group functions are run. So once your where clause is running, these group functions have not been yet calculated, so there is no point in putting, you know, group functions inside, you know, your where clause. So where do you exactly put this condition? I want this to happen, so for that purpose I will use the having clause. So what will I write? I will write like this: select from employees, okay, and then group by department ID. Oh, all right, again, you know, select from employees, and then group by department ID, and then I will write having what? Count star greater than 2. Now if I write, you know, then you will get, you know, which employee, you know, you will get the employee that is having you know, a count of number of employees are working in this department is greater than 2. Okay, clear? So let me state one more query. I have designed one more query for you. So you have to write this query, okay? Query to find the designations where then query to find the designations, where only single employee work. Okay, query to find the designation where only single employee work. What do I mean by this? Suppose I write select star from employees, and then I write group by by designation. All right, alright, then not group by designation, I write order by designation. If I write ordered by designation. You are getting these employees, and they are ordered by designation. So now I only want those designations where one employee is working. Okay, single employee is working. Okay, that designation that is held by only a single employee. For example, this analyst post, it is held by 2 employees. This developer post is held by 2 employees, but this HR head post is held by only 1 employee. Similarly, this technician post is held by only 1 employee. So only I want those designations where there is only 1 employee that is working in the whole organization. So I want this query. Okay, so try this query on your own. I'll pause the video. Okay, if you're not able to get it, then what has to happen? First of all, if you write this query, okay, select designation, comma what, count, because I want the number, then I will use the count star. From which table? From the employees table, and then I will write group by designation. See, you will get number of employees working in every by their designation. For example, 2 are analysts, 2 are developers, but I only want the count star. Which count star? I only want those employees that only those designations where only single employees working. So how will I approach this? Again, I will use a having clause for it. Why? Because I cannot write something like this where count star is equal to 1. So what will I write? I will write from which table. So what will I do? I'll just copy it to Notepad, because again I will not take the headache to write this query again and again. So just let me copy this to the Notepad so that it is okay. From employees, and then group by designation. So you are getting, and now what I have to write? I have to write like this: having what? Having what? Count star is equal to what? Count star is equal to 1. If I just copy it and I go and paste it over here, I'll do it. Now if I go and paste it, and then you will get HR head and technician are 2 designations where only 1 employee is working. Okay, you got it. And you can do something like this also. You can use those aliases in the having clause also. For example, suppose as empcnt, you write this as employee count in empcnt. So you can write something like this also: having empcnt is equal to 1. So okay, so it is also valid to use some aliases inside the having clause. If I copy it, and then if I go and just paste it, you will get the result also. Okay, alright, so you have got this also. You have understood the working of having clause. So now you got an idea that what is happening exactly is something like this. Fourth, after the group functions have executed, which clause is executing? The having clause is executing. Okay, so first where clause, then group by, then group functions, and then after group functions have been evaluated, then we can use those evaluated group functions inside the having clause. So this is the order in which your query is executing. Alright, so this looks out to be very good. Now for example, I want to have suppose the average salary of all the departments. So what will I write? I think this query is simple. This we have already seen. It's the average salary of I will remove this because we have already done this. So I want department ID, comma what, average of salary from the table, employees table, and then grouping by what, department ID. I am writing this query. Then just let us run this query first, and then perform some other operations. I will use the having clause of course in it. Here I have got this. Okay. Okay, now let us do not do it for for this. Let us do it for suppose designation. Okay, so that I will I want more than 3-4 rows, so that I can work easily. I can show you some good results. Okay, let us write this query. I think this query is very simple to understand. You are getting this. Now I want the average salary. So now what I am going to do, I want the average salary of only analyst, developer, and managers. So what this also we already saw from employees, where designation in what, designation in first the manager, sorry, okay, manager, and then your what, then the developer and then analyst. Now if I write this query, then I copy it, I just paste it. Again, it is very simple to understand. I only want the average salary of manager, developer, analyst, and this is very simple. But now again I have one more condition. What is the condition? The condition is that I only want the average salary of those designations where the average salary is less than 90,000. Okay, the average salary is less than 90,000. So what query will I write? I can write some. Now I will have to use the having clause. Suppose I give an alias name to this. Suppose I give the alias name as avg sal. Then what will I write? Having what? Avg sal is less than what? 90,000. Now if you go and run this query, copy, and then you write it. So now you will get only analyst and developer. See, you will not get manager. Why? Because for managers, the average salary is greater than 90,000. For analysts and developers, the average salary is less than 90,000. Okay, this much is also fine. And I can do something like this also. For example, now I have got this result. I can now apply order by. Order by, suppose designation, and I write descending. Okay, copy, and then now if I go and I run this, let us see what is. See, first you were getting the analyst, then the developer, but now I have ordered it by first, ordered it by designation, and then in descending fashion. So first the developers will come, and then the analyst row will come. So now you get an idea. For example, here if you see having, and then in the fifth position after having, what will be running? Order by will be running. Okay, so this is the your sequential way of when you write group by clause. This is the sequential way of execution. Okay, first the where clause run, then the group by, then group functions having, and finally the order by is gonna run. Okay, so this is I have designed a query in which you are using everything. You are using where, group by, group functions having, and then order by clause, and their order of execution is also mentioned in serial number. So you keep always these things in your mind. Okay, so I think I'm done with the having clause. Just let me see if there is some other thing that I can also take. Okay, suppose I give you one query. Find suppose I this one assignment query for you. Quickly we will solve it. Query on the same line. Query to find number of employees hired in 2017, 2016 and 2015, and the number of employees, suppose just let me write one query. Select star from employees order, so that I can just I can see it. Order by hired it. Okay, in 13, 15, 16, 17. All right. So all right. Well, and the number of employees hired in a year are greater than, say, suppose 2. Okay, for example, I want to find the number of employees hired in 2017, 16 and 15, but what else condition is that? Then the else condition is that I only was out of 2017, 16 and 15, I want only those years where the number of employees hired are more than what? Where are more than 2. So what query will I write for this? Try it on your own. This is the last query for as far as having clause is concerned. Try on your own. Okay, if you're not able to get it, then what do I want? I want first of all I will say extract what? Extract year from hire date. Then I will find the count. Okay, let me alias this column. Okay. Suppose I alias this column as num hired. Okay, num hired. All right. From which table? From the employees table. But there is one more condition. What will I write? Where, because I only want for years, for which years? I only want for 2017, 16 and 15, where extract year from hire date in what? It will be in, I just sorry, my god, I'll just I'll copy it, I'll write it in a notepad, because many times if there's some errors, then I'll be able to easily resolve it. As far as in notepad, it is very easy to do it. Let me remove it, let me paste it over here. Just remove this from here also, remove this from here also. Where extract year and hire date in what? It is either in 2017, either in what 2016, and either in what 2015. And then you are performing group by what? You are grouping by extract year from hire date. Year from hire date. Let me go and first of all run this query and see if it is working or not. Okay. Alright, I'm not sure whether it will run or not. Okay, it is not, it's working, or maybe. Alright, let us see. Okay, so we are getting, in 2015, 16, 17, how many employees, so you are getting it. Now I only want those years where, the number of employees hired were more than 2. That, see, this was what I wanted, and the number of employees hired in a year are greater than what? Are greater than 2. So what I have to write in this case also? First of all, let us do one more thing also. Suppose you alias this column, suppose E, you alias it as E year, so you can write it in E year and group by say E year. Okay, E year. Okay, so I'm analyzing this column. Let us see if it is working or not. I'm not sure if it will work, but hopefully it should. Column year and year clause. Okay, I think this is the problem. Where extract year from hire date. But this will always work. I'll just remove it. Oh my god. Alright, remove it. This we don't want. Group by year. This will always work, I think. Now it will work. Okay, let us paste it. Yeah, it is working. So now, so what I've done, I have aliased this column. Which column? I have aliased this. Extract year from hire date. I have aliased it as was. I have aliased it as E year. So I can use the alias column in the group by clause. And similarly for the having clause also, I can say something like this, where num hired is greater than 2. Okay, where num hired is greater than 2. So what is num hired? This column is your num hired column. Okay, this is your num hired column. So I have so I can write something like this, and then I'll just copy it, and now if I go and paste it, it's gonna run. I think it should run. Okay, yeah. So only the year 2017, the number of employees out of 2017, 16 and 15, only the year 2017 is the only year in which the number of employees hired are greater than 2. Okay. So if you have ever studied the relational databases, if you have ever worked with any relational database, then you must be well conversant with what are primary keys. So primary key constraint is used to uniquely identify each row in a table. So what is exactly a primary key? How it is uniquely identify each row in table. Say for example that you have some account in certain bank, and you go to the bank to make some withdrawal. Then you won't say that this is my name and you give me such and such amount of money. You will always say that this is my account number, and on the basis of this account number you pay me this money or you pay me that money. Why? Because your account number is uniquely identifying you. Okay, so in this case the account number is a primary key. Then a primary key cannot be unique and it cannot be not null. Why a primary key cannot be unique? See, suppose you go to the bank, so it is not possible that two customers of the same bank have the same account number. It is never possible. They will always be unique. That is why every customer will have a different account number. So a primary key is always unique. And primary key can never be null. Why a primary key can never be null? Because If you make primary key null, then what is the purpose? For example, suppose you have a bank account, you have everything registered in your bank account details. For example, your name, your mail, your mobile number, your age, your sex, everything is registered. The only thing is that your account number is set to null. Is it possible? It is never possible. So in this case, account number is a primary key, and primary key can never be equal to null. So that why account number can never be null. That is why it is said that primary key constraint is equal to what? It is equal to unique plus not null. Always remember that. Okay. Primary key constraint is equal to unique plus not null. So how can we create primary key? So one approach of creating primary key is that whenever you create a table, you mention the column that is a primary key column. How will you do it? Let us try to understand this. Okay. So I am going to my database, and I'm just going to so I have logged on to the database, and suppose I create a table. Okay, and I create a table. Suppose the name of the table is movie, and suppose say the movie name, and suppose a movie name varcat 20, and then I say suppose director. Okay, and director is also, suppose it is also a string. Okay, then when I'm creating this table, so one approach of creating primary key, there are many approaches of there are two approaches of creating a primary key. But one of the approach is that whenever you are creating a table inside the, when you are mentioning the column, for example, I am saying over here that this column is denoting the movie name. This is the data type of the movie name. For example, it is varcat 20. It is a string type. And then I would say that this is also what? This is also a primary key. So now what will happen? Just try to see this. I have created this table. The movie table has been created. And when I say DSC movie, then what will happen? You see, this M name is column is coming out to be what? It is primary key. Okay. And the null, if you just observe this column, see this column under null, M name has set to be no. Why? Because movie name can never be equal to what? It can never be equal to a null value. Alright. So this way I have created a table movie, and movie name is a primary key. So let us try to insert some values in the this table. Suppose I say insert into movie values. Suppose one movie was okay, you can take any movies. For example, one of my favorite movie was there was a movie that was based on World War II. I don't remember the exact name of the movie. For example, let us say Matrix. Okay, it was one of my favorite movies. And Matrix movie, I don't know the exact director. Suppose I would say that James was the director of the Matrix movie. So this is inserted. Then I would say that there was another movie. Suppose DDLJ. It's one of the favorite. It's one of the very popular Bollywood movies. And suppose the director was Karan Johar. I'll say Johar. Okay. So two movies have been inserted, and then will I say select star from the movie, then you will get these two movies that have been inserted. Now let us try to do one thing. Let us try to for example, I would say that Matrix, and again let me go and insert this row. Is it possible? Let me try to insert this row. Will this be inserted? Suppose I change the director to James, I change the director to Keynes. It can be some arbitrary name, but I have set the movie name again to what? Matrix. And you can observe, alright, what did I set? Keynes. But I've set the movie name to be equal to what? Matrix. And you can see that this movie name is already been inserted. So once you try to do it, it will never allow. Why? Because duplicate entry for matrix is never possible. Why? Because the movie name is what? It is a primary key, and duplicate values in a primary key column are never possible. Primary key is always unique. And if you try to insert a null value, suppose you try to do something like this, you make the movie name to be what? Null. And then you try to do it. Column M name cannot be null. Why it cannot be null? Because it is a primary key. So this way you create a primary key on a column. And then there are also very special things. Suppose you want to drop a primary key. See the last point. If you want to drop a primary key, use alt table name drop primary key. Okay. So what is my table? My table is this is this table. Okay. If I say DSC movie, this is my table. Now if I want to drop the primary key, then what will I do? I will say alter table. Then what is the name of the table? Movie. And then what will I say? Drop primary key. If I say like this, then the primary key will be dropped. So I've dropped the primary key, and now again when I say DSC movie, see this primary key constraint that was occurring over here is not now. It is not occurring over here now. Okay. So now it is the primary key constraint has been removed. And then once when I say select star from movie, then you are getting the same records, but the table has no primary keys. Okay. And then what you can of course do is that suppose now you try to insert the same try to insert this value matrix comma cane. See, matrix has already been, movie name has been once one movie name of type matrix has been already inserted. One movie of name matrix has been inserted. Then if you try to insert another movie of the name matrix, is it possible now? Yeah, it is possible. Why it is possible? Because we have already removed the which kind of constraint? We have already removed the primary key constraint. So if you again say select star from movie, you will get two movie of what type? Two of type matrix. Okay. I will say delete I will delete all the rows from the movie table. Okay. So now again if you say DSC movie, you will get describe the details of the movie table. Now what I want to do is that I want to this, you see the fourth point, for example, fourth point, to add a primary key to an existing column. So now you see this does this name is a primary key? No, it is not a primary key. One way we created the primary key was like something like this. When we created the table, for example, what we did, you see, one way of creating the primary key was by using at the create table. When you were creating the table, then you were mentioning that such and such column is a primary key. But now I don't want this. For the table has already been created, and now I want to add a primary key constraint to a specific column in a table. So what will I do? So I will use the fourth point you just observed. To add a primary key to an existing column, use what? Alter table name, add constraint name, primary key column name. Okay. So wherever I have between these two, you have to substitute. You have to keep on substituting values. So you have to substitute table name, you have to substitute constraint name, and you have to substitute what? The column name. So how will I do it? So I will write alter table. Okay. And then I need to substitute the table name. So what is the name of the table? Movie. And then I have to say add constraint. Add constraint. I can give any name. See, now what I have to give? I have to give the constraint name. So I can give any name of the constraint. For example, this is also a valid constraint name. But generally it is very advisable that you give a descriptive constraint name. So how will you give the descriptive constraint name? You can do it something like this. What is the name of the column? Mname. What is the name of the table? And what is the type of the constraint? PK. So it is now describing that mname column of the movie table has been given the primary key constraint. So it is a descriptive name, constraint name. Then what I have to say, it is a primary key. And on what column the primary key constraint has been added? It has been added to the mname column. And then once when I say, now again you see I have inserted the primary key constraint on the table. If I try to insert, if I try to say DSC movie, then again, now previously you were not getting under the key column, you were not getting the primary key, but now you are getting what? It is a primary key. Okay, clear? So this is the working of primary keys. I think okay, all right, let us continue. So so this is the way we work with primary key, but again there is one problem. What is the problem? Let us try to understand this. For example, if you watch Bollywood movies, then there was a many times it happens that movie names are repeated. For example, there was a movie that was called Agnipath, and that was released in 1990, and that belonged to Amitabh Bachchan. And there was also a movie that was also called Agnipath, and that was released in the year 2012, and that belonged to Hrithik. So just to give you like yeah, like you know, kind of I would say IMDb Agnipath. So you know, two Agnipath movies are there. One was released in the year 2012 and the other was released in which year? It was released in the year 1990. See, this movie 1990 Agnipath, it belonged to Mr. Amitabh Bachchan. And then you say, for example, Agnipath 2012, that it was released in the year 2012 and it belonged to Hrithik. So I want to keep these two you know, tables in my, these two movies in my movie table. So what will I say? Insert into movie values, okay, and then I will give the movie name, and suppose Agnipath, and suppose you know, the previous I'm sorry, IMDb Agnipath, and you know, the 1990 movie Agnipath, it was you know, directed by whom? It was directed by Mukul Anand, you see. So I will give the name of the director, Mukul, okay, he was the director of the movie. I have inserted this row. Now again I want to insert one more row for Agnipath, that was released in the year 2012, and the director was what? Director was Karan. Okay, director was Karan. You can just check it also, you know. For example, if you go over here, Agnipath 2012 movie, director was Karan Malhotra. Okay, so this way it goes. I'll just close these tabs. Again, if I go to my database, will it be allowed? See, will it be allowed? It will never be allowed. Because why you are making duplicate entries for what? You are making duplicate entries for the movie name, and movie name has been set to what? Movie name in the movie table is a primary key. So now this is a problem. So how can I remove this problem? I can say I will say that movie name is not a primary key. The movie name. So now I will introduce you with the concept of what? The concept of composite primary keys. So it is also possible that two or you know, more than one columns in a table can be primary keys combinedly. So primary key can also be combination of many columns. So you know, and what it is called? It is called a composite primary key. A composite primary key can have multiple columns whose combination must always be unique. Okay, so what does it mean? That in a composite primary key you can have multiple columns, but their combination will always be unique. So I can say, for example, over here, for example, in my application, the movie application, that I will say that the movie name will not be a primary key. The movie name plus the release year will be a primary key. For example, you know, only unique movies per year are released. So I would at least go on to say that movie name plus the year in which it was released will be the primary key. So now what I need to do, I need to create a composite primary key. So before creating a composite primary key, let me do one thing, that you know, because this movie table already has a primary key, so I need to remove that primary key. So how will I remove this primary key? How is it possible? I will say, see this PowerPoint presentation. Alright, you know, if you want to remove, I'll just minimize it. If you want to drop a primary key, alter table name, drop primary key. So I will use this. Okay, alter table, and then what is the name of the table? Movie. And then what I say? Drop primary key. Okay, and then when you say it, the primary key will be dropped. So now why I dropped this primary key? Because now I want to add a composite primary key to this table. So before adding a composite primary key, I am saying that movie name plus the release year is unique identification for all the movies. So because, you know, I have not added the release year column to this table, so let me do that also. So what will I say? Alter table, which table? Movie. Add what? Add a column, and I will say it is a release year column, and it is of type int. So I have added a release year column. So if you say DSC movie, describe the movie table, then you are getting what? The movie name and the release year column. So now I want to do what? I want to add a composite primary key. So how will I add a composite primary key? Composite primary key composing of what? It is being composed of the movie name also, and the release year also. So Now if you want to do it, then what will you do? Again you will add what? You will say alter table. Okay, which table? The movie table. Add alt table, table name, add constraint, constraint name, primary key followed by the column name. So what will I do? Add constraint, and suppose I will say that mname r year, release year, and what is the name of the table? The name of the table is movie, and what is the type of constraint? It is a primary key constraint. So I have given this name constraint, this name, the primary key constraint, I have given this name. Alter table, table name, add constraint, constraint name, what kind of constraint? A primary key constraint. And on what columns? I'll just minimize it. And on what columns? You can just see there are two columns. One column is the mname column, the other column is what? It is the r year, that is the release year column. If you go on to it, again a primary key constraint has been added. But now if you go, if you say suppose DSC, what is the name of the table? It is a movie table. So if you go on to do it, see, the movie name and the R year are, they are primary keys. So so always keep this in mind. I'll make this very important statement. It is very important. That is why always I'll take a notepad to write it down, because it is very important. I would go on to say that a table can have only one primary key. A table can have only one primary key. So here you see that mname and r year, are they both different primary keys? Suppose this table movie having two primary keys? See, mname and r year? No, it is not. Their combination is one unique primary key. See, this is the difference. Mname and r year are not two separate are not the separate primary keys for the movie table. Why? Because a table can have only one primary key, but mname and r year combination is what? It is a primary key. So if you want to just see it, for example, I say now I can do it. Insert into what? Insert into movie table. And what I want to insert, suppose the name of the movie, I will say Agnipath, and I will say what is the name of the director. Suppose this is the director that has suppose Mukul, and it was 1990s Agnipath, and it was released in the year 1990. Then when I go and insert it, okay, alright, suppose I will say insert into movie and values. Okay, let us go and insert it. So this is inserted. Again, I would say there was one movie Agnipath that came in the year 2012, and that was directed by Karan Malhotra, and it was released in year which year? 2012. Now it is possible. See, if I say select star from which table? Select star from the movie table. If you do it, then you see this movie name is getting what? Movie name is getting repeated, but the movie combination of movie name, sorry, I know I'm just there was one row that was already inserted, so I will say delete from movie where r year equal to 0. Okay, I'll just remove it. Alright, now if you say select star from movie, then you will get two movies. Their movie name are same, but the combination of movie name and the release year is what? It is different. Okay, so movie name and release year are together, they are forming a primary key. So if I try to do something like this, suppose I insert into suppose I change the name of the director, suppose I change the name of the director to like this. I give any name, okay, and then the combination of the movie name and the release year remains the same. For example, Agnipath and 1990, it will never allow. See, duplicate entry was what? Not Agnipath or not 1990, but a combination of what? Agnipath and 1990. So a primary key constraint can span multiple columns also. Okay, so in this way. So again, one more last thing about primary key constraint. If you want to fetch some details about the primary key constraint, then you can use this. There is one metadata view, that is the information underscore schema dot I think it is key column usage. Yeah, okay. So if I you can fetch the what will I say, select suppose I'll just okay, I will say select, then I will say enter column name, comma, suppose I will say constraint name, alright, and then I will say suppose table name, okay, I think, yeah, okay, I just need to copy it, table name, and then I will say table schema from which table, from this table, from information, where will I then I will just add a where clause. I will give the where, for example, where table underscore name is equal to, what is the name of the table? It is equal to movie, and what is the name of the schema? Then I will say table underscore schema equal to the name of my the current database, that is the publisher database. So if I go on to make this query, okay, so and I just alright, and I just need to add a and over here, alright, sorry, and alright. So you'll get this this table has it has a primary key constraint that is imposed on which column? Two columns, mname and rer. Suppose you do something like this, okay, there is one table that is a EMP table, suppose you do, and then that this table we have frequently dealt with. What is the employees table? And employees, employees table, does it has a primary key? Just check it out. Yeah, it has a primary key constraint on which column? It has a primary key constraint on the EID column. So this way you can you can fetch the metadata information that is associated with primary key. We'll be also using this metadata view for when we will fetch information about the foreign keys. So we will use this also. So what is a not null constraint? This constraint forces the values in a column to be not null. So what does this mean? That whatever value is stored in a table, if you mention that particular column is not null, then you can never insert a null value in that column. So let us try to understand this with a practical example. So this is my database, and I say select database, then you'll get the database, that's a publisher database, and then I will create a table, and suppose the name of the table is suppose the products table, and I have two columns, product ID int and product name, okay, that is suppose varchar 20, and against product name I add a constraint, that is the not null constraint. So I have created its product table, and now let us try to do something. Suppose I say insert into products, and then I give the name of the column, suppose the product ID and the product name, and then I insert values. Suppose I say that first the product ID is 1 and the product name is suppose soap, then this will be inserted, and if I say select star from which table? From the products table, then you will get this select star from products, you'll get it. But now if you insert another row and you give the second value, that is a name value, to null, so will it accept it? Let us try to see this. Suppose the product ID is 2, and then I try to insert it. See, it is not inserted. Why? Because product name cannot be null. So why? Because we have inserted a null constraint inside not null constraint inside the product name. So product name column, this column can never be null. So this is what I have written over here. The syntax of a not null constraint is something like this: column name, data type, and then not null. So this is what we have done over here. See, when we created the table, how we created the table? We created the table something like this. Suppose the product name column, that was made not null. So the column name, and then what was the data type? The data type was varchar 20, and then I gave the not null constraint. So this column product name is a not null column. Okay, Clear? So I can never insert a null values inside this. So now if I say, if I describe my table, products, then what will you get? You will see that this product name, and there is one, in the describe, there is one column that is a null. So this product name, the value for product name against null is no. So that means product name can never be what? It can never be null. But product ID can always be null. How it can be null? Just see. For example, I say insert into product, suppose I just give the product name. If I just give the product name, then what will be the product ID? It will be null. Suppose suppose the name of the product is shampoo, and then if you say select star from which table? Products table, then you will get a value of ID. ID is nullable. ID can be set to null. Why? Because here you have seen the PID can be null, but can product name be null? No, it can never be null. So this is what is null constraint. In many cases, it may be required that you need to create a not null constraint on an existing column, in an existing column. Sorry. So how will you add it? See, to do this, you will use a change alter table change. So how will you do it? To add a not null constraint to an existing column. So let us try to see this also. For example, let me create another table. Create table. Suppose I will say products 1. Suppose, okay, and there is one column PID, and that is in, and there is one more column product name, and that is varchar 20. So I have created this table, that is the products 1 table, and if you say DSC describe the products 1 table, then you will both of these column, that is the product ID and then the product name, both of them can be what? They can be null. So I try to do something like this. Insert into which table? Products 1 table. Suppose values 1 comma soap. So we have created the products 1 table, and then I insert a value, suppose 2 comma shampoo, and then I insert suppose third, and for against the third ID I insert a null value. So how will I insert a null value? I will just write null over here. So now you can see, if I say select star from which table? From the products 1 table, then you will get the product name as null. So now what I want to do is that I want to add a null constraint to the product name column of the products 1 table. See what I want to do? I want to add a null constraint to the product name column. Okay, so what command will I use? I will use this command. See, to add a not null constraint, sorry, I want to add a not null constraint. I don't want to add a null constraint, I want to add a not null constraint. The value is nullable, but I want to add a not null constraint to the product name column. So to add a not null constraint to an existing column, what command will I use? I will use this command, alter table table name, change the old column name to the new column name, and then the new column definition. So how will I go for it? I will say something like this, alter table what is the name of the table? Products 1, and then what will I say? Change, change. What is the old column name? P name. What is the new column name? I would say it is P name. And then what is the new column definition? So I have to give the whole column definition. See what the data type, and then followed by the the not null constraint. So what was the data? What is the data type that I want? I want the data type to be also what? It has to be a varchar, but I will add a new constraint to it. What is that constraint? I will add a not null constraint to the product name column. If I try to do this, let us see. Okay, yeah, it is done. So now if I say select star from products 1, then what it has done, see, it has replaced all these null value, the null value that was there in the product name column, it has replaced it with a blank string. Okay, so now I can never insert a null value in the product name column of the products 1 table. For if I try to do it, for example, here if I try to do this, suppose I say the PID to be 4, and then if I try to do this, it will never happen. Why? Because product name column can never be null. and if you see products one table, see this column product name, it can never be set to what? It can never be now set to null. Alright, yeah, there is one more thing that I just want to tell, that whenever you add a null constraint, sorry, a not null constraint, I always confuse it with a null. I would say a not null constraint to a column, then it is a generally a good practice that you also give a default value. How will you give a default value? For example, I'll just create a test table. Suppose I say create table test 11. Suppose the name of the table is test 11, and there is just one column, serial number of type int, but I will add a not null constraint to this serial number column, and I will also give what? I will give a default value. Suppose default value is 0. Okay, so if now I say insert into okay, what will I do? I'll just add one more column. I'll quickly add one more column to this table. Alt table, what was the name of the table? Test 11. Suppose add suppose name, and add, I will say column. Okay, or add column name, and then suppose the data type is of varchar 20. Then when you say DSC test 11, what values will you get? The serial number and the name. See, serial number, I have added the not null constraint, so serial number can never be null. So let me try to do one thing. I will say insert into test 11, and I will not give the serial number value. I'll just give what? I'll just give the name. So I will say name, name, and suppose values. In the name I just give one field, what? Krishna. Okay, then what will happen? See, select star from test 11. If you do this, then the serial number will be set to its what? It will be set to its default value, and this is exactly what we did while creating the table. We said that serial number, default value for serial number has to be what? It has to be 0. So if you don't give the value of serial number, then it will be set to its default value of 0, and this is exactly what happened over here. I just inserted the name into this test1 table. I didn't inserted the serial number. The serial number was set to what? It was set to 0, and serial number can never be null. See, if you describe test1, then what is happening? Serial number can never be set to null. So because we have added a not null constraint to the serial number column. Okay, so what is a foreign key constraint? So it's a kind of referential integrity constraint. So what is exactly this referential integrity constraint? See, whenever I ask many students what is foreign key, they just say that foreign key is a key that points to some other table. So they just don't have any clarity in mind. So but foreign key is used to impose a kind of parent-child relationship between two tables. So what is a parent-child relationship? A parent-child relationship states that suppose can you create a child without a parent? It is never possible. First you have to create the parent, and then you can create the child. So this is what I have written. A foreign key constraint denotes a parent-child relationship. A child cannot be inserted unless what exists? A parent exists. And suppose you delete a parent and the child for the parent exists. So can you delete the parent? You cannot delete the parent. Why you cannot delete the parent? Because the child will become orphan. So this kind of constraint is imposed by a foreign key relationship between two tables. We will also see, after some time, we will see that foreign key constraint can be imposed within the same table. So, so this is just a kind of extension to foreign key. But right now, just consider foreign key is like it points to the primary key of another table, and it maintains referential integrity between two tables. So let us first of all understand the need for foreign key and see how between these two tables there is no referential integrity. For example, I have one table, the EMP table, and I have one table, the DPT table. These tables, kind of tables we use frequently, and I say select star from EMP, and I will say select star from DPT. So let me first of all state that these two tables belong to the same organization. So for the organization there are two employees, Nikhil and Nitin, and working in the sales and marketing department. So Nikhil is working in sales because his department ID is 10 and department ID 10 is sales department. Nitin is working in the marketing department. So both of these tables belong to the same organization. And now let me do something. I will insert a record into which table? I'll insert a record in EMP table, and I will say values. Suppose there is employee, third employee, and name of the employee is Neha and her department ID is 40. If I try to insert this record, it will be inserted, and I will say select star from EMP and select star from DMP. Can you see what is the flaw with this this kind of these two tables? What is the flaw with these two tables? There is a serious flaw with these two tables. For example, just all right. What is the problem with these two tables? See, because these two tables, they belong to the same organization. Here, these two belong to the same organization. Here I have inserted an employee, which employee, see, Nikhil is working in the sales department, that I know, Nikhil is working in the sales department. But here I have inserted an employee which is working in department ID 40. But is department ID 40 existing? Department ID 40 is not existing. That is why this, if you try to insert this, if you insert this employee should have never have got inserted. See, because department ID 40 is not existing. Then how can an employee work in department number 40, department ID 40? So ideally this record should have never got inserted. Okay, so can you just make out which will be the child table and which will be the parent table? This employees table will be what table? It will be the child table, and this departments table will be what? This will be the parent table. Why? Because the child cannot exist unless the parent exists. See here, this Neha cannot exist until a department with the ID 40 exists. But because we have not inserted the foreign key constraint, it is it is allowing us to do so. For now, suppose I try to do one more thing. I try to delete the marketing department. So what will I say? Alright, I'll just go over here. I'll just delete from which table? Delete from DPT, where dayname equal to what? It is equal to marketing. Sorry, where dayname equal to marketing. If I try to delete the marketing department, it will get deleted, and I will say select star from EMP, and then I will say select star from DPT. But again, now there is a serious problem. I deleted the marketing department. But you see, this employee Nitin has become an orphan record. Because why? Because its parent, its corresponding department in the departments table is not existing. The DPT table, it is not existing. So this record has become an orphan record. So ideally, when we try to delete the marketing department, it should not have allowed to delete the marketing department. So if you want to impose these kind of relationship between these two tables, so that what kind of relationship? That a parent, a child cannot exist until and unless a parent exists, and a parent cannot be deleted until and unless it and it has some dependent records, child records. So this is the kind of relationship between two tables that is imposed by a foreign key. So how will we add a foreign key? I will just clear these two tables. Delete from EMP, and I will say delete from DPT. First of all, I'll clear these two tables, and these two tables are now empty. If I say select star from DPT, it is empty, and then I say select star from EMP, it is empty. And now if you want to add a foreign key, then you will use this command. What command? To add a foreign key constraint on existing column, use alt table name, add constraint name, then foreign key, then on the column, on the child table that you are imposing the foreign key, and which table it references. So I'll just want to make a point